Kyle, are we ready to put Kyle next week?
Welcome to Finals Day at the 65th Nautique Masters Water Ski and Wakeboard Tournament presented by GM Marine. The very best of the best athletes in water skiing and wakeboard have battled it out in the toughest competition in the world to make it to this defining moment. After yesterday's amazing performances, the Masters finalists will put it all on the line to fulfill their dream of being crowned a Masters champion. We are thrilled that you have joined us live and on the web and in person on site for this most exciting day in water sports all year. Don't get out of your seats because this is Finals Day at the Masters. My name is Tyler Boyd, joined in the booth with Jared Faro. We have been calling the action ever since Friday. We had the semifinals yesterday, finals today. Jared, what's your expectation going into Finals Day?
Well, I tell you what, it was a long day yesterday. Expectations are high from all of these athletes. They've battled it out all day yesterday to make it through here to Masters Finals Day. It's going to be exciting. We've got plenty of action coming up here from Callaway Gardens. Conditions a little bit overcast. We had a bit of rain last night. We'll see how that plays out maybe with all aspects of the way the lake's going to ski this year in these finals. But a little bit of wind. We haven't seen that wind in this sort of early in the morning, so might be a little bit tougher than what we saw yesterday, but really looking forward to this. We've got some big storylines coming out of yesterday's semis, and we'll certainly get those out to you as the morning progresses. But really excited, Tyler, looking forward to it and hope all of our athletes put what they can out there on the water.
Absolutely, and we're going to get to that boat parade in just a few moments, but right now is going to be the presentation of the Diamondback American Gun presentation honoring Kyle Carpenter. The youngest living recipient of the Medal of Honor is here with us today. He is joined downstairs with Dano the Mano, Dano Amir, and Chief Ferrone. Going to you, Dano.
Hey, thanks a bunch, Tyler, and welcome everybody, and good morning. We are here at the 65th Nautique Masters presented by GM Marine. What a weekend it has been so far, but of course this Memorial Day is so special out here at Callaway each and every year as we get to honor some very, very special people. And this weekend we have a very, very important man with us today, Mr. Kyle Carpenter. Kyle, welcome out to the Masters and thanks for being here. How does it feel to be a part of this awesome event this weekend?
Oh, it's a beautiful moment, a very heavy weekend, but one that to honor those who have made that ultimate sacrifice, just living the greatest, most purposeful, meaningful life that we can. But to be here with so many good people, from our country, from the international community, to have so many good people in one place together, having fun, spending time with each other, and just appreciating life and a good wake. You just really can't beat it, and it's every day I'm reminded of how amazing life is by moments, big or small. Those moments on that rooftop. I thought about my family. I said a quick prayer for forgiveness, and the lights went out, and I really thought those were my final moments in life. So to be here and to experience this, and to think, wow, I was almost never here to be a part of this. It's really a special and a beautiful thing.
Well, it's a true blessing to have you here and an honor to have met you yesterday, and we're so glad that you are now a part of this Toad Water Sports family. And a lot of that we owe to our friends at Wake for Warriors as well. Dave Deep and the whole crew got you on the water many, many years ago, and I was hoping that you could kind of talk about the experience that you have received from Wake for Warriors and how Wake for Warriors gives back to other veterans just like you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, for bringing this up and allowing me to speak a little bit about Wake for Warriors. It's one of those organizations that's so special that it's, in a way difficult to kind of find the right words for it. But it's therapy through water sports, and whether you have all your limbs or none of your limbs, to get up there and to shred a good wave with each other. And again, just, you don't even have to get behind the boat and surf or ski. You can just be a part of that camaraderie. That, is one of the difficult parts about leaving service and hanging the uniform up. But, the most kind of powerful aspect of it is, in a recovery, whether it's after, military service or in life, when life knocks you down, there's always that moment where you realize that you can get back up. You realize that, life still has so much to offer. And it doesn't matter what physical shape you're in, it's really what's inside. And to have that moment of, after losing limbs or losing an eye or being, severely injured in combat, or just going through the struggles of service, to have that moment where you get back up and you realize, hey, I'm still here. I still have a heart beating inside. And, you realize that, and that just opens up the door of an entire, a new life of opportunities and experiences and, appreciating what you still have. Because everything's about perspective. And perspective is, if I had to summarize the past 15 years of my journey, it would be with that one word. So for Wake to Warriors to, to give you that new perspective of, hey, you're still here, you're still alive, you still got breath inside you and a heart beating, you're really never that down and out. And just like in life, we were talking about this last night, you can't ski, you can't surf forever. So when you fall, Wake for Warriors and those that are a part of it will always come back to pick you up.
Well, absolutely, and it's absolutely incredible words right there, and it's such an honor to see so many other veterans here with us, including last year's recipient, Maddie, over here, and Woody hanging out with us as well. And on behalf of Nautique, Diamondback Marine, and everybody here in Pine Mountain and the Masters, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Chief Daniel Ferrone from right here in Pine Mountain. He's got a couple of words he'd like to say and a special presentation. Chief?
Thank you, Dano. Kyle, it's an honor to have you here in Pine Mountain. Your story is just beyond amazing to me, all the thousands of people that you've inspired with your story of resiliency, overcoming things in life. It's truly an inspiration to me. And on the day we honor our military servicemen that didn't make it back home, it's my honor to present to you from Diamondback Firearms, a Diamondback DB-15 rifle. Thank you. Thank you to the Wake for Warriors, Nautique, and Diamondback Firearms.
Wow, this was unexpected, but awesome.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man.
And Kyle, as you can see on air, it's been specially engraved just for you. Big thank you to our friends at Diamondback, of course, Chief, everybody at Nautique, and of course, Wake for Warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, a true American hero. Please give it up for Kyle Carpenter. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an amazing day of action coming up on the water, in the air, and it's going to kick off here in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. You're going to see more from Kyle. If you guys want to support our friends at Wake for Warriors, you're here on site, stop up by their booth there. If you're not here on site, you can find them on social media or on the World Wide Web. Make sure you guys send those donations in. These guys are doing some amazing things. We'll talk more about it all throughout the day. Kyle, once again, thank you so much. Chief Ferrone, Tyler, Jared, back to you.
Thank you, Dano. Wow, what a powerful moment there, Jared. And we'll see from Kyle in just a few moments. After Stars on the Water, he will be in the presentation of the flag for the national anthem. With that being said, before that, though, we are into the opening ceremonies and moving right into Stars on the Water.
To stand the test, to be the best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our boat parade here this morning on finals day at the Masters, both of these athletes representing the USA in the trick event. She broke the world record just a couple of weeks ago with a pending score of 11,450 points. Erica Lang joins your defending Masters champion, Anna Hunter.
And then coming through on boat number 2 in that ski nautique from Canada, is going to be in the trek and slalom event, will be our first skier, Neely Ross, and then following in that men's trek final will be Dorian Llewellyn.
And next in the boat, we've got qualifying with over 10,000 points yesterday in the women's trick competition, Janina Meckler, and the first junior athlete in the males division to clean sweep, slalom, trick, and jump, Tim Wild, and also in the men's slalom, Dane Meckler. Husband and wife combo.
And little Luca in the boat there as well, even better. Your next boat coming through is going to have a young super talent, going to be up in the trick event up against his fellow training partner down there in Chile. It is, of course, from Great Britain, Joel Poland and Matias Gonzalez.
And in our next boat, she won it in the junior trick and the junior overall. Both of these athletes out of the USA. Give it up for Alexia Abelson and her older brother in the trick event, Jake Abelson.
So with the Canadian flag coming up next, we have the defending Masters champion and the hot favourite going into the men's jump. Of course they are Ryan Dodd and Cole McCormick. So as we look down to the starting dock coming up in the wakeboard finals here at the 65th Masters will be from the USA. Some hot contention going to be going on down there is Megan Ethel and Kira Lewis.
Just one more try to gain the edge in speed and strength and power. To take it on, to take it through, to drive until you drop. To tighten up another notch, to see just what you've got. Stars on the water, warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters everyone.
And in your next boat coming down Robin Lake, doing it for Great Britain in the slalom event, and also your top qualifier and top seed in the slalom event, Freddie Winter joined in the boat out of Australia for the women's slalom event, Vanessa Heath.
A perfect run, a perfect score, a perfect moment lives. The champion is nothing more than nothing left to give. Stars on the water, warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters everyone.
The next boat to come through, the Ski Nautique, is going to have in there your defending Masters champion, sitting not on the top spot this year, but wanting to take home the gold from the USA, Regina Jaquess, and your junior girls slalom champion here at the 65th Masters, Christiana Diosma.
Stars on the water.
And now your junior wakeboard champion in our next boat from Italy, Mattia Del Fiandra. And all the way from Japan, Hinata Yoshihara.
Warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters, everyone.
All right, in the wakeboard final this afternoon, both of these athletes from the USA. Give it up for Trent Stuckey and Tyler Hyam.
Always will, to live to win and win again, to push till you give out, to stand the test, to be the best, that's what it's all about. Stars on the water, warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters everyone. The splash, the spray, the price you pay, the endless grueling hours. Just one more try to gain the edge in speed and strength and power. To take it on, to take it through, to drive until you drop. To tighten up another notch, to see just what you've got.
And representing Australia, it's great to have them here. Of course, we have Demi Metcalf from our junior wakeboard and Nick Rappa.
In a heartbeat, you can win it all. In a heartbeat, you can lose. With champions, it all comes down to whose hearts can
All right, from the USA, both of these athletes going to be doing it in the jump competition. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sasha Denileskaya and Hannah Streltsova.
Daisy Jakobsen.
And both of these competitors out of the USA going to be doing it for you in the women's jump this afternoon. Get loud for Brittany Wharton and Lauren Morgan.
Stars on the water, warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters.
And our final set of Masters finalists here for 2025. We have got in the wakeboard final from Argentina, Eugenia de Armas. And in the men's jump, all the way from Austria, we have Luca Raukenwald and Igor Morozov.
Winners it always will, to live to win and win again, to push till you give out, to stand the test, to be the best, that's what it's all about. Stars on the water, warriors in the sun, in the company of champions, they're masters everyone. The splash, the spray, the price you pay, the endless grueling hours. Just one more try to gain the edge in speed and strength
And
power.
ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please, for the presentation of our country's flag. While serving as a Marine rifleman in Afghanistan at age 20, on the morning of November 21st, 2010, Lance Corporal Carpenter's squad was attacked by Taliban forces. During the attack, a live grenade landed between Kyle and his fellow Marine. In a courageous act to save his fellow Marine, Kyle threw himself on a grenade. Kyle's injuries were severe. He was unconscious for 5 weeks. He spent 3 years recovering at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. He lost his right eye, most of his teeth, and his right arm was broken in 30 places. He went through roughly 40 surgeries during his recovery. During his grueling recovery process, Kyle's spirit remained strong. He set several post-recovery goals for himself: run a marathon, earn a college degree, backpack across Europe, and go skydiving. After nearly 3 years of recovery, Kyle was released from the hospital at age 24 and has since accomplished every post-recovery goal and many more. Every period that followed. But it is also a story of rebirth and overcoming adversity, and how Kyle battled back for one of the greatest challenges to forge a life of joyful purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of our national anthem. Well, welcome back into the Robin's Nest, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday. It's finals day here at the Masters. My name is Tyler Boyd, joined in the booth by Jared Faro. Jared, great anticipation, great expectation coming into today's event. What will we see from these athletes here today?
Before we do that, Tyler, if that does not get you fired up for this finals day, I tell you what, nothing will. The emotion that comes out of that military appreciation here on Memorial Day weekend, it, as you said, it gives us goosebumps up here in the Robin's Nest, and it is such a privilege to be here in front of such an amazing person who's done so much for the USA. How good was that boat parade? We're seeing all of our boats make our way back. Of course, our Ski Nautique. We've got our GS Series boats. A bit surprised we didn't get to see the 1961 Nautique out there, but you know what? We'll save a little bit for the rest of the day. But yeah, Tyler, really excited for this. It's finals day. 4 people in each of our events today, from tricks, slalom, wakeboard, and of course jump, will be competing to be a Masters champion. And first up will be our women's trick final, and 4 young ladies, all capable and all willing to be up on the top of that podium there. Of course, we will have Neely Ross from Canada. We'll have Erica Lang from the USA, who just set a pending new world trick record. We'll then have Janina Bonneman, who was our first competitor off in the semi-final. And then we'll round things out with the defending Masters champion, wanting to take home a back-to-back victory here in the 65th Nautique Masters, Anna Hunter of the USA. We'll then follow straight in, Tyler, to tricks. Probably the most highly anticipated event here of this campaign will be that men's trick final.
That's right. A lot of expectation into the trick event, more than usual, I think, this year, just because we're starting to see the scores in the women's tricks go up around that 11,000 point mark, and then also in the men's tricks, who knows? You know, Joel Poland, he had that score over 12,000 points, probably going to take a 12,000 point plus trick run here this morning to capture the 2025 title. A lot to look forward to. You know, you talk about slalom. It was kind of something that we didn't expect. We kind of expected, but how about Allie Nicholson, the top seed in the women's slalom event? That's going to be something to look forward to. Of course, in the men's slalom event, big score there from Freddie Winterwood, 2 at 41 off. Of course, Cole McCormick, the defending Masters champ then. You know, Dano the Mano and Tony Iacone are going to be calling the wakeboard competition. That was absolutely phenomenal in the semifinals yesterday. And then we literally shut down the park last night as we got our finalists for the final in jump. And that is going to be a battle. The women battling very close in the 170s, mid-170s. And then, of course, top-seeded skier in the men's jump, Ryan Dodd, with that 223.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something to really watch for. If you're joining us on the banks, make sure you grab yourselves the best spot you can to be able to see all the action here from the 65th Nautique Masters Water Skiing Wakeboard Tournament presented by GM Marine, because you are not going to want to miss this. These are the top athletes in professional water sports here to perform for you out here on Robin Lake. And I'll tell you what, Tyler, conditions, the wind is swinging around a little bit. As I said earlier, we had a little bit of rain overnight. I know they're still trying to pump some water out of the lake, which is what they've been doing over the past week. And look, conditions are certainly going to play into us, especially when we get down to that slalom event.
That's right, and if the wind kind of stays in the direction we're seeing now, the jump will not be turned, and then the skiers would be jumping in the opposite direction. So if you're out there on the webcast, we'll keep you updated as we draw nearer to the jump event. That would change a lot, right? You got a sight picture from one end, and then in the final
up at the Country Kitchen, because it was absolutely amazing, and a great view right up on top there of the mountain as well. The Callaway, of course, has plenty of things, whether you're young or old, plenty of things to do around the parks.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The Country Kitchen, you know, we talk a lot about Callaway, but for some reason we leave out the Country Kitchen. Definitely make it up to the Country Kitchen. And like you're saying, the views up there, absolutely incredible, looking over the trees of that Pine Mountain, Georgia region.
We still need to have our putt-putt competition, our announcers putt-putt
competition. Well, when we do, you're definitely going down.
Now, let's go. Oh. But really looking forward to this. Only a few moments away, and we'll be getting things underway with the Trek final, our women's and men's Trek final. We might go to a few ad breaks, and we'll do a simulation pass.
We focus on your experience, those special moments. We're with you every step of the way.
We're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower.
Phantom Pass. Of course, Jared, we could not do the Phantom Pass. Of course, Jared, we could not do this tournament without the amazing officials that we've had. Some of these officials have been here for decades. Just incredible that year after year after year we get to have the best officiated tournament on the planet along with the best sponsors. GM Marine, PCM, obviously Nautique dropping that big news earlier in the week about that new 2026 Nautique. You want to check that out. AMSOIL, Roswell, Zero Off Speed Control, Garmin, SeaDeck, Hyperlight Wake, Fat Sack, HO Syndicate, Seipel Marine, Acme Marine, Universal Products, Diamondback Marine, Boatmate, Michael Hayes Jeweler, D3 Skis, Allied Phone, Ramblin', O'Brien, Syntec, Masterline, Eagle Sports, Wake for Warriors, and In His Wakes. Just briefly on, and you talked about that, I mean, a very emotional, passionate opening to this day here at Finals with Kyle Carpenter, and I know he's here with Wake for Warriors, so he is on site. Make sure to stop by the Wake for Warriors booth, and just incredible to have him part of this 65th Masters. Of course, the Masters water ski and wakeboard tournament been going on since 1959, and this year, like we've never really seen when it comes to monumental years, right? 65 years of the Masters, the centennial of Correct Craft Nautique since 1925 been into business. I was up here with Pete Surrett yesterday. We'll see him later in the O'Brien head-to-head. 60 years at O'Brien, and just so many landmark things happening here in 2025.
And that passion and drive, not only from Nautique, but all of those companies and all of our sponsors are helping. And it comes from, it all is driven, the support of these sort of events is all driven by our consumers and those people here, those water ski fans, not only here at Robin Lake, but those ones watching on the webcast. Support those sponsors because that is how we grow this sport, by getting involved, supporting those businesses that help push our sport to that next level. But Tyler, we are almost ready. We've done our simulation pass. We are going to start things off with this women's trick final. We'll move into the men's. As you said, then we'll have the O'Brien Junior Men's head-to-head challenge. It is going to be exciting next 5 or 6 hours of water ski action here on Robin Lake.
No doubt about it. And as we get ready for this women's trick final, keep in mind the course record here was in 2023 by Erica Lang with a score of 11,030 points. Now, Erica right on a pending record right now in the last couple of weeks of 11,450, so roughly 400 points higher than the course record with her pending world record. Going to be interested to see where that is going to fall this morning as far as the podium spots for 1, 2, and 3. Got the camera down dockside. Neely Ross, a veteran here in this group, is going to take to the water first. Great skiing yesterday from Neely. We saw her on the trick course. We also saw her on the slalom course. She's going to get things started off. And just a little brief recap of the rules. 2 20-second passes in the trick event. The skier can elect what speed they're going to go in at each of those passes. Traditionally, we see a toe-in rope or putting the toe into the trick harness where they do one leg in and out of the rope, utilizing their knee to navigate their way through toe tricks. As you see Neely put on that toe harness and grab onto the rope, it looks like she's going to open up with rope on toe for pass number 1, and then coming back with the flips on pass number 2. With that said, representing Canada, Let's get loud for your first competitor of the day, Neely Ross.
Tyler, of course, she is the current holder of the world record of 11,430 points. She's so relaxed with that toe hold, like she was born with that toe hold on her foot when she came out. But Neely Ross, she will want to post a big score here and set a challenge for the other three ladies to chase. And she is so relaxed, isn't she, when she gets up? I know that inside the heart rate would be up knowing this is the Masters final. Dad Drew in the boat as that release person. And this crowd is going to get behind Neely Ross. Of course, with all of our athletes, we'll then have Erika Lang from the USA, Janina Meckler of Germany, and then, of course, your defending Masters champion, Anna Hunter. But here we go, folks. Our first competitor here in finals day in this women's trick final. And it is, of course, Neely Ross. Tyler, bring us through.
All right, so you got 20 seconds. Neely just warming up here. You briefly touched on this. Jared, she is very relaxed going into the trick course. She'll probably, there you go, shake out the arms. Does Pilates in the off.
I wouldn't even say that she made any sort of movement that she wouldn't have felt, looking like she was cruising through this pass. Toe wake go on the way out. See with toe wake lino back into the middle perfectly over there, not giving any doubt in the mind of the judges. The quick back and front. And then, of course, here Tyler gets those toe slides in. So that adds an extra 260 points right there into that toe wake line 5 to the back and stamps that there. We change over the gear and we'll bring her back for the hand pass.
Really interested to see where pass number 1 falls. Anything touching that 4,500 is a big toe pass. And I believe right there with that toe 5 and those toe step series, Jared, you're exactly right. The judges zeroing in at the top of the wake, making sure that the ski gets enough clearance to be counted as a wake trick rather than a surface trick. Right there, pass number 1 done to absolute perfection. Now she will change out of her equipment and put the hand handle on along with her ski as Drew, her dad, gets her settled in for pass number 2. How cool has it been to see Drew and Neely out there? I mean, ever since Junior Masters, he's been in the boat watching Neely ski.
Love to know how many times Drew's actually gotten in the boat here at the Masters too, as much as what Neely. And, of course, we've got Charlie there as well, not tricking, but slaloming. But Neely Ross, now, there's one more set of 20 seconds to post her score and see where she's going to end up here in 2025. As we look down to the beach end here at Callaway Gardens, we see the Nautique heading in 18 to 19 miles an hour. And on this hand pass, getting a chance to jump those wakes. One of those ski schools will be first in line to get one of those brand new 2026 of the water for Neely Ross, because that was right on the end there, Tyler, of that 20 seconds.
Oh, I know she's going to be disappointed with that because so smooth up to that point, and that was the area yesterday in the exact same spot. Like I said, pass number 1, 2, 4,870 points. But ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together for Neely Ross, an incredible trick run. Wow, I know she wanted that last trick. This was absolutely flawless in pass number 1 and number 2 all the way to the point at the end. And what's so difficult about that flip to half twist is you're landing in a reverse half wrap and gets caught up in the top of the wake. We'll take a look at it here. Beautiful over the line with the ski line back to back to ski line back. How do you go from ski line back into front flip? Right here, catches the edge on the top and just goes down. Wow.
It's a matter of millimeters, isn't it, here in the trick event? That slight under pressure, the ski as she came up the wake just didn't quite get her the height she needed to get on that landing. But you know what? It leaves the door open now for our next 3 skiers. Stillwater, you saw that first pass score, of just over 4,800 points.
Unreal.
So that would have been pushing if she had have got that last trick over that 11,000 point run, if everything was in time and everything was, of course, credit.
You know, you take a look at the men yesterday on their first pass or their second pass whenever they did their toes, and they were right around the same mark. I mean, pushing up to that 5,000 point mark, so important. And someone like Neely Ross, who actually broke the world record last year, that's the reason why to trick over 11, you need that type of point total. Well, with that said, she had a pending record not too long ago in the last couple of weeks. We just saw her in the boat parade, and now she's in the water representing the USA and your world trick record holder. Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for Erica Lang!
Of course, that pending world record of 11,450 points, 20 points surpassing the current world record. And Erica will definitely want to be taking that record even further. Maybe one of the first trickers, female trickers, to trick over 12,000 points. Again, being a gymnast, spending a lot of time working in the off-season. The way that she flips is something special. Score through there for Neely Ross of Canada. A little bit lower than we probably expected there. A score of 8,600 points. So good work from our judges pushing those scores out very quickly, Tyler.
Very nice, very nice. And Jared, you can feel the energy in the pavilion here this morning. I mean, there is a buzz here at Robin Lake on Sunday, but this morning, everyone in the pavilion on shore is bringing it for these trickers, trying to make it to the top of the podium. Here we go with Erica Lang from the USA. Has won here multiple times, has the course record, the world record holder, going to open things off with handle tricks. Starting outside the wake, let's see if we can give it a call. Reverse, out of course, goes Mo back-to-back. Now goes reverse, spins out of that, goes back to front flip, over the top, goes another front flip, goes a third front flip, brings it in with half twist to half wrap. Now ski line O. There goes wake 5 front. Wake 5
will be within the time frame, but of course we've got the computer system that does measure the exact time that the tricker does finish.
Well, and we'll go back to replay right here. What you're talking about, Jared, is the height in which she gets on these flips. Watch right here. Comes down a little bit strong, has a bit of slack rope, has to wait on the rope, but stomps these front flips and continued to cruise through. Look how fast. That's 3 front flips in a row. Now a reverse half wrap. Kind of skied out a little far from the wake, but able to control the line for ski line O. That's 360 degrees over the top of the line. There's some 540s. Those are 310 apiece. And some wake back-to-backs. That time so crucial, like you say, measured down to synchronized computer time right there.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? There's no pulling any wool over our judges' eyes. They know exactly what is happening. They get that straight video feed up here into the judges' tower and critique every single piece of that trick run. You see there on our webcast, Janina Bonneman or Janina Meckler. Give us a wave. Great to have her here in the final. And then we'll have, of course, Anna Hunter from the USA. Just getting there back in the boat behind that record-setting ski nautique. We'll bring her back for the toe pass to see if she can surpass the current lead score for our first competitor, Neely Ross, of 8,600 points.
Well, in Neely's toe pass, we saw the toe step 5, which is a 540 from outside going in. I wonder if Erica is going to do something different in this, knowing that she had a couple of delays in that first pass, Jared. Going to be very interested to see how pass number 2 goes.
So here she comes with the rope on toe pass. Going to get that foot in, going to move her way down the lake and get herself set. Can Erica Lang stand up this next 20 seconds? Time will tell. She waits. Nice. Toe wake 5, back, slide. Toe wake back to back. And the reverse now. Surface back to backs. 5 all the way to the front, 360 out, 360 back in, grabs the line, Wake 360. They're going to go to line 360. Going to go Toeak line to the back. Going to go Toeak line back to back. And Toeak line back to back, reverse, back to the front. Put your hands together. Callaway Gardens, Erica Lang stomping that toe pass and giving herself a nice little fist pump as she finished that pass.
Well, clearly that is going to be your new leader. Look at Erica Lang on pass number 1, 6,180 points. So you start to do the math. If she can get up there around 4,500 points on pass number 2, it is going to be a strong, strong score to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, your world record holder, your course record holder, as she comes into the pavilion, give it up for Erica Lang.
She looked a lot cleaner on that toe pass than the hands, and you saw her she gets so far away from the boat with her chest on those toe line back to backs. And you know what? As I think I said yesterday, her toe leg must be at least 2 or 3 inches longer than her ski leg.
Definitely can hang on to some strong poles. Well, you mentioned it. Janina Meckler is next. Dane Meckler, husband, going to jump in the boat as the pin person.
I'm sure Luca will be somewhere as well, hoping Mom can make it onto the podium. So we're just doing the changeover now. We'll get that score of Erica Lang to you very shortly here. Janina Meckler. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. Competitor number 3, all the way from Germany, looking to stamp her authority on this competition. Make her welcome here, please. All of you at Callaway Gardens, make her welcome. It is Janina Meckler.
What a score from Janina in the preliminary round. Going to be interested to see what this score comes through for Erica Lang. But Janina, it's great to have her back at the Masters and in a really good spot here in the final, second from the top seed as she gets ready on the toe pass. Erica Lang, 10,530 points. And I really think the difference there was maybe missed out on a few tricks at the very end of that first pass, but that is a very solid score. Really going to challenge now Janina and Anna.
Toeak back to back. Reverse looks good. Staying up nicely over the ski. Keeping that line tension. 5 to the front. 360. Reverse 360 now. Wake 360. Lands nicely. Goes with the Toeak line O. Now go Toeak line back. Back to front. Looking good here, Janina Meckler. Couple of side slides on the way out. Stands up the first pass. Looked very similar, Tyler, to what we saw yesterday from Janina Bonneman. Janina Meckler.
She had a couple of rerides yesterday. I think we saw that multiple times yesterday. Dialed in for sure. Janina on pass number 1 in the toe hold. We go back to replay. That's the toe 7 front to front. So 720 degrees going in the front direction. Now spinning out and in of the rope right there. There's a 540. And then you see that sequence a lot where it goes 540 to double 360s over the line right there in a 360. That's what we call the toe step as you see her ski leg travel over the line. Toe step back to back. So fast, so smooth. It's really been interesting to watch the progression of these runs, Jared, as for a long period of time, I think the side slide and the toe was underutilized. You almost see it in every run. I mean, Erica Lang had it at the beginning of her run as her second or third trick, and then Janina able to get it on the end of the run where, I mean, she's on the side of the wake, basically in the trough area, and still throws.
Conditions absolutely perfect here, Tyler. She is going to need a stand-up pass. We haven't got a first pass score yet. Let's see if we can get it through this one here. Tyler, bring us through. Janina Meckler. Hand pass.
Here we go. Hand pass. You just get the feeling you're going to see some front flips here. Let's see what we're going to get from Janina Meckler. Finals day at the Masters. Pass number 2 goes in the back position. There's a 540. Now in the reverse direction. Ski line back. It's going to ski out now for the flip.
Going to lap this up. She's done 2 stand-up passes. We'll wait and see if it's going to get her onto the podium. I don't think it's going to be the 10.5, the plus 10.5 that she needs to get on top of the podium. But how good is it? You know what? Hats off to her. She's now a mum, a full-time mum. She's been able to get her body back here to be competing against the best competitors in the world. Put your hands together, please, for Janina Meckler as she makes her way back to the pavilion. She is happy. The good thing with Janina, no matter what happens, she will always have a smile on her face. And we certainly will wait to see where she's going to end up here in this final.
Well, it was really cool to watch Janina on that run because she had to make a decision at the middle of the run. She got a little off balance and was coming up short on the flips. She just threw that edge back into the wake, kind of threw the dice at it and says, I'm just going to rotate as hard as I can to keep myself in this pass, and it all worked out. Pass number 1, 4,540 points. We'll see if that is enough for the lead. But as you can see, we are going dockside right now to pick up our top seed in this event with that red bib on, indicating your defending Masters champ, none other than Anna Hunter, will be taken to the water next.
Yeah, getting prepped up and ready, and there's no stopping. We'll move.
All right, it looks like pass number 2 is being calculated to the total for Janina Bonneman or Janina Meckler. It's going to be hard to, as these names change, you know what I mean? It's like
it really is.
So many years. Janina Meckler, of course, husband Dane Weir. Watch how quickly she's able to move through these surface tricks at the beginning of the run. Anna Hunter, toe 7 front to front, spins out, toe 5 back, 360s from the back-to-back position, now goes into the surface. Toe 5 front, spins out of that. That's 360s. Now a 360 over the wake. Now a 360 over the line.
3 times, trying to make it a 4-time Masters champion. Skiing out of Lake Roper down there in Florida. Looking so efficient on that toe pass, Tyler, as we go back to that replay. You just see her landing, transitioning straight back, fluently working her way down that pass. As you said, backs and fronts. Toe line, back to back, that slide to get in 130 points right on the end. And she would know to the millisecond that toe slide can be in time if she has progressed down that path.
Adjustments that happen at the very end, Jared. Usually going a little bit faster on the hand pass because of the ski line and the flips.
Yeah, and you see you can actually change your speed during the pass too. We see there's a number of competitors once they go into a flip sequence, especially maybe if their flips are later on, they might bump the boat speed up a little bit more for those flips. So Anna Hunter, our final competitor here in this final. Eyes down onto the water. She is on to the hand pass. A full stand up here will mean it is going to be very, very close to who is going to win the title. Getting yourself wrapped up. Going to start with a wake 5 to the back now. Nice trekking to start things off here. Line tricks into that. Mo back to back. Goes to the reverse now. Transitions to the front. Front to back landing now. And to the reverse. Stamps that one. Front flip. Now going to transition in. Oh no! She just caught the edge and just kept her moving back towards the wake. So Anna Hunter will not be a back-to-back winner. We'll wait for the official score to come through, but Ty, it looks like up here that your 2025 Women's Trick Champion will go to the USA, and it will be Erica Lang.
Oh, man, Anna Hunter had this pass going. I mean, in the 540, the ski line 5 at the beginning of the run, Front flip right here. Edge catches and drives into the bottom of the wake and just lost control. You know, that edge was set so deep, she just could not pull out of that lean into the wake. Wow. Surprising there as we will wait for the final tally, but it does indeed look like Erica Lang will grab another title here at the Masters. We have our start list for the most anticipated event of 2025, I think. Dorian Llewellyn, Matias Gonzalez, Jake Abelson, and Joel Poland. Jared, you briefly touched on it. For the spectators that may not know about the conversation going into 2025 of why we continue to keep the hype on this event, talk to us about the state of trick skiing here in the men's division.
Well, of course, Matias Gonzalez, Jake Abelson, both junior skiers. They've elected to ski up in the Opens. The junior skiers and what they're able to do at such a young age now, and the development in particularly with the South American
Dorian Llewellyn representing Canada, getting set and ready for pass recently, and then, of course, world record holder Jake Abelson, and then, you know, Joel Poland. He has been fighting for the top of the podium in this trick event for many of years. Could today be the day? And I'm sure he would like to see himself at the top of the podium. Dorian Llewellyn, though, has something to say about that, and he is going to be coming in on pass number 2, the handle run. Expect big 540s. You know, Anna Hunter had that ski line 5 front. We're going to see some ski line 5 fronts in this final round. We're also going to see some ski line backs, I'm sure, or ski line 5 backs, I'm sure. Maybe a ski line 720, and then getting really technical with the flips. Jared, take us through Dorian's second pass.
Jumping the wakes, getting himself prepped, boat speed set. Dad is set, ready. Dorian Llewellyn making his way down, right in front of us here in the pavilion now. Nice full twisting, back-to-back case to the top of the wake, into the reverse, lands, goes now, back to front flip, into the back landing, half twist, goes the reverse now, transitions, looks to the big front flip, going to look now, ski line 5 to the back, going to go ski line back-to-back now, going to go ski line looks to be the 5 to the front, and going down, Dorian Llewellyn right on the end there. Put your hands as you are. Put your hands together for Dorian Llewellyn.
Well, there was the 2 ski line 5s.
Yeah.
He had it in the ski line back position and then just couldn't hang on to the last one. Motoring through this pass right there, the Mo back-to-backs. There is the back-to-front flip. So starting in the back position and then throwing his whole body over the top. Right at the very end of this is what's so difficult. Watch front flip. His edge stays next to the wake. There's the ski line 540 into the back position. Goes ski line back-to-back. But this last one where he's just trying to knock this down, such a big value. Oh, it just gets hung up on the bottom of the wake, Dorian Llewellyn. But great to see him in a Masters final.
You know what, Tyler? It's great to see not only Dorian battling through the injuries that he's been through, but to be back here in full competition. I know that he has big plans for future World Championships and being back up at the A game that he has always been at. We certainly wish him well. Big thank you, Dorian Llewellyn from Canada, being out there for this Masters final. It is going to set a benchmark, though, Tyler, in this event. But we've got 2 young junior athletes, which would you still consider junior athletes, about to take to the water, of course. We're going to have Matias Gonzalez. He's still got those headphones on right till the very end. He'll take those off, and he will get ready to go. He's been a 2-time junior world champion. He won his first Pro Tour victory in 2024. Second at the Masters in 2024. It is, of course, the super talent out of Chile, Matias Gonzalez.
Matias Gonzalez taking to the water, and what a phenomenal athlete he is, and really has, I think, has opened the eyes of a lot of competitors in this event. And they know Matias is definitely coming from. He's a youngster out there. Again, he could be skiing junior masters, but he's right here with the pros. And like you said, has a professional title under his belt. Certainly capable of grabbing the top of that podium.
And how good would it be to have a junior, like one of our junior skiers like Matias Gonzalez in this such a tough competition that the men's tricks is now. And a score coming through. Dorian Llewellyn has just been announced by our judges. It's 10,680 points. So that's the benchmark score. But here we go, Tyler. Matias Gonzalez on that rope on toe pass. Oh my gosh. Such high hopes for Matias Gonzalez.
Well, there's only I don't know what to say at this point. We're going to have to go back to instant replay. Wrapped in the line, and for whatever reason, it looked like maybe his body started before the rope, and then that was it. He just went down. So another big surprise here in the final.
And Corey Picos there in the boat. The release person. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Matias Gonzalez. Not what we wanted to see there. Trick one, pass one to go down, but devastating stuff there for the young Chilean. And he knows it too. The emotion just out there in the back of that ski nautique, and wow. You would never have picked that one. Looks so cool, calm, and collected when he's out there on that trick ski. But you know what? Tricks is one of those things. It's a harsh sport. The moment that you have that slight lapse in concentration, you'll end up straight in the lake.
Oh, man, that's just heartbreaking there for Matias Gonzalez. And now it really just going to pass number 2, going to go for broke on probably his hardest run just to put a score up on the board. And there it is. You know, pass number 1 not going to be scored for that. So pass number 2. We'll see what he can do, you know, for the fans here at Callaway, and, you know, obviously heartbroken for him. With 2 competitors remaining in Jake Abelson and Joel Poland, it looks like Dorian Llewellyn is going to continue to be your leader going there, but the future is very bright for Matias Gonzalez. We've talked about him yesterday, and we've talked about him today. He has really pushed the envelope not only of the sport of trick skiing, but all the competitors in this division.
And you know what? He's got a number of events coming up. Of course, he'll have the Under-21 World Championships. He'll have the Open World Championships as well down there in Italy. And you know what? When you have these challenges in water skiing, in your water skiing career, it's how you bounce back. It's how you make it so that it does not affect you moving forward. Matias, at such a young age and only 16 years of age, he still has a very mature head on him when it comes to his skiing. And you know what? We'll see that here now, Tyler.
All right, let's see what he can do for you guys. Here goes Matias Gonzalez, pass number 2. My guess is he is just going to go for it. There goes Mo back-to-back into reverse, spins out. There's the back-to-front flip, lands that one, skis in for half twist. Now goes reverse, turns front flip. Spins out, 540 over the line, goes 5 front over the line, ski line O, and he is just motoring and cruises, misses the ski line back-to-back at the end, and very uncharacteristic of Matias Gonzalez. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Still a spectacular showing here at the Masters. I know he will be back next year, and he will bounce back as we bring him into the pavilion. Great shot dockside there of Jake Abelson getting set and ready. Ladies and gentlemen, you know he wanted more out there, but he's doing it for you. As he comes into the pavilion, put your hands together for Matias Gonzalez.
He'll have a lot of people who'll get around him now and support him. Yeah, definitely not what we expected in this men's trick final. Well, look at that list. We've seen Dorian Llewellyn. He's currently in the lead. Matias Gonzalez will wait for his score to come through. Still 2 skiers left, though. Representing the USA will be next Jake Abelson, and then, of course, Joel Poland, the super talent out of Great Britain, trying to win himself a Masters Trick Championship.
Well, Jake Abelson, we saw him in the junior competition, competed in slalom there and also in the jump event. Last year, decided to ski the whole junior competition so he could ski the overall. This year, electing to ski on Friday in 2 events in the junior and then be in this event here this morning for the trick. Of course, he is the world trick record holder, and you take a look at those credentials right there, Jared.
Yeah, that's it. He has been the Junior Masters champion last year with a score of 11,790 points. He was the Moomba Masters trick champion here in 2025. And Tyler, as you said, he is the world record holder with 12,970 points. From the USA, it is Jake Abelson.
The crowd enthusiastic as Jake takes to the water here on Robin Lake. Great shot from that boat. Back at Jake into the pavilion. Only one more competitor remains, and then we'll move right into the O'Brien head-to-head where the top 2 junior slalom skiers will battle it out, and then women's slalom, men's slalom, pro men, women and men wakeboard, and then we'll finish the day with jump. Matias Gonzalez, second pass score, 6,610 points. That means Dorian Llewellyn still your leader in this trick final.
How long will that last? Jake Abelson will want to take the top of the podium here. Getting a feel, jumping around, gets to ski behind one of those ski nautiques. Has a house not only in Arizona but down in the Isles of Lake Hancock now. Jake Abelson, beautiful height off those wakes as he motoring through this pass. 5 to the front, 360 back in. Wake 360, going to go line 360. Going to go toe line back to the front. Going to go now toe line 5 to the back. Toe line back to back. And the reverse, and that is going to be it. Jake Abelson, stand up, first pass, looking crisp and clean out there on that trick ski.
Very impressed with Jake there on pass number 1. So smooth, calm, and collected. I tell you what, as we walk through the Nautique instant replay, I'll point out just his body language and his expression with his upper body is just so relaxed as he cuts in and out of these tricks, completely in control. Look at his shoulders. Just so loose and relaxed at the top of his body and making his lower body do all of the work. Such a strong toe leg. And as he gets ready for this toe step series, right after this one, just look at this toe slide. I'll throw that one in right there. And then straight into toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and now the reverse. He couldn't ask for more from pass number 1.
No, you think he squeezed everything out of that 20 seconds from Jake Abelson. You mentioned something there, Tyler, how relaxed he is. You know what? We see these young kids. You saw Matias Gonzalez and Jake Abelson being the youngsters of this pack. For such young athletes, they still have such mature minds, don't they? It's all about when they get out, they might be a little bit immature when they're off the water and they do some silly things as kids do. But when it's game time, the switch comes on. And I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago about how water skiing in general matures you quite quickly. You can't be silly around water, and it's probably one of the aspects of skiing that makes you mature a little bit quickly, because you really can't be, it's such an extreme sport, you can't be immature when you're out there on the water.
No doubt about it. I mean, it is something where you definitely respect the water, and you grew up with a relationship with the water that lasts a lifetime. And here we go, pass number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Abelson from the USA. I know the pavilion wants to see a stand-up pass here today. Can Jake Abelson deliver one here in the finals to take the lead and put pressure on the top seed? Here we go in the back half wrap position. Goes Mo back-to-backs. Lands those. Goes over the top with a front flip. goes to the second front flip. Now goes half twist. Skis back in. There's the back to front flip. Ski line 540 into the back. Ski line 540 to the front. Ski line turns back. Ski line back to back to the front. Wake 5 back to backs. Jake Abelson. Let him hear it. Absolutely stoked on pass number 2.
He is fired up, Jake Abelson. We will wait with bated breath to see what that score is. Is that going to be a new Masters course record? What is that course record again, Tyler?
The
12,000 something?
Yeah, the course record looking at tricks is 12,470 points set by Pato Font on 2023. We will wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jake Abelson. Huge front flip.
Wow, just enjoying himself out there, Jake. You go back to this replay, though, Tyler. Got the height he needed. There was that 540 to the back to back, right to finish off. And look at how excited he was, punching that iron fist. Fired up, Jake Abelson out there. Has he done it? Has he done enough? A 4,440 point toe pass. Is it enough to knock off Dorian Llewellyn? We will find out in about a minute's time, about 60 seconds' time.
All right, Joel Poland is pumped. And I have to say, Jake Abelson just set the bar way up there. But if there's one guy that can go for that score, it's that man right there that stands on the dock. Your top seed. One of the most talked about figures in all of water skiing globally. He can do it in all 3 events, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to do a dock start at the toe hole, Joel Poland.
I mentioned yesterday, nothing seems to faze Joel when he goes out there. He will just lap this up as he heads on down before we spin him and bring him back into the course. Still waving, he's 3/4 of the way down the lake. We just love having Joel. As you said, he's done something that no one else in the world has been able to do. Of course, trick over 12,000 points, jump over 70 meters, and also slalom and complete 41 off the 10.25 meter line.
Oh, getting some word on Jake's pass, too. It's going to be north of that 7,000 point barrier, so we're going to have to see how that total comes together. Your top seed right now, Joel Poland in the trick event. Toe wake 5 back. Toe wake front, toe slide into the back position, spins out into some back-to-back series. Spinning in and out of the rope right now, Joel Poland goes toe wake goes, toe step lino, skis back for toe step back, toe step 5 back into toe step back-to-back. Does he do the reverse? He does, right where he needs to be, Joel Poland. And this event, I can tell you, this is the one he really, really wants. He's won the jump event here, but he has not won the trick event.
Yeah, we saw him trick 12,200 points in the semi-final. The score through for Jake Abelson, 11,710. So if Joel can do what he did yesterday, he could add the Masters trick title to his name, getting on the back of that ski nautique with 20 seconds left. But look at this replay, Tyler. It looked, I think, a little bit uneasy at the start of this run. You saw him nearly trip up on the wake there, but gets into that 5 front. Now going on the way out, the ski line, look nice. Ski line back to the front, look good. Ski line, toe wake line 5 back, look nice. Back to back reverse, stamps it as well.
Yeah, you know, it's finals day at the Masters on Sunday. Maybe a little bit of nerves, but a great pass, number 1. That's what Joel Poland needs. Now, he is playing into his strength right here, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to have a couple of tricks that no other competitor has, including that ski line 540 flip as he gets down. I think that's probably his 5th flip in the series. Make sure to pay attention to that one, because that's the one that's going to bring him to the top of the podium. But he's going to need all the tricks right here, Jared, as he comes in for pass number 2. Give it a call.
So Joel Poland is 20 seconds away from potentially taking the title, or will it go to Jake Abelson? Pressure is on as he starts, as you said, mode back-to-back, into that reverse, huge air, back to front flip, going now, standard front flip, going into the back landing, and watch it here, goes back over the line to the front, the 540 to the front, ski line 5 to the back, ski line 5 to the front, ski line O, back, Joel Poland with a wake O on the way out, he has done it, a stand-up pass, Tyler, but is it enough?
Wow. Going to be very close. Joel is pumped up about this. I know he wants this trick title. The question is, from the judge's perspective on time, about that 540. But would the 540 really make the difference? He may not need it. As he comes into the pavilion, he's a showman. That's right. It is Joel Poland into the pavilion. Get loud for him. He's coming in the back position. Crowd pleaser, fan teaser.
Well, Joel Poland, the showman that he is, will wait nervously to see who is going to be the winner. 11-7-20 is the score from Jake Abelson. We'll wait to hear from our judges what it is going to be. 4,570 in pass 1. What's your thoughts here, Tyler? Do you think he's done enough?
Going to be close, and if it is, I think it's only going to be a couple hundred points that separates it. It's going to be extremely close. You know, his score yesterday, just over 12,000 points. I don't think he necessarily needs the 540 to win, but it is going to be a game of inches, literally, as they calculate this score.
Yeah, we're just waiting here in the tower to find out who is going to be the Masters champion. We've already crowned Erica Lang from the USA, our women's trick champion. Will it be the USA taking 1 and 2 in the trick event? Or will Joel Poland do enough? You can cut the tension with a knife up here in the Robin's Nest and here in the pavilion.
Yeah, nobody is leaving the pavilion. I mean, all eyes are on the screen, waiting for Joel Poland's score to come through. Is it Jake Abelson? Is it Joel Poland? Only time will tell, and it's going to be a very slight differential as the judges calculate, and they have zeroed in on those wake tricks, those surface tricks, making sure there's the clearance, making sure there's the rotation, and all of those tricks. Now, Joel Poland has really separated himself away from the pack with that flip 540, right? That trick right there makes up the difference. But also Jake Abelson skied with great efficiency today. Too close to call.
And I remember, if you go back to yesterday too, the judges had to go back and review Joel's runs. They may not have been exactly right on where he may have performed those tricks, but they will make sure that each of those tricks was performed correctly, and we'll give him a corresponding score. Once we know it up here, we will announce it. It is only moments away here from the 65th Nautique Masters Water Ski and Wakeboard Tournament, presented by GM Marine. Don't go anywhere, though, because we are going to move straight into slalom. We've got the O'Brien Junior Men's head-to-head. Can Tim Wild of Germany take another title here at the Masters? But I tell you what, Damien Eade wants to have a bit of redemption going into that junior men's head-to-head.
Very excited to see that. We're doing a course change right now, of course, waiting the final scoring of this final in the men trick event. And I will be joined here in the booth with Pete Surrett for the O'Brien head-to-head, and then we will move right into women's slalom and men's slalom. If you're tuning in on the webcast, perfect conditions all weekend long, and here on Sunday, much of the same, Jared.
Good thing about this morning, Tyler, we had a bit of overcast cloud. We didn't get that blaring sun in our eyes early this morning, but yeah, look, the winds died off. Hearing some chatter behind.
Ooh.
This is going to be the closest score.
10-6-70. So let's see this. We're going to put it up on the leaderboard right now, 10-6-70, as they finalize the top three. Oh, my goodness. It's still pending. It is pending, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, this is going to be razor thin.
We flashed that score on pretty quickly, but yeah, it is still going to go back. It is still under review.
No margin at all here, Jared. And I think we're going to take the conservative stance right now. We are waiting on this pending score, but as you can see on the standings, 11,710 points for Jake Abelson, still at the top. But again, this is a preliminary score, and we're going to take the conservative stance of just waiting to see what the finals. Jared, I mean, it's been a minute since I've been part of a finals that's this close.
You can cut, as I said before, you can cut the tension with a knife. I think there was some people down in the pavilion that saw a score online. It is still pending. Please.
A lot of chatter up here in the pavilion. And I think they're even taking a look at Jake Abelson's score. A lot of calculations and looking at it.
Hearing some scores.
Wow, I'm hearing a recalculation going on for potentially Jake Abelson. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And you wonder as these scores start to roll in. Unofficially right now, Jake Abelson's score has been recalculated to 12,090 points. 190. But we are still confirming preliminary score for Joel Poland. You know, he's sitting there right now at a 10-6-70 that they're seeing on the board. And I am getting word that it is a official score. Jake Abelson with 12,190 points. Dorian Llewellyn, 10,680 points. And Joel Poland, 10-6-70. So there must have been something in that trick run that was a big point value that Joel...
He's missed out on.
He missed out on it.
And even to know the difference between Dorian Llewellyn there with the 10-6-80 and then the 10-6-70, 10 points separating second and third position. Yeah, wow, it's not what we expected there. But Jake Abelson, congratulations, the 12-190, your Masters champion here in the men's trick
With
final.
that, we are going to replay Jake Abelson's winning run and then go to commercial break.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the 2025 Nautique Masters Water Skiing Wakeboard Tournament presented by GM Marine. We have a special guest up here in the Robin's Nest, of course, Gracie Thompson, the programming manager of Callaway Gardens. Gracie, it's a pleasure to have you here on Masters Sunday. This is finals day, of course. Wow, what's your expectations? You've seen those guys out there on that trick ski. It's pretty exciting, isn't it?
It is so exciting, and today's such a beautiful day. You know, it's just the perfect weather. It's so exciting to watch, especially, like you said, today's the finals. So,
now, Tyler and I got a chance to, during the wakeboard yesterday, to get out and about around Callaway Gardens. We saw some. We actually were out on Aqua Island before. It's amazing. It's an amazing sight here at Callaway. What's your favorite part about being a part of the Callaway family?
oh my gosh, everything. Like you said, there's so many fun things like Aqua Island going on. But like I've talked about all weekend, the history is really my favorite part. The sentiment, especially with our partnership with the Masters, you know, over 60 years. It's just such a special thing to be a part of. And there's so much going on, not only over here at the beach, but also in the gardens as well, the Birds of Prey, the Butterfly Center. So it's just really special.
So we have a few, they said the Butterfly Center is open all the time. What time are the Birds of Prey shows on today? If any of the guys here on site want to go down and check it out?
Yeah, so if you want to catch them today, you just missed the first one at 11, but there's two more at 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Which one's the better show? The 5 o'clock one? Maybe
well,
the
I
nighttime
think
show?
all of them are the best, but if you want to stay out of the sun, I would go to the 5.
Now, I actually we took a drive this morning and ended up down at the Country Kitchen.
Yeah.
Still part of the Callaway Gardens.
Yes.
What an amazing breakfast that was this morning.
Oh, my gosh. One of my favorite places to eat. I'm glad you brought it up. It's been here since 1952. Actually, before that, when Callaway Gardens opened. And my favorite part, obviously, is the view, right? I don't know if you guys got to see, but it's got this spectacular view of the mountain. There's nothing like it.
We sat right at the front at the window. It was a beautiful view, as you said, over. And the food, how good is that food?
So good.
I think one of the things for skiers tomorrow when we leave here from Callaway Gardens, it's kind of on the way home if you're traveling back towards Florida or down to Orlando. Stop in tomorrow morning, grab yourself breakfast on the way home.
For sure. What a great idea.
And so the park itself, I got a chance last year to travel around. I hired a bike and did the whole place and rode around the entire gardens. It's just unbelievable to see how big. People don't understand. Even from the webcast point of view, you can't see how big this facility is. It's just amazing. How big is the total square footage of Callaway Gardens?
Yeah, Callaway Resort and Gardens is 2,500 acres. So there is something to see every time you visit. I mean, there's places I still haven't even gotten to see, right? It's just so expansive and so beautiful.
Now, we know over the back here, we've got Aqua Island, you've got the beach, you've got all of our fans and people who are just enjoying the Memorial Day weekend. You've got Putt over the back. I'm not quite sure if Tyler's asked this yet. What's in that big green, white, and red tent over the back there?
Yeah, so our circus tent over there throughout the year houses lots of different fun things, but the most exciting, I think, is probably during our big special events like Fantasy and Lights and Pumpkins at Callaway. That's going to house all of our retail, our food and beverage, so it's really utilized all throughout the year for all kinds of different things. In the spring, it houses our annual plant sale, so it's really, we're quite lucky to have it.
And the Azalea Bowl, I don't think it's quite flowering yet.
So actually, peak azalea bloom was about a month ago, so you guys just missed it.
Damn.
Yeah, it goes very quickly, but we've got 2 azalea bowls, the Overlook Azalea Bowl and the Callaway Brothers Azalea Bowl, in peak bloom in March and April. Breathtaking. There's nothing else like it.
And so what's coming up? We've got Memorial Day weekend now. What's coming up over the next few months? What's some of the big tick-off bucket list to come here to Callaway Gardens?
Yeah, so Memorial Day weekend kicked off 100 Days of Summer for us here at Callaway. That's going to wrap up with our hot air balloon show and glow on Labor Day weekend. We're going to roll right into Pumpkins at Callaway, and then just about 10 days after that, we're going to roll in to our biggest event of the year, Fantasy and Lights.
Well, we'll come back to that. We are going into the O'Brien head-to-head. We have our 2 junior competitors, our 2 junior boys, slalom winners out here to perform for us here on Robin Lake, and this is, of course, from Germany, your Masters Slalom champion, Tim Wild from Germany, cruising through this opening pass. I would say it's going to be a 14.25 line, 28 off. We'll get that confirmed, but Gracie, it's a pleasure to be here at Callaway and see the gardens. Even coming here my first year, you're just blown away by the size of the place and how nice the facilities. The moment you come through those gates, must feel pretty good to be a part of it.
It really does, and we really appreciate you saying that. We've had such a great weekend, and we can't wait for next year.
And the Masters will continue on here for many, many years to come, and we hope we get that same support from Callaway, and we certainly thank you and all of the Callaway staff for putting on such a fantastic Masters here in 2025.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, not only for Gracie, but all of the Callaway Garden staff, please, here for putting on 2025. Thank you very much, Gracie.
Thank you.
Sorry, Tyler.
All right. I'm back. Jared, thanks for covering. Got to run off the pavilion sometimes, take a little break, and run right back. And we're back with Damian Eade in this O'Brien head-to-head for scholarship money. These were your top two qualifiers in the junior competition. Damian, around number 3, over to number 4. Skied very well in that competition. Of course, Tim Veald able to edge him out. The first competitor in the history of the 32 years we've done Junior Masters to win slalom, tricks, and jump and overall, Pete. Tim Veald now trying to win the O'Brien head-to-head. That would be 5 titles, 5 titles, 5 titles, 5 titles, and 5 titles in one weekend. How about that? But if there's one person that can slow them down, it's Jaden Eade.
Well, as you said last Friday, Tim was dialed, and let's see how dialed he is today.
Yeah, he was dialed, and just briefly, we had the O'Brien head-to-head yesterday, and we're back today with the men, but such a special occasion that we get to do on Saturday and Sunday here at the Masters in honor of Andy Mapple. This is really the Andy Mapple Memorial Scholarship. Is the scholarship, this college scholarship, still $2,000 today for the men, and then $2,000 for the winner, and then $500 for the runner-up?
Correct. Yes, same as it was yesterday. $2,000 for the winner, $500 for the runner-up. We thank the Mapple family for contributing to that as well in Andy's memory. And yeah, it's great to support these juniors out here and see them skiing on Saturday and Sunday with all the elite skiers.
Well, Tim Veald, 12-meter line. A bit scary moment around number 1, but gets settled in at 12 meters, 35 off. Jaden will be coming back in the course at 35 off as well. It's just amazing to see the progression of the juniors. It's amazing to see the scholarship. So many familiar faces we've seen in the juniors. We get to see on Saturday and Sunday in the in the preliminary and the final. Yesterday, Trinidad Espinol was up here. We've interviewed her. I know we interviewed her last year, but 3-time Masters champion.
3-time winner of the scholarships, which is absolutely amazing. She's an outstanding young lady, and very happy for her. And look forward to next year to seeing her on Saturday and Sunday with the elite skiers.
That's right, and I think we are definitely going to see her when it comes that time next year. She has run out of space in the junior division. I'm sure some of those juniors are going to be like, thankful to see her.
It's about time.
It's about time, right? Yeah. Well, Jaden Eade is next. Had the opportunity. It's Damian. Sorry. Damian. So here's
Jaden was last year.
Here's the thing. So Jaden was up here in the booth last year.
Yeah.
Younger brother Damian is out on the water now. And I just interviewed these two guys like a month ago. And so they battle so close back to back. Sometimes you can't guess who's out there because it could be one or the other. So
any given day could be either one of them. They're skiing great.
And there goes Damian around number 5 and number 6. Pete, you talk about water sports and Damian Eade. I don't know if you knew this, but Damian Eade is also on the path to be a world-class fisherman. And so there is a school that I know of that has the most championships ever in collegiate skiing, which is Louisiana Monroe, my alma mater, which also has a fishing team, which his brother is already committed to. And I can't think of a better place for him to consider to go to college.
Absolutely. Well, maybe a scholarship will help him push the envelope a little bit.
Kerry Lee, former Raging Cajun up here, disagrees with that comment. But you got to believe that I will do everything I can to recruit Damian for the Warhawks.
Got to take care of the alma mater.
That's right. That's right. So 35 off. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time experiencing slalom skiing, that boat speed for the men is 36 miles an hour. They are at a line length now, 38 off of a standard 75 feet. The rope will not reach the buoys. This is a huge pass. Very, very difficult on Robin Lake to get through 38 off. Let's see if Tim Field, who has won everything this weekend, can win it again here in the scholarship round. Over to number 2 at 38. Tim Field kicks it out at number 3. An incredible weekend he's had. Give it up for him. Writing Masters history, the first male ever to sweep Junior Masters incredible skiing.
Yeah, we will find out if that's enough. And again, now skier number 2 needs to beat the score of skier number 1. So, difficult pass.
It's a difficult pass, and it's hard to believe. It's already lunchtime. Athletes, go head over across from the pavilion and pick up your lunch. Thank you so much. And those that are tuning in on the webcast, I know that there was a couple glitches in the system, but it's been re-embedded into the code, and it's also streaming there on YouTube. So just go ahead and accept all of the cookies, and you will be able to bring up the webcast. And we apologize for those technical difficulties. But even with those difficulties, we don't stop here, Pete. We just keep rolling.
I tell you what, the Masters, year after year after year, very seldom do you find a time when it doesn't just stay right on schedule. They do an amazing job, all the officials and coordinators, of keeping this event moving.
Damian Eade on the water needs 3 buoys for the scholarship money. Can he get in the money? Good start at number 1. Over to number 2. Needs a full 3 to get the scholarship. He's going to go for more. Over to number 4. Going to extend it to number 5, Iron Fist. A bit of redemption there, taking the silver in the junior competition, but comes back in the head-to-head to take the scholarship.
Yeah, and that's not the first time we've seen that happen. I think that's also why these guys like to come out here. Both the ladies and the men like to come out here because you just never know one way or the other. Sometimes it takes that extra run on Saturday or Sunday for that redemption.
All right, as he skis by the pavilion, your O'Brien head-to-head scholarship winner, Damian Eade. Goes with the backflip into the pavilion. So how special is this going to be? Because we're going to bring him up onto the podium here in just 1 second, and you're going to present that Andy Mapple Memorial Scholarship. But his brother, Jaden, was up here last year, and now Damian's going to receive it.
Absolutely. Again, probably a little redemption. They fought last year. They fought this year. I mean, let's, the brotherly love. We'll find out. We'll ask about that when he comes up.
Well, his parents definitely got to be proud. They've had scholarship money in each year, right? Yeah. They're bringing money home for school as official score of 52 buoys, 4 buoys at 38 off the tow line. A lot of skiing. Pete, we've been here on a lot of occasions. A lot of people tuning in on the webcast and on the banks. And as you look at the conditions, you couldn't write a better script of this 65th Masters because it is gorgeous here.
This has been definitely one of the better weekends that I can remember overall for conditions, for weather, slight little breeze, keeping everybody happy. No, this has been a spectacular weekend. We always say this is just a spectacular venue. Being up here in the Crow's Nest is a pleasure, as always. Being with you here, Tyler, too. We've done quite a few things over the years, which is always fun. But yeah, this is special. Being here is very special.
Well, and I want to mention that you're down there in the O'Brien booth with plenty of O'Brien inventory. Of course, O'Brien covering the full spectrum of towed water sports and lake experience. From, I know you guys have inflatables, you've got skis, you got wakeboards. Go over there and visit Pete and the gang and check out the O'Brien tent. Unbelievable, too. We were talking about the prestige of this tournament. We were talking about the centennial of Nautique, but 60 years now for O'Brien.
Yeah, it's amazing. I said yesterday, we feel like right now at our generation, we're just the guardians. We want to continue to push the business forward, push the brand forward, keep it relevant in the industry, and keep it healthy to pass on to the next generation, because we know there's going to be another generation coming up that wants to take over and do different things with the brand. So, yeah, feel free. Visit us on Facebook and Instagram, O'Brien Water Sports, and certainly head to the website, o'brien.com. You'll find some Memorial Day deals there. A lot of times we do a code here at the Masters. No need this year. The sale is on automatically. So don't need to remember code. Just go check it out over the Memorial Day weekend.
That's right. And one of the things that I really love about the O'Brien brand, it really transcends three-event skiing into so many other areas of towed water sports. But globally, the brand is all over the world.
Absolutely. I just, a week ago today, I just flew back from New Zealand attending the Auckland Boat Show down there. So it's alive and well. Australia, New Zealand, all in Europe, all South Africa. Yes, globally, you can find it pretty much everywhere, it's always fun to walk into a store or a retailer in a faraway country and see the brand. It just reminds us all how special it is.
It is. And, as you know, Pete, I'm a huge O'Brien fan. We get into that history from time to time of, all of the brands that I got, or all of the skis I got to ski on in the late, that were part of the late 80s, early 90s. I'm looking for some of those retro colors to come back into fashion. I want to get into the hot pink and lime green and all of that, but there's so much history there. And each time I get to have this interview and this time I get to spend with you, it's just a pleasure and an honor to talk about O'Brien. And then certainly, I remember the day that I got to call slalom with Andy Mapple, and being up here with the Andy Mapple Memorial Scholarship. This is just really something special, not only for the tournament, but to remember everything Andy did for this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a huge promoter of the juniors, and that's actually being carried on today by Ronnie. So Ronnie Barton, who helps put on this tournament, was also a huge promoter of the juniors. So we appreciate that very much.
All right, with that said, we're about ready to start women's slalom, and we will start women's slalom, and then we will get right to our O'Brien head-to-head winner in just a moment. First up on the slalom course from Australia, it is going to be Vanessa Beek. That boat speed traveling a constant speed of 34 miles an hour. Vanessa grabbed that fourth spot there yesterday in the preliminary round. Around number 2, over to number 3. Still looking very solid at 28 off of a standard 75-foot line on pass number 1. Unofficially 6 full buoys. And I am joined in the booth with none other than Damien Eade, who just took the title in the O'Brien head-to-head. Damien, how did it feel out there?
Oh, it feels great. It's so much fun. It was nice to go out there and ski with just a little less pressure. I was all out there to gain, so I'm really happy to come away with it.
It was really cool. I had the opportunity to interview you and your brother about a month ago as you got back from Moomba. Jaden sat in that chair last year. You sit in this chair this year. What does that mean for your family?
It means everything. It's so cool I mean, I really wish to do a head-to-head slalom against Jaden sometime in the future. But I was just glad, I had him on the start dock. He was cheering me on. So that to me is everything. And, same way we were supporting him last year, he was able to support me. So it's really cool to see that.
Amazing stuff. And what does it feel like Sunday here? I mean, you're getting to ski on really finals day, a really special moment for this head-to-head.
I mean, yeah, it's super cool. Like, in a second, we're going to see some of the best in the world just go out there and tear it up. So to be able to go out and just kind of see him go out after me is pretty cool.
All right, well, we'll get right back to the awards presentation. Here comes Vanessa Veek, 32 off the tow line, through the gate, and around number 1. Look at her backside, those turns, nice tight line. You're getting an idea of the beautiful concept of slalom, high speed across the wake, and beautiful turns, throwing up big sprays on each side of the course. With that said, Pete Surratt, very special here. As Damien, he is going to present you with the Andy Mapple Memorial Scholarship plaque.
Congratulations. Nice to see you keep it in the family. I got to say hello to Jaden earlier in the week. He tapped me on the shoulder earlier in the end to say thank you from last year. So, look forward. It would be fun to have you guys go head-to-head, actually, I think, really well. So, congratulations. Great day yesterday, great day today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, Damien Eve, give your hands up for him here in the pavilion. Unbelievable. That's $2,000 for scholarship money that he is going to take home. Of course, his brother got it last year. Damien and Jaden, the future of the sport for sure. Congratulations to him. As we get ready for pass number 3 with Vanessa Veek. Good shot at replay right there for Vanessa. As here we go, 12-meter line, 35 off. Coming down the lake and into the course. Needs all of this one. There's no question about it. Good start at number 1 for Vanessa. Over to number 2. Look how connected she looks behind the boat as she swings from side to side, really the pendulum effect. Jared, I know that Vanessa down in Australia, like you said, she's made her presence felt for a long time, but it's really cool to see her here in a final at the Masters.
Oh, I'm so happy that she made it here to the finals here of the Masters. She is, of course, skiing now here she's got a house down in Palm City, down at Pentalago, which I got a chance to go down and visit Vanessa and seeing where they're building their ski site, and they've got their ski dock ready. They'll start to build their house over the next 12 to 18 months. And big shout out to all the guys down there at Pentalago. If you're watching and supporting Vanessa, I know there's a few Australians back there ready to watch Vanessa rip down this next pass. 38 off. She can get through this though, Tyler. Set the standard here in slalom as we saw yesterday. Put the pressure back on the dock.
It does.
And that's what it's all about.
Well, Jared, you had great commentary and analysis of this pass right here at 38, because you not only mentioned how important the start was, but how important this connection from 2 to 3 is going to be for Vanessa Veek if she's going to run 38 off. Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, if we can get Vanessa through this pass at 38 off, she is going to put a lot of pressure on the competition. Rope does not reach the buoys. Let's take a look at the start. Great start. Can she get out of number 2? She can.
Yeah.
She's over to number 3. Can she get outside of number 4? She gets a big hit at 4. Can she go to number 6? Digging hole!
Yeah!
Let's go!
And she is pumped too, Tyler. Runs the 11.25, Vanessa Veek of Australia. How good is that? Australia will be waking up tomorrow going, wow, look at this. It is starting to, as you said, the goosebumps are starting to get going as Vanessa Veek has just run 38 off. So you know what that does, though? It does show that conditions today and the lake is skiing really nicely here at the moment.
This is the fourth time this morning I have had goosebumps in the robin's nest. Wow. Look at the tenacity out of 5, ladies and gentlemen. You think she wanted it just a little bit? Unbelievable. Throws the fist. Now, little bit of strategy here at 39 off, Jared. I'm thinking a full 2 would be a huge score here.
If you get the full 2, even if you lean and get the ski around 3, 2.5 at 39.5, would be even better here for Vanessa. But you know what? She's just going to be happy. She'll take the ride. Wasn't expecting, I think, coming into the Masters, probably not expecting to be into the final. Of course, we're missing out of this final list Jamie Bull and Whitney McClintock-Rini. So Vanessa probably thought that she wasn't really going to be skiing here on Finals Day Sunday. But here we go. Australia's Vanessa Wieck, residing down in Florida. Great start at buoy 1. She's there at 2 as well. Oh, no! Just losing the handle. Put your hands together, folks. 10.75. A score of 1.5 is going to be that official score.
I love the aggressive approach into 39 off. Went deep at number 1, able to hang on to the load, and decides to go for it at number 2. Unofficially 1 1/2 for Vanessa Wieck. We will go back to replay. You can't really get out of one ball any better than Vanessa did right there.
No, definitely not. I think she probably knew it too. Might have even surprised herself as she came out of one ball. We see here on that replay. Nice, aggressive approach, hooked up nicely. Probably got her handle caught up a little bit towards the top of her hand, and as she released, it looked like she just took a little bit too much out of 2 ball. But great skiing there, Vanessa. Of course, her husband, Noah. Got a chance to be in the boat with him for a couple of skiers. And he has got a really, if you get a chance, go down and ski with Vanessa and Noel, because he's got a really different style of coaching. And I like the way he says things to some of his skiers, which you don't usually hear.
What I love about Sunday at the final, you just see all of the athletes just empty the tank out there, putting it on the line, the body on the line, doing whatever it takes to put out a score. Vanessa, big score right there, and I got to tell you, that is going to put some serious pressure on the rest of the pack. You got Regina Jaquist next, Neely Ross, and then top-seeded skier from the USA and HO syndicate athlete Allie Nicholson. You know, it's so hard to describe really to those out there on the webland what it feels like to be in the pavilion. The excitement is at another level. The energy is at another level. And you do, throughout the day, especially on Sunday, there are goosebumps up here because there are such special moments and you can feel the passion and the energy on the water.
And else too, like with the curvature of the roof as well, like kind of reverberates when some people, when you hear someone yell, you can hear it reverberate through everything. So once everyone in the pavilion starts to get excited, especially when someone like Vanessa goes and runs 38 off here at the Masters, you can certainly feel, and that's where those goosebumps start to rise. But look down the water. Our next competitor is your defending Masters champion on the 13-meter line, 32 off, is, of course, Regina Jaquist.
All right, the defending champ, Regina Jaquist, and your world record holder around number 2 over to number 3. And maybe wondering why a little bit Regina is in this spot going into the finals. She really just had to ski enough to get into the final round to make sure she secured her ticket, and she did. And now, it's really interesting because a lot of times we've seen Regina as the top seed, but Regina also knows that when she's up in the running order like this, the way Regina can ski, talk about putting pressure on the pack, she definitely is looking to do that. But no small task indeed with Vanessa Wieck and her showing her here this morning.
With multiple world records, skiing on to the 10.25 line. She had multiple world championships, not only in slalom, but in trick and overall as well. Regina will be coming back. Probably the biggest highlight of her life at the moment is, of course, the engagement to Jack Critchley. She'll be the future Regina Critchley. But she does struggle a lot, of course, with a doctorate in pharmacy and having her own pharmacy. Does find it a little bit more difficult to be able to travel and ski, but it's great to see her still pushing the boundaries of women's slalom, even women's overall. Here's Regina Jaquist. We bring around, this will be 35 off the 12-meter line.
Let's take a look at this for Regina. Had the opportunity to speak to Regina about this 135 turn right there, and that is her offside turn. She said over the years she actually prefers going into 135 if she's down course a little bit, and that is somewhat of a rarity that you would want to go into your offside turn rather than your onside turn, which for Regina would be 2-4. She says, really just got it dialed in, and that's one of the reasons why, she might be the first female athlete ever soon to run that 41 off loop. It's because she is so efficient on each side of the course.
Since she signed with Nautique, of course, I think it was just over 12 months ago, it was a great addition to the Nautique team, having such her experience and her credentials on each of those, whether it's a slalom ski or a jump ski, to be there and be part of that team is where the direction. I love the direction Nautique was going with that. Even with the T-Gas, the signing of T-Gas, but
yeah. Team Nautique athlete Regina Jaquist on the line at 38 off. Now, this is 38 off from the opposite direction that Vanessa ran hers. Regina typically starting at that 32 off line length is going to do the same here today in the final. So this third pass is where the rope does not reach the buoys. She's going to need all of this one, ladies and gentlemen. 38 off. Needs this one to challenge the lead. Let's see what Regina can do. Rope does not reach the buoys. She swings out wide on that good ski and now drops in. Tight line at number 1 over to number 2. A little fast at number 2 on the tail at number 2. Needs to make up ground at 3. That is that 3 ball I was telling you about. That offside turn. Oh, no. On the tip of the ski right there, and unfortunately goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Regina Jaquist. How about that number 3 ball? How does she hang on to that, Jared?
Yeah, she's be so bummed with that because you can get to 5 ball and just came over the front of the ski and it bit and threw her out the front. But we see here, got a good hook up out of 1 ball. A little bit, though, on the back of the ski. 2 balls where she got lost down course a little bit, so she had a lot of speed into 3, but you said bit of a slam dunk at 3, how strong she is. She used the boat, pulled across to 4. I thought she was in a good enough position, but you just saw there as she came up the second weight, getting on the back of the ski, and that really getting it in deep there in 5 ball and going down there, Regina Jaquist. But so we'll have a Ski Nautique head back. We'll have 2 more competitors. Slalom goes so fast, doesn't it, this sort of level when there's only 4 skiers. But you have Neely Ross of Canada. She will want to take out this slalom title, seeing that she missed out on the trick event earlier.
That's right. So Neely Ross and then top-seeded skier Allie Nicholson. I know way across the pond in Australia, though, they are going to be glued to their screens as Vanessa Veek has a commanding lead at this point.
It's 2:15 in the morning. I don't know how many Aussies would still be up at this time in the morning, but I tell you what, they'll wake up tomorrow at a Monday morning at 6 o'clock, 6 or 7 o'clock, and they'll be opening up their phones to Vanessa Veek being on the podium at the Masters like she did back in 2023. So,
well, geared up and ready. Neely Ross, of course, we've seen her in the trick event. She's back here in the slalom event. You're starting to get the feeling here that 38 off pass is going to be the pass, right? And Vanessa going for it at that 2 ball at 39.5. She made it over there. She decided to go for it. But 38 off, so difficult here on Robin Lake. I will tell you this, though. The way Neely Ross is slaloming, the way Allie Nicholson is slaloming, it definitely could go down again, and we could have a new leader.
Yeah, and I think so. If it's going to come, it has to come from either of these two athletes. Of course, Neely Ross getting ready. We'll see the boat take her up, zero up to 55Ks, 34.2 miles per hour. And we'll see if Neely Ross can take down this slalom title. 14.25, 28 off the opening pass. And she's just got a beautiful style. The way she moves that ski out around each of those turn buoys, especially on the 135 side. Even her offside turns, they just look flawless, don't they, for Neely Ross there on the opening there. 28 off your 14.25 line.
Really smooth, and we'll go back to Nautique Instant Replay to break down Neely's run here at 28 off. And watch right there how almost like her upper body and her arm open up and then drop back in on the finish of the turn. So smooth, so easy there for Neely Ross. You know, we saw Vanessa Veek with the 28 off start. Regina went with the 32 off start. Back with the 28 off start for Neely. A little bit of strategy, you think, in the finals, and it really helps, of course. Her dad, Drew Ross. Neely and Drew have been here at Masters so many times. The strategy going into the tournament, taking in that information intake during the preliminary, evaluating the game plan going into today. Neely looks strong out there on the slalom course.
And if that first pass is anything to go by, you'd highly suspect that 38 off will go down here by Neely Ross. But we'll go, make the turn down at the beach end and bring her in. 32 off pass here for Neely Ross. Great to see all of our fans come down. The sun's out. Sun's out, guns out. As Neely Ross comes into one ball. Nice width. Good hook up. Two ball looks nice. Keeps that line tension. Look how nice and tight that line is the entire pass. Neely leans on across to 5 and early as you like. Cup of tea and a biscuit out through 6 ball there for Neely Ross at 32 off.
That reminded me that you were at the country restaurant up on the hill with a cup of tea and a biscuit right there. Did you have biscuits and gravy up there this morning?
I actually didn't. I had pancakes and didn't get. Susie Bryant had biscuit, and that's all she could talk about was how good it was.
Neely Ross, 6 full buoys there on the replay. 12 meters next, 35 off. Needs all of this one and is going to need all of the next one. So running the labyrinth of colors. This is going to be the blue loop before we go to the violet loop. And it really does go fast when you're out there. You think about, well, we're talking right now, they're sitting in the water, but when you're getting geared up and the excitement of Robin Lake, people getting into the water, you can feel it all the way through the park.
We going back on Aqua Island today?
I don't know if I could survive another day on Aqua Island, but I may just have to. I was on level 4 over there, which is the very top, and that was exhilarating. I went at least 10 times.
All your kids want to do is push me in the water, but here we go. Neely Ross, 35 off, heading towards the later stages of this final round of the women's slalom. Let's see. Oh, nice start at 1. Hip extension out past 2 ball, wide enough. Behind that Garmin Ski Nautique, Neely Ross, early for buoy number 5. Waits for the pull, and she'll make it out through 6 there. Neely Ross completing 35 off. Now the money pass, Tyler. This is where she needs to start to get aggressive, and let's see how she tackles 2 ball at 38 off on this next pass.
Well, I tell you what, great 12-meter run there from Neely Ross, staying aggressive at the front part of this run. And it's so important not only to stay aggressive, but if you don't get out of the turn you quite like, is to have good course management and maybe bring it down the lake just a little bit. And we saw that at number 5 to number 6. And I think that's the reason why at 38 off, a lot of these athletes are making a longer pull from 5 to 6 that we normally see. But that's what it takes to get it done. 6 full buoys at 35 off. Wouldn't it be something, though, if Neely could clear this pass, because the next pass, the door is somewhat open if she could get 2 full buoys.
And that's where I think Vanessa will be a little bit I'm not sure what it was. Great to run 38. I think she knows that if she had have got the full 2 and maybe gotten the ski to 3 ball, at least got a 2.5 at that 39.5 off, she'd almost have cemented a 1 or 2 spot. With how well these girls are skiing, though, who knows what is going to happen. Here we go. Neely Ross, 38 off the 11.25 metre line. Eyes down, eye off those entry gates. Nice speed, nice gate speed. Nice turn at 1. Good hook up. A little bit on the back, though. Now turns 2. Aggressively at 2. Turns, boy, 3. Looking at 4. She's late and down course here at 4. She's going to be in a bit of trouble here at 5. She gets the door. She's not going to turn 5. S turns back to the wakes, and she knows that she's disappointed there. But it means the Australian Vanessa Veek moves into a guaranteed silver medal here at the Masters.
What a storyline that is for Vanessa Veek right now, as she is just waiting patiently for the top seed. Neely had a good run going. You can see she was working hard at the beginning of the run. By the time she got to number 3 and number 4, she's just running out of lake. Long pull into number 4. She knows it's going to be a podium spot at least the 3rd position, if not the 2nd position, so she decides to take 5 and get back to the wake.
It looked like she safety turned 2 ball a little bit. You would have known that those rollers maybe there at 2, and you kind of see her dip her hips in and before the ski started to move. But still a solid score. 5 at 38 off the 11.25. There you go, the official score there. Total buoy count of 53. Your current lead score of 55.5 buoys by Vanessa Veek, our first competitor. And there she is, 1.5, 39.5 off. Neely Ross, as you said, 5 at 38. Guarantees her a spot on top of the podium. 1 skier left. And, of course, she is your top seed. Skiing for the USA, and it is Ali Nicholson.
Ali Nicholson, your top qualifier, taking the top-seeded spot here in the final round. HO Syndicate team athlete. You know Team HO is taking a look at this one. Ali pulls out for her gates. This is going to be 13 meters, so the 32 off start. So similar type of strategy in the final that we saw from Regina Jaquist. Here comes Ali around number 3 off to number 4. Look much like we saw from her yesterday. She has been dialed in all weekend long.
She looks beautiful out there on that slalom ski. The way that she's moving, staying aggressive still, but really light on that slalom ski, isn't she? She's not getting it in deep, just moving with the boat. And Ali Nicholson, know her brother Zane's joining us again. Welcome, Zane, and I'm sure the whole Danish water ski team are watching to see what Ali Nicholson can do here, final competitor. And then, of course, we're going to move straight into the pro men's slalom. Don't go anywhere. Of course, we'll have Nate Smith, back-to-back power couple in slalom skiing. Of course, Ali Nicholson and Nate Smith going back-to-back off the dock. We'll then have your defending Masters champion, Cole McCormick from Canada. Dane Meckler, who was a standout from yesterday, making it all the way through to this final. And then your top seed, who had 2 at 41 off, eyeing off that course record, Tyler. He's going to be none other than Great Britain's Freddie Winter.
So much action still yet to come. Great shot from inside of the boat on that opening pass. 6 full buoys confirmed. Going to be coming back at the 12-meter line, 35 off the standard 75 feet or the blue line. Here we go with Ali Nicholson. Nice and wide on the gate, gets good glide. Now she is through those entrance gates and around number 1. Really, really like how she stays almost back and away around the buoy. Very connected as she goes into 3, 4, 5. And number 6, a lot of space at number 6. She is very early here today.
Yeah, she's looking dialed in there, Ali Nicholson. She'll go down and think about what she needs to do to run this next past the 38 off. But Tyler, you mentioned it earlier. HO Team Syndicate, the only ski brand out there that actually has a fully developed ski team that support each other in and out through each event that they go to, and it's great to see the camaraderie between all of those HO athletes.
I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of those athletes, and of course, last year even at the U.S. Nationals, had the opportunity to talk to Wade Cox about those athletes and how they're able to work together. Allie Nicholson was on the Hit It podcast where I had the opportunity to interview her about how special that team is. They train together. They obviously practice and work on skis together, but they're also in full support at all of these major tournaments for one another.
And that's what you want. You want that camaraderie. You want to know that when you go to a ski event, wherever it is around the world, that you have the support not only of family and friends, but also of other athletes that are going to be competing there as well, because you all use similar information, and they'll all be telling each other what's happening out there. And I'm sure Atlee will pass that information, if she makes it back down, of course, to the rest of the team. But here we go. Allie Nicholson, 38 off the 11.25 from the start dock end. Let's see what this start is going to be. Who is going to win the Masters Championship? He gets nice turn at 1. Great turn at 2 here for Allie. There's 3 ball dialing herself in here at 4. Oh, she's looking all of this pass. Oh, big 5 ball. Didn't need such a big 5, but there she is through the 11.25.
And the pavilion knows it. The crowd knows it. Just way out ahead of the pack the way she's been skiing in the preliminary and the final. That was by far the earliest 38 off we've seen all weekend long. I mean, she is absolutely dialed in midway through the course and around number 4, off to number 4. Took a pretty big load off number 5 right here. But she stays connected, and she's just waiting on number 6. Now, the door is open because she just needs to get back to the wake and skiing position with 2 full buoys, and she will be your 2025 Women's Slalom Masters champion. But for those of you watching on the webcast, a lot of what we saw, like Cole McCormick last year, Allie has just, in this tournament dominated, has been so far ahead on every pass she has skied. Let's see if she can grab the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. She needs 2 buoys to be crowned the champion here in 2025. The start's so important. Pulling out wide for the gate, Allie Nicholson for the championship through the gate. Around number 1, pulls into number 2, needs to get back to the wake. She is the 2025 U.S. Masters champion.
How good does that feel? Allie Nicholson is your champion here in 2025. The pavilion goes wild. Team HO Syndicate are at the top of the table. But don't forget, though, in second place will go to Vanessa Veek of Australia with that 1.5 at 39.5 off. And then rounding out the top of the leaderboard, Neely Ross from Canada. Well done there, Allie Nicholson. Zane sends his love all the way from Denmark. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together. Your 2025 Women's Slalom Champion here at the Masters, Allie Nicholson.
All weekend long has just been ahead of the pack out there on the slalom course, and a well-deserved, hard-fought win there for Allie Nicholson, and he just loved to see the iron fist. There is your final in the women's slalom. Allie Nicholson on the top spot with 56 buoys, followed by Vanessa Veek, 55.5, and Neely Ross with 53 buoys.
Wow. That's a precursor to this men's slalom. I'll tell you what, we're in for something exciting here at Callaway Gardens. So we may, I'm not quite sure we're going to go straight in. Looks like we might do a simulation pass. So maybe we will go to a quick commercial break and we'll continue on with the 2025 Nautique Masters Water Ski and Wakeboard Tournament presented by GN Marine in just a few moments with the men's slalom final here from Callaway Gardens.
Welcome to the intersection of freedom and fun, where everyone gathers to live ambitiously and embrace adventure. It's time to carve out memories and transform your weekends. It's time for moments to be shared and retold as the epic stories that spark contagious laughter and inspire lifelong friendships. It's time now to soak in the sun, challenge the norms, learn a new skill, and spend time with your favorite people. O'Brien Water Sports. creating the best experiences on the water.
World record ropes Masterline.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tyler Boyd, joined in the booth with Jared Faro. What an exciting women's slalom final it was. Allie Nicholson at 2 buoys at 39.5 off, followed by Vanessa Veek, 1.5 at 39. And to round out the podium in the bronze, Neely Ross, 5 at 38. Now we talk about some of the most anticipated, talked about events coming into the Masters each and every year. We are here at men's slalom.
Yeah, men's slalom, of course, this is where we see the peak of our webcast, people dialing in because they want to know who is going to be our Masters men's slalom champion. It's going to come from one of these four competitors, Nate Smith of the USA will be our first off. Will he set a score that the others will chase? It needs to be a big score because we know we're going to be followed by Cole McCormick from Canada, the defending Masters champion. Dane Meckler, here, of course, with his son, wanting to show him how to be a Masters champion at such a young age. And then, of course, the guy who was leaps and bounds above everyone else in that semi-final, skiing 2 at 41. It, of course, is none other than Freddie Winter.
And I would tell you, the 39.5 off loop is going to look similar to that 38 that we just saw from the women. It is going to come down to a play from 5 to 6, and if they can maintain composure to get out the gate, that will be the storyline here in the final. Nate Smith, several times, has taken the Masters title here. A little bit different to see Nate in the seeding order out first in a final, but he gets to go set the pace, and that is not something I don't think I've said very often, where Nate Smith is going to set the pace.
No, Nate doesn't really phase Nate wherever he skis. He just goes out there, enjoys what he's doing. He's now a full-time pilot, and skiing has sort of taken a bit of a backward step for him because he still is the world record holder, and he will just want to go out there, do what he can do, perform at his best, and hopefully win another Masters title. He's just seen his girlfriend go out there and win the women's. Let's see if we do a couples back-to-back Masters wins. He's got a lot of work to do, though. He knows that he needs to get at least a score at 41 if he wants to be the title. I know, talking to Nate earlier in the week when I was down there at Lake Roper, where Nate has his house and where he skis, I asked him the question, what makes the Masters so much more difficult than anywhere else in the world? And he goes, one word, unpredictability. You just do not know where, when, and how those rollers are going to hit you. And he's seen them in every part of this course because he's been here for so many years. Rollers can hit you anywhere. And I guess that adds to the drama, doesn't it, of the Masters?
Well, like my good friend says, that sat here for a long time, Desbert Kennedy. Drama, 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 action, action, action. We've got it all at the Masters. Nate Smith, and right there, that 2-3 connection. We'll see that at 39 in just a couple of moments, handling that section of the course rather well, and then off to number 6. Now, I would say this about slalom. Nate, assuming he can get through this next pass at 38 and then challenge the 39 off loop, the section of the course is that 2-3 at 39. But like we saw in the women's, you have to stay aggressive all the way through the course if you're going to run it, because there always seems to be a very long pull from 5 to 6, and you just run out of lake right there.
And that's if you're safety turning 2-ball, especially if you're heading towards the start dock, that tough end, which is what we just seen from Nate. That then is going to throw your timing off as you go further and further down the course, and that's where we are seeing those later 38 and 11.25s struggling at 5 and 6 ball. But I'm sure that Nate will have a plan. He's always sort of very methodical the way he goes about his skiing. He knows, as much as what he looks relaxed on the outside, he'll be knowing and thinking exactly what he needs to do to get on top of the podium.
That's right. They're going to bring Nate Smith back at 38 off. Rope does not reach the buoys. You see those beautiful Master Line ropes in the commercial and how they're manufactured. Well, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the violet loop on that commercial. Here we go. Nate pulling out wide, and let's take a look at this first section of the course for Nate. Very, very calm, smooth, connected to the rope. As you can see, makes this look very easy, but through the wakes, going upwards to 60 miles an hour before he slams it on edge to go back the other direction. I have to say, this skiing right now from Nate Smith, he is dialed, absolutely dialed, and I think he's exactly where he wants to be as he gets ready for 39.5.
Yeah, but conditions also don't get too much better than this. There's little to no wind. The sun is shining. The weather's it's a little bit, it's not as hot as what we've seen over the past 2 days, but listen, conditions do not get much better than this. You can see that on the webcast, see the glassy conditions outside of the slalom course. And Nate Smith just cruising through that pass. One thing I think I'll ever forget, Tyler, and I said it yesterday, is when Nate Smith finally did what no one ever thought was possible, was to run the 10.25 on the Yarra River at the Moomba Masters. And that record stood for a very long time. Not unlike your favourite record here at the Masters, of course, that Chris Parrish's 2005 record.
And assuming Nate can get through this pass, I will definitely highlight that record at 41. That being said, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Nate Smith can get through 39.5 off here today. Of course, Freddie Winter had the top qualifying score at 2 at 41. No one else but Freddie ran 39 yesterday. Let's see if Nate can do it on Sunday here in the final. He is through the gate, traveling to the tough section of the course right now. Drills it at number 2, over to number 3. Needs a strong turn out of 4. Good turn out of number 4. Does he get a long pull from 5 to 6? And I'd have to say he is early and waiting.
Whew.
That is something we have not seen a skier very, very comfortable cruising into number 6.
I don't know about easy, Tyler. I think we go back to this replay. He didn't have a great one-ball start here at 39. You saw him sort of had to really have a double take and a lean across. 2-ball was, again, a bit of a safety turn at 2. But once he sort of got a bit of rhythm down this pass, he was a fraction. Actually, it looks a little bit cleaner on the replay than what it looked live, but had plenty of space there at 6-ball. 39.5 off there, Nate Smith. But, Tyler, it could be time.
It could be time. One of the longest standing men's slalom records that I know of. The course record. Chris the Tower Parrish, 2005, has the course record at 4 buoys at 41 off. Definitely Nate wants to put pressure on the competition, but is today the day that a 20-year record falls?
Let's see.
Let's see. Here goes Nate. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's get behind him. This is 41 off. 4 buoys is the record. Let's see what he can do. Through the gate, around number 1. Slow there is probably going to go for a full 2. Can he get back to the wake? He can. Nate Smith.
It's so critical, isn't it? That one ball at 41 to be able to get the right hook up. So we'll go back to that replay and have a look. It just didn't quite. Got on the back of the ski. Had to really take a long, hard lean. You don't usually see Nate fighting against that boat to get across the 2 ball. But he set the standard, Tyler. 2 at 41 off. Ab didn't even really turn 1 ball, did he? But still got the ski out and around from what it looks like. Big call there from the judges to whether he actually scored the full 2. And it is, of course, there it is up on the board. 2 at 41 off, your leader. First competitor setting the standard, Nate Smith of the USA.
And I don't know if we could go back to replay to watch Nate's pull into number 2 ball, but that is really something special that I don't think many of the competitors are able to do like Nate does. First competitor out, 2 buoys at 41 off, Nate Smith. The way he's able to stand up tall and almost drive that edge on the center line of the ski without really bringing his shoulders forward over the tip of the ski, you can see he gets that extra acceleration point to get outside the buoy. That is really something special. And that causes the rest of the fellows on the dock to turn number 2 to make a play at number 3.
Yeah, definitely. And look, we've already seen it. We've seen Freddie get 2. Could you write in the books that we may see a runoff going in? I don't want to sort of...
Runoff? Have we ever had a runoff here?
Well, we just never know what could be in the works here at the Masters. But we go next to what some people say was one of the best calls last year because it was the emotions that came out of last year for this guy to win the Masters title was something phenomenal. And it is, of course, from Canada, Cole McCormick.
Cole McCormick, the defending Masters champ. That was absolutely an electric moment that went into the books of Masters history as one of the highlights for sure. You know, Cole always out there going 110%, and I think he's going to empty the tank here today in the finals event. We'll see what happens here as he is up and out of the water. Take a look at that Nautique boat, that Garmin decal coming down Rahmond Lake out of Canada, your defending Masters champ. You can see that in the red bib he is wearing, and he is through the gate at the 13-meter line, 32 off. And Cole McCormick, another one of those skiers that stays very balanced over the top of the ski. And even when he runs into trouble a little bit through the course, he's able to get back over the center of the ski and get it directionally across the lake to slow down. Easy work on opening pass number 1.
Yeah, we'll shorten him up to 35 off the 12-meter line. Looking nice on that opening pass course. Software engineer out of Ontario in Canada. Spends a bit of time playing pickleball and golf in his spare time when you're not water skiing.
Well, you know one of the things, Jared, that I love about the Masters? Vendors Row.
And we haven't spoken too much about Vendors Row, have we?
We are going to get on Vendors Row right now at the SeaDeck booth because at 3 o'clock they are going to do a prize and a giveaway. You must be present to win, but please head over to the SeaDeck booth, put your name into that drawing. Also, go and take a picture by SeaDeck and post it to social media and show them that you've tagged it. I think they still have, if available, some more T-shirts. Only 1 per person, but make sure to take advantage of those opportunities. There's so many opportunities in those vendors' booths to make a deal. You're not going to want to miss out.
Just go up there and just say g'day and say thank you to all of our sponsors, because without all of those vendors up at Vendors Row, we would not be able to put on this 2025 event. But here we go, Cole McCormick on to 35 off, looking dialed in. Nice extension into 3 ball. all over it at 4. A little bit of a handle up towards the chest at 5, but runs 35 off there, Tyler, the 12-meter line.
12-meter line, Cole McCormick. And briefly, just to touch on what I call course management, I think Cole McCormick of the entire field really has a good feel of where he's at in the slalom course. And what I mean by that is he can take a tight line out of the backside of the turn, but he's just as comfortable bringing it down the lake a little bit and not panicking because he knows there's 6 buoys, knows exactly where there's time and not a time to make up ground. I really love how he just negotiates and has a feel for the course and exactly where he's at.
And you see Nate, he's very fluid the way he skis. Where you see someone like Cole who's there's a lot more strength, and you see the definition in his arms when you see him skiing. A much more aggressive approach is Cole McCormick. We're down now to 38 off the 11.25. An 8-time national champion, 2 times in overall, 2 times in tricks, and a 4-time national slalom champion. And let's see what he has for 38 off. Okay, great start, great 1 ball, good spray. Turns 2 the ski, chatted a little bit out of 2 ball, but still, oh no, got in the deep at 3. Cole McCormick needs to get back on the pass here at 38. He does. 5 ball and out through 6. Heart in the mouth stuff there, Tyler. 3 ball at 38 off. Wow.
Such power and such great leverage. And you go back to the point on balance. If he's not balanced, he can't take the pull out of number 3. 1 ball good. Drills 1. Off to number 2. But watch the center of gravity right here as he takes some G-force through the low back and able to somehow slow down going into number 4. Started to ski a fairly fast course from there on out, but Cole McCormick just needed to get through that, and we've seen the adjustments made by these skiers many times where, you know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile on trying to clean something up on the next run, and I would be expecting that Cole's going to do that here at 39.
Well, it's all eyes on that 2 ball here at this next 39.5 off pass. If he can navigate his way through those rollers, which you kind of saw at 2 ball at that 38 pass as he was coming into the boys, his edge change, the ski starts to move a little bit. We'll see if he does the same thing. He's patient enough to be able to wait for that Nautique to be able to lean across to 3 ball. Here we go, Tyler. 39.5 off, your defending Masters champion from Canada, Cole McCormick.
All right, here comes Cole. Needs the whole pass here to defend the championship. Good start, but it's slow out of number 1. Needs a big number 2. Way down lake at number 2. Don't know if he's going to have enough lake to make it up at number 4, and kicks the tail at number 4. But ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cole McCormick. Defending champ goes down there, and I think he knew he was running out of space and had to go for it at number 4.
Yeah, it really started from 1 and 2 here, Cole. A little bit late out of 1. Really had to pull that shoulders through the wakes. And then 2 ball, he was way down course. Ski really didn't get a chance to get a full rotation to get angled to 3. And there you go, he gets around 4, but ski slips out, does the side slide on the slalom ski, and unfortunately will be 3.5 at 39.5 off. We'll see whether it ends him up on the podium. Still, of course, 2 skiers left. But down, it feels like we're only just finishing men's tricks, and all of a sudden we've gone through women's slalom. We're almost through men's slalom, and then we'll hand over to Dano, the Manor, the Noise of the North, and of course Tony Iacone to round out our wakeboard, women's and men's, and then we'll be back, Tyler, for the final event of 2025, the women's and men's jump.
Doesn't get any better than this, and I know our webcast numbers are shooting through the roof at this particular moment in time. Nate Smith, 2 buoys at 41 off your current lead. Cole McCormick, 3.5 at 39.5 off in the second position. 2 skiers to go. Dane Meckler now on the water from the USA, the technician, one of those athletes that not only has run through the 41 off loop, but he was able to do that at a world tournament, so he knows what it feels like to have big scores in big tournaments. Here he is at 13 meters, 32 off, a technician out there on the slalom course, Dane Meckler.
I had a few messages come through overnight saying who's going to win and their estimates of who's going to win. And a few people saying that they're putting money on Dane Meckler to take the title here in 2025. He certainly can. And a great pass there on the opener there for Dane. Great edge change. Keeps the handle up high. Allows the ski to come underneath the line. And then he has all of that pressure on that ski to be able to turn and angle and lean and press on that ski through the wakes.
And I really think when you watch Dane ski, an emphasis of his focus out there on the slalom course is that handle control. I mean, you can see it is a methodical approach of where he's placing that handle not only into the finish of the turn, but into the pre-turn as he starts to release his hand. His hand falls away, but that handle comes up a little bit more than the rest of the field.
It comes up a little bit higher, and you actually see that it's a little bit slower than a lot of the other athletes too. The way he extends, as soon as he gets ready, the edge changes. It's a really nice slow upward motion of that handle, which then really gets him set up so that the ski can finish off the turn, they can load up through the wakes. And here he comes back at 35 off. Dane Meckler through the entry gates. Nice turn at 1. Here we go. He's into 2. It's a ski across to boy number 3, making easy work of this pass. Ski chatted a bit around 4 ball there. Oh, no! Oh, Dane. Not sure what happened there. You saw him as he turned 4 ball, Tyler. The ski started to chatter. Did he lose angle and get a little bit too much speed into 5 ball? I think Dane's sort of even looking at himself going, what happened?
I saw the chatter out of number 4. It was difficult to see from this angle the chatter out of number 5. We will go back to replay and take a look. He did have movement coming out of number 4. Taking a look at replay, looks solid at 1, 2, and 3. This is definitely not the problem. He's locked in. Everything is going right. Right here, you're going to see the ski chatter right at the finish of the turn, and then just a surprise, just like, I don't know if the fin came out of the water or it was the edge of the ski. It looks more like the front edge of the ski got dislodged at the finish of the turn.
We were saying earlier how, like, these rollers it could come from anywhere on the course, and it just seemed to be that stage. It came at 5 ball.
Well, that is a big surprise. Dane Meckler going down early. So Nate Smith with a commanding lead at 2 at 41 off. Cole McCormick 3.5 at 39. Oh, wow. You wouldn't have thought Dane would be there at 4.5 at 35, but again, anything can happen here on Sunday at the Masters. How about this guy, though? On the water now, your top qualifier with 2 buoys at 41 off, bouncing back in phenomenal form here in 2025 from injury. This is Freddie Winter.
Yeah, Freddie Winter from Great Britain. Conditions perfect. He'll be loving this, getting back out onto Robin Lake and making easy work of this opening pass early for 5, and he will be out through 6. Nice pass there. An early start there for the professional skier. Started competing at the age of 10 years old. So it doesn't feel like Freddie is pushing that mid-30s mark. And no, I said yesterday I was so happy when he won his first Moomba Masters title. Then when I saw the video footage of that injury that he'd had, it was just, heart goes out to him, because that's, you rather have 1 or 2 things happen when you have those sort of injuries, Tyler. It's rather you go, you know what, I'm never going to get back to a position where I'm going to be at the top of my game. And Freddie, his instinct is that he does not want to be anywhere other than at the top. And you see that in the passion that he brings to the sport. Or you know what you could just do? You could go, you know what, this has beaten me. but he hasn't done that. He's battled his way back all the way through that injury, and he's back here to perform for us here at the Masters.
Well, you talk about the passion and the competitive nature. I know all of these competitors in this men's slalom final want it just as bad as the other guy, but there's something about Freddie. He just is electrifying when he's out there on the slalom course. It was so great yesterday to see the enthusiasm when he circled 2 full buoys at 41 off. I know he wants to do it here in 2025. He is geared and ready coming into the slalom course. This is going to be 35 off the blue loop for Freddie Winter. And, you know, you talk about an injury like that. One thing is to recover from the injury, but then you've got to get back into ski shape. And I got to tell you, I saw him on the webcast a couple weeks ago, but to see him in person ski right now, he is as strong as ever.
Yeah, and you know what? We always say when you're coming back from injury, it's not so much the water time you do. Is we know that when you get out there on a slalom ski, I know when I had a ski a few weeks ago, during the week, that you're tired after a set and you lose. I don't care what anyone says. You cannot replicate water ski fitness with anything else ever. You always feel a lot more fitter after you've had it. We always feel that your heart rate gets up when you're skiing, that you'll never be able to replicate off the water. But that's why you've got to go and do those CrossFits. As I said, Thomas de Gasperi does a lot of boxing, and you've got to find ways to try and keep that aerobic fitness up, because that is certainly going to help you out there on the water.
All right. Well, it is kind of fitting, though, that we basically have Nate Smith and Freddie Winter battling it out for the top spot. You know, that is something that we have been accustomed of seeing in the last decade. Here is 38 off. Freddie Winter. He needs all of this one, and he's going to need all of the next one. Let's see if he can put it together here Sunday at the finals. 11.25 meters. Here comes Freddie into number 2. Pretty good. Out of number 3 over to number 4. And he is another competitor. Such great rope and line and handle control. So connected all the way down the course.
And you have to be. That's why he is one of the top slalom skiers there. 38 off dialed in for Freddie Winter. Mentioned yesterday about how the way that he moves his ski underneath him as he goes to edge change. I've tried to replicate what Freddie does, being able to move my ski like that, and I certainly can't do it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Watch the acceleration right here, right through the wake. I mean, and then he just gets on edge and is able to shut down that speed. So balanced, and when you're balanced on top of that ski, you've kind of hit the acceleration zone, and Freddie able to find that, whether it's 135, 246, it really doesn't matter. The officials score him 6 buoys at 38 off, a running total of 54 buoys. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is 39 off for our top seed. Needs the whole thing if he's going to challenge Nate Smith with 2 buoys at 41 off. Freddie Winter on the water next.
The whole water ski world is anticipating and waiting for this next pass. Can Freddie Winter run the 39.5 off past Tyler and challenge for the win? Here at 2025, the Nautique Masters, presented by GM Marine. Here he comes, Freddie Winter. 39.5 off, takes in 1 ball. Now looking towards buoy 2. Great turn of 2, aggressive approach. Early for 3. Now working his way down buoy 4, late down the course. He turns towards buoy 5. He does. Freddie Winter has run the 10.75.
Let's go, right? Freddie Winter. We were talking about Nate Smith's 39.5 off, and he had space to work with going into number 6. So does Freddie Winter there. What about his 2 4 turns here today? Again, we saw it in the preliminary. When he gets into number 4 ball, he just does not move. He is so strong out of the finish of the turn. Watch this hookup out of 2. But right here, coming out of number 3 into number 4, he is just rock solid. All of the angle going across course, slamming that ski on edge, and then has some space to work with going into number 6. Unreal for Freddie Winter.
The grit, determination, you saw it in his face as he come around 2-ball. I don't know if anyone took a photo then of Freddie at 2-ball, but you just see him, he grits his teeth and he leans as hard as he can. And the aggressiveness of Freddie Winter is what is going to get him the win here at the Masters. It all comes down to this. Callaway Gardens, if you haven't already, get yourself a spot on the edge of the lake because here he comes. Freddie Winter, Great Britain, for the Masters win. Can he do it, Tyler? Bring us home.
All right, he needs any piece of number 3. Does he decide to roll the dice at number 2? Here we go. Freddie Winter going for the win. He's around number 2. Does he turn number 2? He's off to number 3. Freddie Winter for the win.
He's got it.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Freddie Winter, your 2025 Masters champion. And an emotional response from Freddie Winter off of injury in 2024. He has battled his way back on top of the podium. Just simply phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, give him one more big round of applause for Freddie Winter.
Oh, Tyler, as you said, the emotion is out there for Freddie. It's such... The sport of water skiing can bring such highs and such lows, fighting your way back from those sort of injuries and being here at the most prestigious water ski tournament to take home the win. There it is, the official score, 2.5 at 41.5 off. Your 2025 Masters Men's Slalom Champion from Great Britain, Freddie Winter. The raw emotion right there on Robin Lake. Big thank you to all of our drivers, our boat crew, our judges. What an effort it was. Congratulations goes there to HO Team Syndicate skier Ali Nicholson for winning the women's slalom. And there it is, the final results up there for the men's slalom. Freddie Winter on top, 2.5 at 41 off. Nate Smith with a score of 2 at 41. Cole McCormick with 3.5 at 39.5 off. And Dane Meckler with 4.5 at 35. Great work from Freddie. The anticipation of our next 2 events are coming up. We've got Dano, the Mano, the Noise of the North is ready to bring us home with our pro women's and pro men's slalom. One more time as he gets on the back of that Nautique. Put your hands together, Callaway Gardens and all the water ski fans around the world for your 2025 Masters Slalom Champion from Great Britain, Freddie Winter.
Yeah, boys.
World record ropes Masterline.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
SeaDek, we don't just focus on the comfort and quality of our products, or on the cutting-edge technology and innovative processes, or the years and years of technical experience behind the scenes. We focus on your experience, those special moments. We're with you every step of the way.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Whatever you drive, however you drive, Amsoil specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in everything you ride and drive. Shop at amsoil.com.
Welcome to the intersection of freedom and fun, where everyone gathers to live ambitiously and embrace adventure. It's time to carve out memories and transform your weekends. It's time for moments to be shared and retold as the epic stories that spark contagious laughter and inspire lifelong friendships. It's time now to soak in the sun, challenge the norms, learn a new skill, and spend time with your favorite people. O'Brien Water Sports, creating the best experiences on the water.
Strombers in my mind. Take me to the water. Strombers in my mind. Troopers in my mind. Take me to the water.
World Record Ropes. Masterline.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey. A journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
At SeaDek, we don't just focus on the comfort and quality of our products, or on the cutting-edge technology and innovative processes, or the years and years of technical experience behind the scenes. We focus on your experience, those special moments. We're with you every step of the way.
Welcome back to the Robin's Nest. Welcome back to Robin Lake. Welcome back to Callaway Gardens, Pine Mountain, Georgia. The 65th Nautique Masters presented by GM Marine. What's up, everybody? I'm the Noise of the North, Daniel the Mano. Oh, yeah. Making my 19th appearance back up here in the announcers Tower of Power. And joining me now for his first year up off the water in many, many years, we've got the past Junior Masters champion, a U.S. and Australian national wakeboard champion, T.I. Tony Iacone, the Wolf of Wakeboard. What's up, brother?
Thanks, Dano. Really stoked to be here. As you said, a little different view this year as my first time not on the water, but up here commentating, and I'm having a ton of fun.
Absolutely. Well, we've already seen some amazing performances from our brothers and sisters across the board in the different disciplines this morning. So much respect going out to the trick skiers and the slalom skiers. A huge congratulations to Freddie Winter going out there taking the win in the Pro Men's Slalom division, coming back after an unbelievable injury in 2024. Some people were saying he may never make it back, and then to come to the Masters and not only make it into the finals, but then take the W out here. Absolutely incredible. But Tony, you and I are here to talk about the wakeboard event, and we have got 8 of the top professional wakeboard athletes, not from just here in the States, but from around the world. Truly international field here, and we're going to be kicking it off with the Pro Women's Division. Run us through the heat of the top 4 ladies who have advanced into the final, who we're going to see and what we can expect.
Yeah, so first off the water is Kira Lewis, which I believe is her first Pro Masters, and to make it here into the final division with these other girls like Eugenia Diamas from Argentina, Hinata Yoshihara from Japan, and Megan Ethel from the US. So we've got a bit of a multicultural women's final here, so it should be really cool to see and watch them go out there and throw down.
All right, and then moving on to the Pro Men's Final. Man, what a show they put on yesterday in the semifinal round. We've got some new names in this Pro Men's Final, starting off with Max Rue, Trent Stuckey, Tyler Hyam, and Nick Rappa. So the 2 veterans on the boat side here at the Masters going up against the 2 newcomers in the boat division here at the Masters. But there's a little bit more to the story, so I'm going to let you start with Max Rue and talk a little bit about what we saw and what we can expect.
Yeah, so Max went out there and laid it absolutely down. First off a dock in the first heat yesterday. Had a killer stand-up pass and he was sitting on the first place there for a while with other guys like Nick Rapper behind him, who else made it through to the final here. And Max is all the way from France, and this guy is starting to really kick off in this pro division, landing crazy tricks, doubles, Mob 5s, zeros, and I've heard he's got a couple of Mob 7s that he may even throw out there, so it should be really, really awesome to watch him ride.
Well, Trent Stuckey, this guy just coming off another huge win out in Europe at LAO, the Lingenfeld Open. This guy is recognized worldwide as one of the all-time great cable riders, and it's not often you see a cable park rider break into the boat scene, yet alone earn a ticket to the Masters, yet alone make it into the final round. Talk a little bit about Trent's run.
Yeah, so we haven't really seen anything like this with a cable rider coming and being so competitive behind the boat since probably Raf de Rome back in the day.
Maybe Gunther Oka a little bit.
And Gunther Oka, yeah. So to see Trent go out there and just absolutely lay it down, earning a spot into the final here today is really, really cool. He landed, Toso backside 900s, which is pretty unreal. And he's definitely got a lot more up his sleeve that he can throw out there. And then these guys get a double up in the pro men division here. So the tricks that these guys are doing on the double up is going to be insane, especially with how big that Nautique Boats G23 is. The double ups are going to come together, and you're going to see some of the biggest tricks you've ever seen out here today.
All right, and then La Familia in the house and representing in this final for pro men, Tyler Hyam, a Trick of the Year award winner, a Wakeboarding Mag Rider of the Year, along with Alliance. Dude's on an absolute tear. He's one of those riders that when he's on the water, everybody's got their toes down at the water's edge, taking a look, watching it all go down. And a gentleman off the dock last, he's been in this position before, a guy you grew up with, a guy who you've been competing against for many, many years, Nick Rappa.
Yeah, Nick is, they say he's one of the most hardest workers in the game right now. And if you ever look at any of the competitions, you're always going to see him there on the top, second, or third spot. He's always in the podium. He's always in the finals. So when Nick goes out there, he lays it all on the line. He's out here to win today for sure.
Well, absolutely. Well, guys, powered by PCM Marine Engines along with GM Marine Engine Technology, you are looking at the official towboat of the wakeboard event here at the 65th Masters. That's the Roswell WWA Edition Super Air Nautique G23. And we are getting ready to throttle it down with our first rider. Masters, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, our first pro women's wakeboard rider coming to us originally from New Jersey State, now doing it out of Central Florida, Claremont. As an amateur rider, she was a many-time state, regional, and national wakeboard, wake skate, and wake surf champion. Guys, she is a past two-time junior pro wakeboard champion. This is Kira Lewis. Tony Iacone, you talk about a girl who has put in the work. Kira and the Lewis family showed up on the scene about 10 or 12 years ago. We've traveled around the world with Kira, watching her win championships all the way as far as Japan just many years ago with the WWA. She knows the waters of Robin Lake, and now here in this pro women's division, she's going to be kicking it off and setting the tone for this pro women's wakeboard final. Riding under the tutelage of the likes of O-Town's Glenn Fletcher, along with Daniel Johnson coaching her along the way. Expect some great stuff to happen here and now. For that, I hand it to you, T.I. Tony Iacone. Take it away.
Yeah, so Kira is starting her first pass on that heel side approach, coming in for her first trick. She's going to be on her toes here, on the toe side. Coming in, there is a big nose grab Scarecrow, showing the judges she can do the tech and she can grab it while she's doing it. Switching around back in on her heel side edge for a second trick of the first pass. There is the nose grab 360 and with another solid grab there. Landing past the wake, nice and clean. Switching it back around to her switch stance, coming in on her heels. And there is the half cab roll. Trying to get a grab on it. I couldn't see from here, Dano, but it looked like she might have got close to it, but the judges will be able to see that good from the boat. And now coming in on her last trick, first pass, wrapping up on her heel side edge. And there is the KGB. That actually took her down yesterday, but she's stomping it out here today in the finals when it matters.
Yeah, you can see the confidence out there from Kira Lewis, giving a nice clean mix of that tech and style. Keeping it going, 4 tricks down, guys. Assuming she's going to go 4 tricks back, and I would believe they're going to get a wild card back to the dock back as well in this pro women's division. Not too shabby. We'll see what she can put together in pass number 2. Looking for a couple of spins here in this pass. We'll see if she can make it happen, put it all together. My guess, it's yes. Here we are. Here we go. Back to you, Tony.
Kira coming in on her first trick of the second pass here. There is a huge tantrum. As you said, Dano, all she's got right now for spins is that heel 3. She's going to be looking to spin it up here on her second pass. And there it is, the heel 5. I think she might have heard us there, Dano. So second trick, solid cab 5 right there. Coming back in on her heels, on the heel side approach. There is a back roll, unfortunately taking her down. That is her first fall. It's after the 3/4 buoy, but I believe these girls get a wild card trick in their final run. So she will actually get picked up and get another chance to do one back to the dock and see if she can put another trick on the board there.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get her back up and at it here in just a moment. Gives us an opportunity to send a shout out and a thank you to the folks behind the scenes who make this great event happen. All the guys and gals and the crew from Nautique Boats, of course, GM Marine, PCM Engines, and then across Vendors Row, we've got some other great sponsors for y'all to visit as well. Make sure you guys stop up by the SeaDeck booth, my friends. Today at 3 p.m., there's going to be a raffle drawing. So if you guys can make your way up at about 2:45, if you signed up for that raffle, we're going to be calling the winner. Winner must be present, so please be at the SeaDeck booth by 2:45. Right now, for those of you guys on site, on shore, head on over there, sign up for your chance to win. It's an awesome cooler decked out in SeaDeck. While you're up there, you can say hello to our friends from JL Audio and Garmin. Adams over there with the family. They are hanging out. You can check out the latest and greatest. Joey Duffy and the crew from Boatmate Trailers are up there. Roswell Marine, you see the Roswell edition, G23 on the water. Go check out the latest from our friends at Roswell. The Triton 2 board racks, Elite 2 board racks, the 360 universal mirror, all on display over there. And of course, another star of the show, the all-new Ski Nautique is up on the top of the hill. I'm really excited. We're going to be getting a tour of that with the president of Nautique a little bit later on today. Greg Maloon and I are going to be checking that out, so make sure you guys keep your eyes and ears open for that. I also want to send a big shout out to the crew from Wake for Warriors, Dave Deep and his entire gang up there. We appreciate you guys for all you do for our veterans in this morning. Man, what a way to kick it off. We had that Diamondback presentation. So cool, no doubt about that fact, Jack. Hey guys, in just about 8 minutes, a Team Nautique autograph signing is going to be going down over at the Nautique booth with free shirts for everyone, so get in line now. Over to you for the wild card trick, Tony. What are we seeing?
Kira Lewis coming in for a wild card trick on the toes. There is a nose grab, toe side roll to revert. What a run from Kira right there to start off our pro women finals here at the Masters on Robin Lake. She is stoked. She is through the roof right now with that awesome run. Her first Masters in the final division. Let's look out for a solid score from Kira there.
All right, well, we will wait for that. And once again, as I mentioned, Team Nautique skiers, guys, you can meet up with Neely and Charlie Ross. The whole entire crew is going to be over there. Ryan, Dodd, and the gang. Whitney, McClintock, Reaney. Make sure you get over. The autograph signing starts at 1:30. You can get in line right now. We do have free T-shirts for everybody in line while supplies last. I want to send a shout-out, guys, to one of the all-time greats out of the Midwest, guys. A national and world wakeboard champion, Corbin Blanton and the Blanton boys, watching from Wisco out there in Oconomowoc. Appreciate y'all and looking forward to seeing you guys up in corn country this summer, my friends. Yeah. Well, guys, Kira Lewis setting the tone in this pro women's wakeboard division. But just like that, we are going to move to the second athlete of the day. This next young lady comes to us from Buenos Aires, Argentina. She is a past IWWF wakeboarding world champion, and she is the first and only lady to land that double flip wake to wake worldwide, earning herself a Wakeboarding Magazine Trick of the Year award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Eugenia de Armas. T.I. Gina de Armas out of the gates. And I love it here. You know, it's very serious down on the Masters dock because, as you know, Tony, you've been down there. It's the most prestigious event of the year. But something I love about watching the wakeboarders, you see the camaraderie, you see the smiles down on the dock. It's just like it's another Sunday afternoon at the lake for them. It's really cool to see and really excited for what's up next.
Yeah, for sure, Dano. Being a competitive wakeboarder, there's not a whole lot of us, so it's a pretty tight-knit family. So we're always pushing each other, always being super friendly, but at the same time, we want to go out there and win. So you don't want to let all your secrets out on the dock, but yeah, still encouraging the others to go out there and have their best run.
Well, absolutely, Tony. Powered by PCM and GM Marine Engine Technology. The Super Aeronautique G23 Roswell Edition coming down the line. She's wrapped up and corking it out all the way upside down and around. That's the Wrap KGB. It's a back roll, backside 360.
And there is the Tootsie Roll for her second trick of the first pass. Already having the two tech tricks putting down. Coming in for a third trick on the heel side edge, and there is a nose grab 180. I think she wanted a little bit more out of that, especially here in the finals, but she's going to settle. Now come back in on her switch heel side edge, and there is the cab 540. Just casing the wake, but still landing, riding away. Give herself some time to breathe. Maybe try and pick up on that bobble there on the third trick with that 180. But she'll be able to gather her thoughts and get ready and come in swinging for her second pass.
Well, Tony, and you can see out there, she's just stretching that right arm out. I know she's been working through some pain, making her way through a little bit of injury there with that right arm. The adrenaline is pumping and flowing. Hopefully it won't affect her at all. And, Tony, I'm not going to lie. Selfishly, I want to see that double flip in the wild card position. Let's see. She's got to get there first. Tony, over to you.
There's the toe side 540. Just casing the wake, but hanging on. Coming back out on her heel side edge, switching it back around to regular. Coming back in, and there is a tantrum to blind. Unfortunately, going down. She will get another pickup. She is in front of the three-quarter buoy, so hopefully she has maybe one or two more hits until she gets to get that boat turned around and come back in for her wild card trick.
Yeah, well, big shout out to Connor Pagetto, guys. One of the all-time greats in the world of water ski and wake sports action. An adaptive national and world champion. Connor, hope to see you back here at the Masters one of these days. Guys, Gina De Armas out there. And again, Tony, you see her just kind of stretching that arm out, doing what she can do. And I got to ask you, man, as a competitor yourself, as a coach yourself, did that arm injury come into play on that tantrum to blind?
Yeah, I'm sure it did because, you know, when you got an injury, even though there's a lot of adrenaline when you're competing, it's still in the back of your mind, so you get a little bit pretentious over it, and it can hold you back a little bit. But, you know, Eugenia, she's a trooper. She's going to go out there, and she's going to lay it all on the line. Even though she may have that injury, she's going to push her hardest and try and do a solid run here once she gets picked up back on the water.
Well, it looks like we got a score posted for Kira Lewis, setting the bar at that 70.0, guys. So currently, obviously, in your lead, your first rider, Kira Lewis. Eugenia De Armas going to be back up on the water. Sending a big shout-out to our friends over at Nautique Gear, guys. Our friends from Threads have all the latest gear, hats, and T-shirts on sale for sale. Get on down to Vendors Row just across from the O'Brien booth, where you can also get some great deals and discounts. And check it out. Support them. And there you go. It looks like reaching across her body, going seatbelt grab there on the tantrum. And then the only lady that I believe we saw yesterday adding a glide or a Rayleigh-based maneuver to her run, really adding that diversity. That was the Batwing to finish things off from Eugenia De Armas. And still getting them right here. Messages from all around the country and all around the nation. Big shout out to Parks Bonifay, Eric Ruck, and Dan Harf, all watching down in Central Florida, Orlando. As we keep it moving and grooving, this is going to be the wild card trick. Come on, Callaway, if you guys want to see her go for that double flip, you better get loud and make some noise, because here we go. This is Eugenia De Armas. It's a big old cut outside, setting it up in on the heel side. Will it be the double? We find out now. Up and over. This is a tantrum to blind. She rides it away.
She sticks it. Good job out there, Eugenia, coming back, getting redemption on that tantrum to blind. Like I said, she puts it all out in the water. Even though she's got that right arm injury, she's still landing her tricks, stomping them, and riding away.
What a way to come back after that fall, getting a couple more tricks in the ride, and then finishing off with that confidence boost, the trick that took her down, the tantrum to blind. As you can see from the instant replay, having a little trouble getting across that wake there. And again, I'm guessing it probably had something to do with a little bit of that injury she's working through right now. Needless to say, she shows you how powerful of a rider that she is, how confident of a rider she is, and getting back at it and leaving that all out there, leaving her run, leaving her tricks on the lake here today. A great showing from Argentina's Eugenia de Armas. Once again, it's 1:30 p.m. Do you know where your kids are at? They should be over at the Nautique autograph signing at the Nautique tent right here, right now. For all of you guys and gals and friends and pals hanging out on site, make your way on over right now to the Nautique tent. We've got the Nautique autograph signing going on. Dig it. Oh, yeah. Hey, if you guys are looking for a all-new Nautique boat, whether it's a new Ski Nautique, whether it's the S Series, GS Series, G, or the Paragon Series, well, we've got sales representatives from Water Sports Central along with Russell Marine. Plus, the world's greatest Nautique boat salesman is in the house. Sammy Roberts. Go on down there, check it out, and say hello. Also want to send out a shout to my man Maxie, watching live with the crew in the mountains of Virginia. Shout out to Tex and Gabby on their marriage last night. Congratulations, my friends. Maxie, next year, you're here, bud. But right now, let's get back down and on the water. Ladies and gentlemen, from all the way around the globe, we bring it to Japan. She's a Japanese national wakeboard champion, making her debut here in this pro women's wakeboard final. This is Hinata Yoshihara. Hinata representing Ronix Japan, making the long haul, the trek out here to the States. And Tony punching that ticket into the final round of action, man. I'm going to call it yesterday. It looked like she was out there playing it a little bit safe, but man, that was some smart riding from the 25-year-old Japanese native. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. You'll see some of these girls kind of go out there and do what they need to do just to punch a ticket into the finals today. So I don't think Hinata's going to leave anything on the table. She's going to go all out today because it's in the finals, so this is where it all matters.
Absolutely, guys. Make sure that you get over to that Nautique autograph signing while you're over there. Check out all the great boats underneath that Nautique tent. While you're there, you can also stop at the GM Marine PCM tent because they are hooking it up while supplies last with swag, stuff we all get. Check it out, Tony. Here we go.
There's that Indy heel side back roll, starting it out, feeling out the wake, making sure the speed's good. Now coming back in on her toe side edge, there is the Indy grab front roll, going huge, landing clean, really, really clean. Now coming back in on her third trick of the first pass here, heel side approach. There's that Indy tantrum. Like I said yesterday, Dano, this girl goes huge. And as you can see it, nearly every trick in this first pass, she has landed past the wake with super solid landings. But now wrapping up, switching up, coming back in on her last trick of the first pass, and there is the cab 540. What a smooth run there from Hinata.
All right, well, Hinata, you really got to hand it to her. The smooth landings out there, great execution, excellently executed, no doubt about that. A lot of pressure on the young lady from Japan out here with the likes of the riders before and after on deck and on the dock here, but going out there with nerves of steel, that's for sure. We're going to bring her in, we're going to bring her back. Pass number 2, this one's for you. Let's get it going as she wraps up for the assist. She's going to get inverted, she's going to get technical. Let's go, T.I.
Yeah, Hinata wrapping up with there's the wrap KGB. That seems to be a pretty popular spot for that wrap KGB there for these girls. But now coming in back on her toe side edge, there is the Tootsie Roll, smooth as you like, landing past the wake, going huge out there from Hinata. Well, she's going to have time for 2 more tricks here in the second pass, coming back in on her heel side edge, and there is the heel 3, nice and clean. And she's going to have time, 1 more here, coming back in on her toe side edge. There is the Indy grab Scarecrow, laying 8 tricks solid right there from Hinata.
What a run, what a ride. And you got to ask you, Tony, from there, what's left, what's next? Hinata putting down 2 solid passes. Any guesses on her wild card?
I haven't ridden a whole lot with Hinata, so I'm not really sure what she's got up her sleeve, but I'm sure it's going to be something big because this is the wild card trick where they actually get an extra hit at the wake to get an extra trick on the board. So I'm sure she's going to go all out and do the biggest, best thing she can do out there on the board.
All right, if you're twisting my wrist and making me guess what trick, I'm going for a whirly bird right here. I'm looking for the tantrum Olay. Let's check it out. Here she is. She's setting up wide, way outside with the heel side approach, up over and into the wake. It's the spin. That's the 540. She brings it back around to regular. T.I., what do you think? Let's give it up for Hinata Yoshihara. What a shred right there as we go back to instant replay. Straight out of the gates, that was her first trick, that Indy back roll. Grabbing all those tricks there, showing the judges that style. Grabbing Indy on them all. Loves that Indy grab, no doubt about it, but no doubt making it look clean, fun, and smooth. You gotta dig it as we get ready to go back down to the dock and get our final rider of the heat on the water. I do want to remind everybody down on Vendors Row, it's a great time, a great place to pick up the latest gear from some of the most awesome sponsors around, including a Hyperlight, Wake, Seipel, Marine, and Fat Sack. Go on down to our friends at Wake United over with Eddie Beverly at the Hyperlight HO tent. We've got some awesome deals. I know Bryant from Wake United is hooking it up this weekend. If you guys want to get the gear and you're here, make sure you check them out. If you're at home, Wake United Online is where you guys can scope out the latest stuff as we get an awesome look of the O'Brien tent. Pete Surratt, along with Art, are hanging on out down there. They are giving out some awesome deals. I see that ski belt. I might be picking one of those up for the weekend. You never know. But right here, right now, let's get back at it on the water with our next rider. Representing for Liquid Force, ladies and gentlemen, doing it originally from Cheyenne, Illinois, now out of Orlando, Florida. She is a many-time U.S. Pro Tour stop and overall Pro Tour champion, Women's Rider of the Year and World Champion, Queen of Wake and World Series Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is MEO. Give it up for main event, Megan Ethel Uka! Megan Ethel Uka on the water now. The defending Masters champion, the multiple-time Masters champion, national champion, and world champion. She is arguably the most winningest women's wakeboarder of all time and a bona fide Hall of Famer, no doubt. At less than 30 years of age, so much more fuel in the tank, and one of the most competitive female riders of all time. Some may say main event changed the game. No doubt about that fact, Jack, as you take a look up on the big screen. Hinata Yoshihara taking the lead with an 85.00. Can that score be beat? There's only one woman between her and that, and it's main event Megan Ethel. Over to you, T.I. Take it away.
Yeah, Megan just wrapping up there with that solid nose grab, cab 5, going huge, landing clean, and now she's wrapped back up for another wrapped hillside approach trick right here for her second trick. And there is the nose grab KGB. Super solid, super styly. Now coming back in on her toes. And there is the nose grab toe side 540. Just, I want you guys to see how long she takes to get that grab, hold that grab, and then do that spin on the way down. So extra style points. And there is the switch toe side 540 there to cap off her first pass, Dano.
Absolutely. Well, Tony, one thing you got to know about Megan is she is a veteran in the sport. She's been competing professionally now for over 15 years. And 15 years ago, this young lady had the technical tricks coming under the tutelage of the likes of guys like Mike Ferraro, riding with the likes of Dallas Friday. She had some of the most heavy, the most technical maneuvers in the world. Just about 6 or 7 years ago, she started really focusing on taking those tricks next level, adding a whole new style to them, and bringing it out here, setting that bar, guys. Let's see what she brings back for pass number 2. Guys, that's the whirly bird. That was a tantrum. Olay!
Really, really clean there from Megan. Coming back up on her toe side edge, wrapped up. There is the wrap nose grab Tootsie Roll for her second trick of the second pass, switching it around, coming back in on her heel side edge. And there is the nose grab back roll, just getting some extra style points. She's already got a bunch of tech, a bunch of spins, so she might be just cruising home right now, getting to that wild card position, that wild card trick position.
Absolutely. That nose grab Scarecrow down there, a little punctuation on the two passes there. Once again, going back to what you mentioned after pass number one, man, the tech, awesome. We always can come to expect that from Megan Ethel. But the fact that 90% of those tricks were grabbed, but grabbed so legit, Tony, and you know that the judges will take notice.
Yeah, definitely. Megan really takes her time to make sure she's got a solid grab on each trick and mixing it up with the style points. It's really, really, really cool to see.
All right, T.I., here she is, main event, looking for this final maneuver. She is wrapping up for the assist on this one. Robin Lake, as she passes by, makes some noise. The final maneuver of the Pro Women's Final 2025 65th Masters. Frontside approach, toe side edge. There it is, the P-Rose 540 for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen. Dig it here at the U.S. Masters main event. Megan Ethel Uka! Well, Tony, unofficially, what are you thinking, brother?
Well, with a solid 9 tricks there and being the first her first Pete Rose 540 in a contest, I don't want to come out early, but I'm thinking she's going to be on the top of the leaderboard after that one.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see what the judges think as we go back to this instant replay, and hopefully we can go all the way through that final trick right there. But again, just magic in motion right here, poetry on the water, using that lake as her canvas and that wakeboard as her painting stick, doing an amazing job out there, absolutely crushing it, getting tech, getting style, a clean mix of airs, inverts, and spins. And then right here, let's get to that final trick. Here it is. She's wrapped up. Tony, can you express how hard it is to even cut into the wake in that fashion?
Yeah, so she's wrapped toe side, front side, as well as being switched. So that makes it even harder. But as you can see, perfectly executed, got the good pop and brought it around perfectly to land down that other side of the wake there.
Unbelievable action across the board. Let's give it up for our pro women's wakeboard division. Ladies and gentlemen, Kira Lewis, Eugenia De Armas, Hinata Yoshihara, and main event Megan Ethel. There it is, officially 96.0. Their leader, your winner, and 2025 65th Masters Women's Wakeboard Champion. Main event, Megan Ethel Uka! What a day so far, T.I. Huge smile on main event's face. And there they are, guys, Gunther and Megan Ethel. Doing it 9 time, 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 9 time. Give it up for her one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, Megan Ethel. Oh, yeah. All right, man. Well, a whole heck of a lot of excitement going down here today. Another look at the history being made out at the Masters. We are going to send out that Super Air Nautique G23. Of course, the Roswell WWA edition, the official towboat of this 65th Masters. And Tony Iacone, man, can you feel the energy? Can you feel the magic out here? It's Robin Lake, and history continues to be made out here. Run after run, discipline after discipline. And honestly, I'm going to go out and say that that was probably the best. In my 19 years of announcing these Wakeboard Masters, that had got to be, if not the best, women's final I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, all those women went out there and did 2 full solid passes. We had a couple of falls, but they were able to get back and get that wild card trick. None of them taking 2 falls, so it was really, really cool to see all those women go out there and just stomp such hard runs to really give everyone a good hard go out there at trying to take that top spot.
All right, hey guys, I want you to head on down to Vendors Row, support the folks who support us, our friends at Masterline and Eagle, Russell, Gay, Anna Hunter, hanging out down at the tent. Go on down, pick up some new ropes, some new ski vests. I see they got the Eagle Barefoot suits out there as well right now. Everything's on sale. Michael Hayes Jewelry is over there as well. You can stop by and check out some of his unique jewelry, all themed to towed water sports. I saw some slalom ski stuff, some rope handles. I'm a show skier. I even saw some pyramids in there as well, some human pyramids. Some really great stuff. Thank you to Michael Hayes Jewelry each and every year. Of course, Hyperlight, HO, Fat Sack, and Seipel Marine available over there with Wake United. Stop on by, say hello to my man Bryant, along with E-Bev, the legend, 41 years here at the Masters, Eddie Beverly. Guys, go give them a high five and they will give you a nice deal on some even nicer gear. That's not it, though. There's so much going on up on the hill. The all-new Ski Nautique is on display. You still have an opportunity to support Wake for Warriors. Kyle Carpenter this morning getting the presentation from Diamondback Marine, along with Wake for Warriors. Support them. Support their cause. SeaDek Marine Products is giving away a custom SeaDek cooler today at 3 p.m. Be up at the booth at 2:45 if you want to win. Go get your name in right now for the running. And while you're up there on Vendors Row, give a high five to my good friend Joey Duffy at Boatmate Trailers. Let him tell you guys a little bit about the latest in trailer technology and safety. Big old shout out to GM Marine. Take a look at that beautiful Wake for Warriors truck down there, that incredible Denali. Dave, dude, I think I'd like to pick that one up when you're done, my friend. If you haven't already stopped down at the GM Marine PCM tent, get on down there. They got virtual surfing in the booth. They also have a bunch of swag available down there if supplies still are lasting. I know they brought something like 1,000 Duncan yo-yos to give away. So get on over there and check it out. Big shout out to AMSOIL, a partner with PCM as well. Don't forget to share the live webcast with all your friends and family. Let's gain exposure for the sport. Spread the word. And Tony, it's about time to spread the word of Pro Men Wakeboard action. Talk a little bit about what's going to make this heat and format a little bit different than what we saw in the Pro Women's division.
Yeah, so the Pro Women's Division actually got another turnaround and got the wild card trick just straight off the wake. Now, with these Pro Men, they're actually going to get a double up, which is when the 2 wakes collide from the boat and create essentially a double height wake. You'll see that the wakes out there are going to be chest high on some of these guys, which is just going to boost them into the air even higher, making them to add another flip, add another spin, whatever it is. Grab the board for longer. So you're going to see these guys going huge out there.
All right, well, absolutely excited for that, and it'll be just a matter of moments before we get back at it and on the water. Taking a look down at the Nautique tent, looks like you can still pick up a free T-shirt with Team Nautique. Hey, right now we're over there. You guys look up on the big screen if you're watching on live webcast. We are inside the Nautique gear tent right there. Our friends from Threads knocking it out of the park once again with some amazing T-shirts and hats. Everything here is on sale and for sale, so get on down there. I know I'm going to be heading over there and doing a little shopping of my own as soon as I'm off the microphone. Tony, you and I got hooked up with these Nautique 100 anniversary hats earlier in the weekend. I'm stoked on it, but I think I could add that 100-year anniversary T-shirt. I could take one of those hats right there. I saw some throwback stuff down there as well. I'll take that little hoodie. I'll take it all, my friend, and I'll pay for it. All right, well, Scotty Kell out of Black Diamond Wake School in Australia, the official towboat driver of this 65th Wakeboard Masters. Inside the boat, our judging team consists of Nautique team athlete, a Canadian and U.S. national champion, a world wakeboard champion, one of the all-time greats, Rusty Malinowski from Georgia Wake Lessons, representing the Georgia Wake Series, doing it for Wake United and Water Sports Central. One of the top regionally ranked riders in the world, a guy who gives back so much to the sport. Brandon Lee in there is one of our judges, and the multi-time wakeboarding champion of the world, the All-American AA, Andrew Atkinson, back at it once again. Down in the dockside area, you can see the boys down there coaching each other. Back up to Vendors Row on the screen. We are in the Wake for Warriors booth. You can see the beautiful all-new Shreddy shirts. Wake for Warriors, guys, they do over 40 clinics around the country, giving back to veterans around the nation. You can support and find out more by heading up to their tent and picking up some gear, some swag. Make sure you check it out while you're up there. Have a look at the all-new Ski Nautique while you're up there. Have a look at the throwback, the original Ski Nautique, that 1961. Support the vendors. Thank them for being up here. There it is, T.I. How nice would that look right next to your G, brother? Oh, how nice would that look next to your G, brother?
That would look awesome. You got kind of new school and old school there with that old school Ski Nautique, and then the brand new Paragon brand new Ski Nautique that just got released here this weekend. That would look amazing, Dan.
Take a look at that. Are they over there right now, or is this an old shot? I don't know. If you guys, inside the boat, my favorite part is where the skis set. So kind of like a ski locker, but they're out in the open. It's a perfect place to put your ski right after your set, right on the side of the boat. I'm excited to take a shred behind it. I'm excited. I want to get with you guys and see how you can wakeboard behind the Ski Nautique.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It'd be a little bit different to riding behind that G23 out there, the biggest wake in the game, and then going to that Ski Nautique. So it would be cool to see what we're able to do behind that new Ski Nautique.
Well, I'm talking about running some buoys on a wakeboard, brother.
Oh, I don't know about that, but it might be going a little fast for me, but I'll leave that one up to the skiers.
Hey, why not, guys? We're going to get back at it down to the water. You can see them linking up the lines because we are set. We are ready to go. Another amazing superstar, legendary athlete, now with the WWA, Ben Greenwood, down in the boat capturing the action as well. Once again, a big shout out to the entire crew on down there as we get ready, as we get set for our first rider of this Pro Men's Wakeboard Final. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to us from France, doing it for Ronix Wake. He is the 2022 Wakeboarding Magazine Checkout Award Rider of the Year. 2022 Wakeboarding's Rookie of the Year. He is a European and French wakeboard national champion. This is Max Roux. Max Roux, spending his time down in Central Florida, now down in Polk County, Winter Haven, living with the likes of La Familia, the boys down there. And this guy was one of the dark horses coming into the week, and I think if you were in the know, you kind of had an idea of what to expect here, Tony. But, man, we are now down to the final round of action, and Max Roux has punched that ticket here into this final, and he will set the bar for the boys, and my guess is at a high. Let's give it up for Maxime Roux! All right, so Tony, we've been watching Max for many, many years now, coming up through the ranks of the boys, the juniors, and now in the pro men's division. What can we expect here in his two passes?
Yeah, so Max come out yesterday and laid it all on the line and was sitting in first place in that heat for quite a while until the last rider. But, yeah, Max, he had multiple rewinds, 7s, 9s, Mob 5s, and I have heard some stories that he's got a few Mob 7s he can bring out and add a double cab to that run he did yesterday. So he's going to come out swinging. We're in the final, so it's time to just go out there and lay it all on the line.
All right, we are setting it up and getting ready. It is time to make the magic happen, my friends. our rider from France, Max Roos, setting the tone. It's going to be two passes, one down, one back. If he's able to stand it up, he's going to get that double up as well. He's wrapped up for the assist on this one. T.I., take it away, though.
Yeah, Maxim coming in, and there is that rewind. First trick, smooth as you like, getting a really solid grab on there, spinning one way, and then coming back and spinning the opposite way. And there is the heel side 720, as clean as you like. We've seen a little hand up, so maybe you wanted a 9 on that one. But nonetheless, coming in toe side, there is that Skeezer or Chromo 540 with the nose grab there. Coming in, one more hit on his heel side edge. And there is the seatbelt back mobe. I think he might have wanted to go to 5 on that, but settling for the mobe. Maybe didn't have the right takeoff, but he's going to have time for the turnaround, gather his thoughts, and come out swinging on his second pass here.
Well, the air awareness, absolutely incredible. Man, it happens so fast up there, but to know, hey, maybe I don't have quite enough time to bring around that last 180. That's where Max was at up in the air, but nonetheless, styling it out, making it look absolutely amazing and clean. He stood up 2 passes yesterday in the semifinal round, putting the pressure on the entire heat, and now here he is with the chance to do that again. I'll hand it back to you to call pass 2. Tony Iacone, take it away.
Maxim, there's that double we were talking about there. First double of the day from Maxim, coming in back on his heel side edge. And there is the Moby Dick. Looked like maybe he got caught up a little bit on his takeoff, but he's going to go out, come in for his third trick on the second pass here. Toe side edge, toe side approach. And there is the nose grab, toe side 9. Unfortunately, dropping the handle and going down. But he is after the 3/4 buoy. He will get picked up again, and they will give him a double up. So he can make up for that crash right there with the double up as long as he goes huge, mixes it up, does some tech, does a good grab, and all in all is super clean.
Well, a lot of emotions on the waters of Robin Lake here today, and that's a fact, Jack. You know, Tony, you've been in the position before, and maybe you can speak on to how much this means to these riders.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe these guys are feeling some extra nerve out here because it is the finals. It is the most prestigious event of the year. They all want to go out there and win, and they all have the capability and the tricks to go out there and win. So maybe Maxim a little hard on himself there with that, with maybe that back mobe that we think he wanted to go 5 on. But we know he's got some big tricks off the double up, so we'll see what he can go out there and throw down here.
Well, you know, at 21 years old, he's so young and has so much ahead of him, no doubt about it. And, you know, going out there looking like a seasoned veteran, there's no doubt about that fact. But as you mentioned, you know, nerves probably playing a little bit of a faction here in this Pro Men's Final. And something else to speak onto at this point, these guys have what some may argue to say have made it into the finals of the hardest event to even punch a ticket into.
Yeah, the Masters is always the biggest cut. It goes down from 10 of the best riders in the world down to 4. So you've got to come out swinging and essentially do a finals run in the semifinal part of the tournament to make sure you try and get that spot into the final. But once you're in the final, some people kind of let their guard down and they're more relaxed, but then others want to go out there and get it done. So might feel some extra tension, a little more nervous. But yeah, just to make the finals out here at the Masters here on Robin Lake behind that Nautique G23 is just unbelievable.
All right, so as we get set for the double up, guys, essentially that boat's going to come down the line. It's going to make a turn all the way around and essentially just drive right back through its own wakes. As those wakes and waves converge together, they're going to be creating a natural kicker out there on the water. These natural kickers, or the double ups as they're known as, have the ability to send these guys flying high up into the sky, up to 18, maybe even 20 feet in the air. And traditionally in the old days, before the introduction of the G23, you needed the double up to really take tricks to that next level. Since the introduction in 2013 of the multi-time award-winning wakeboard and wake surf boat of the year, I mean, they said it was a game changer, and the boat truly changed the game. But what it also changed was the double up game as well.
Yeah, definitely. Some guys, you know, we've kind of seen as the G come out, there's less people hitting double ups, but then there's a new era of riders who have started to hit them now. just as you said, Dano, the wakes are so big on that G23 that not a whole lot of people need to hit a double up to do the big tricks like they would back in the day. But then there is this new era of riders that are going out there doing bigger tricks, doing triple flips, doing 1080s with grabs and all that. So it's awesome to see how big these guys go out behind that boat.
Well, if you were to compare it to like something like snow skiing or snowboarding, I mean, you got the half pipe, you've got the super pipe, you've got kickers, and then you've got the mega kickers, and then you got the mega kickers as well. And this G23, especially here at Robin Lake, known for kicking the mega double up, and that's for sure, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. The wake on that boat is just so big. And as I said, you'll see some of these wakes when they collide are actually going to be chest high, if not bigger than some of these guys out there. So they're going to go huge. They're going to get, as you said, 18 to 20 feet in the air, which is going to give them that extra, maybe half a second in the air to get another flip, to get another spin, to get an extra grab, whatever it is. They're going to have so much time in the air off that double up.
Well, they're asking for it down on Robin Lake Beach and now in the pavilion. Give it up for Max Rue. The louder you get, the bigger they go. Francis Maxium Rue getting ready for that double up maneuver. You can see the G heading down over to the opposite side of the lake, over towards Aqua Island. They're going to turn that wheel, and here in just a moment, those wakes will come together. He will take that edge into the wake, and he will absolutely explode with style. I'm going to hand it over to you, Tony Iacone, to call it as you see it. But fans, get on your feet, put your eyes on the water, because this is Max Rue.
Yeah, Max actually coming in now on his hillside approach, not wrapping up, but he's going to be coming into that wake hard. And there is the hillside 720 going huge off there. Maybe one at a 9, maybe one at a 7. He's stoked, though. Everyone, give it up for Maxim out there with a solid double up.
Max Rue, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. And we're going to bring it back down to the dockside. Hang out, hang tight, because coming up next, we've got our top 3 riders of this Pro Men's Wakeboard Final. Nick Rappa, Tyler Hyam, and T-Rent Stuckey is coming up next. Here we're taking a quick look back at the instant replay. And Tony, it looked like he got almost a whole piece of that double up right there. But as you know, as I know, just finding that sweet spot in the double up, I mean, that's a feat in its own.
Yeah, for sure. With how big that wake is, you might get the height to be able to do the trick that you want, but you might get a little bit of a weird kick, throw you on a wrong axis for what your trick's asking for. And that maybe look what happened to Maxim there. Got that huge kick, but maybe threw his board out a little bit on the way he didn't want. So getting a little hung up there, stopping at 7, but you could see he still had time to add an extra 180 there if he wanted to.
All right, guys, we'll hang out, hang tight. We are going to be back at it. Coming up next, we have got one of the most talked about riders of the weekend, and you do not want to miss that. It is a good opportunity, guys, for you to get over to the SeaDeck booth and sign up for their raffle. Don't forget, at 2:45, we need anybody who signed up for the SeaDeck raffle for that SeaDeck custom cooler to be over there. We're going to be drawing a name at 3 p.m. While you're up on the vendors row, say hello to JL Audio, the guys from Garmin. They're hanging out. They've got some great stuff to show you over there, as well as our friends at Boatmate Trailers, Roswell Marine, Wake for Warriors, and then, of course, up on the hill, we have got the all-new Ski Nautique right there. Make sure you guys check it out. But right now, let's get down to the dockside area. Ladies and gentlemen, representing from Orlando, Florida, doing it for Ronix Wakeboards. In 2023, he was named the Alliance Wake Mag Rider of the Year. He is a multi-time WWA Wake Park National and World Wake Park Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a 4-time Langenfeld Open Champion. Give it up for one of the all-time Wake Park greats. This is T-Rent Stuckey. All right, T.I. with the eyes of the world watching. Trent Stuckey ready to throw it down and leave it all on the waters of Robin Lake. Finishing top 2 in the WWA's Nautique Masters LCQ just months ago. Here he is, and here we go. Give it up for Trent Stuckey. Oh! All right, big shout out in Webland. Past wakeboarding's Rookie of the Year, Kyle Alberts, watching us, checking it out. Big shout out to you, Kyle. We miss you out here at these events, brother. Hopefully we'll see you back in Orlando sooner than later. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday and what we saw from Trent Stuckey.
Yeah, Trent come out of the gate swinging, doing some of the hardest tricks that these guys are out here doing at his first Masters. We've seen blind Pete Roses, we've seen toe side backside 9s, switch toe side backside 7s, multiple 900s and Mob 5s. So I've heard he's got more tricks up his sleeve, and maybe he was saving them for here today for the final. So nonetheless, we're going to see Trent go out there and absolutely lay it down right now.
All right, well, he was the Best Trick Award winner at the Groveland Mini Wake Challenge just a couple of months ago. But now it's time for the big wake. Take a look and call it out, T.I.
There was that Mellon Skeezer 5 for his first trick, and now he come back in with that huge seatbelt back mode 5, landing in the flats. But on the cable, whenever you land off kicker, you're landing in the flats. So he's used to that landing right there. Coming back in, wrapped up. There is a 0 from Trent Stuckey, grabbing it. Stale fish, going to 3, spinning the opposite way, midair into the other side 360, coming back in on his heels, and there is a heel side 900, clean as you like, smooth as you like, getting the spins, getting the tech, and getting the style with that rewind. What a solid first pass there from Trent Stuckey.
Well, while we really don't know what to expect, Trent Stuckey, obviously one of the most decorated wake park riders of all time, Wake the City defending champion as well. This guy can do it behind just about anything. Sending a big shout out to former WWA director Rob Corum, along with the House of Style, Sean Murray. They're watching us live right now on the webcast. Appreciate that. But back to this. Take a look as he goes backside 900, 2.5 unnatural rotations from Trent Stuckey.
Yeah, and there is the blind Pete Rose, clean as you like. Similar run to yesterday, but yesterday he come in for the toe 7. Here it's going to be a hillside approach. And there is a cab 700 from Trent Stuckey right there, showing he can spin both ways, wrapping back up for his last trick on his second pass. And there is, unfortunately, going down. Might have got a little hung up, got his chest thrown over the front and going down on that toe side backside 3. Yesterday we seen the toe side backside 7, switch toe side backside 7. Maybe that's what we were hoping for from Trent today.
All right, count him down, but do not count him out. The beautiful thing of the WWA rules and regulations is that falls do not count against you. So he's not going to lose any points out there. Obviously, here in the world of wakeboarding, all subjectively judged. Going back to this morning, kicked off the event with the trick ski event. And all the trick skiers now, that's an objective scoring system. All the tricks in water skiing, they all have a particular point value. Here in wakeboarding, you can watch 2 guys go out there potentially doing the same exact tricks, but they'll be judged completely different based on their style.
Yeah, for sure. So you can have 2 guys that go out there and do the same trick, but one of them might have done an extra grab. One of them might have gone a little bit bigger. But yeah, as you said, there's non-subjective scoring. It's an overall impression kind of category. So it's just on how you put the impression on these judges, whether you went big, you were clean, you did the hard tricks, you mixed it up with style and did a solid run. So yeah.
All right, well, really excited to see what Trent's going to do off the double up. What he put down off the wake yesterday, of course, finishing off with that toe side, backside 720 yesterday, getting hung up right there. Knowing Trent's only going to drive him a little deeper and harder into wanting this even more. Any idea, any thoughts, any guesses on what we can see, what we can expect to see off the double up?
Well, Trent actually rode in the Parks Double or Nothing last year, and he had to qualify for it. And with his qualifier, we've seen that backside 1080. So I think we're probably going to see that today. We may even see a double flip. We don't know. We're going to see Trent's going to have a moment to gather his thoughts and see kind of maybe he missed out on some tricks during his run, so we might try and make up for that off the double up. But I'm hoping to see that big 1080, that backside 1080 out there from Trent.
All right, well, guys, it's a great view of the Roswell WWA Edition Super Aeronautique G23. It gives me a great opportunity to talk about those award-winning Roswell Triton telescoping board racks available on Nautique boats. You guys can go on over to the Roswell booth. They've got some on display for you to check out. A couple of my other favorite features there, that 360 mirror also on display. But of course, the star of that show is the telescoping flight control tower. Big shout out for putting all that stuff together, the great partnership between Nautique, Roswell Marine, of course, all the other great partners we talk about all throughout the weekend. Back on down and into the Nautique tent, getting a great look of the Paragon, the granddaddy of them all, down inside of the Nautique tent. Make sure you guys go down, get a tour of your own. Russell Marine is in the house along with Water Sports Central, Frank Macha, the crew, Brandon Lee and the gang, along with Sammy Roberts, world's top Nautique sales guy in the house, Rep of the Year award winner. Go say what's up. They'll take care of you guys. No time better than this weekend to get that all new boat. Dig it. Hey, I want to send a big shout out over to Dallas, Texas, and Joey Bradley. What's up, DJ Poolboy? I'm joining you in the 176 crew. I just picked up my Ski Nautique 176 just last week, brother. Glad to see you're watching, and looking forward to seeing you out there in Texas for the Nautique Regatta later on this June. Speaking of the regatta, we are going to be at Lake Lanier, not next weekend, but the following weekend. It's free for all Nautique owners. Go to Nautique.com or the WWA's website to sign up. It's absolutely free for all Nautique owners. It's 2.5 days out on Lake Lanier. You're not going to want to miss it. As this guy comes past the Shoreline crowd area, you want to see him go big, you want to see him go tech. Give it up for Trent Stuckey! Trent's first double up here at the Masters. Trent's first semifinal yesterday, first final today. History in wakeboarding has already been made. Will it be that backside 1080? Will we see history go down once again in this wakeboard division? We find out in just a matter of seconds and moments from right now. I'm going to hand it over to you, T.I., to call it as you see it, son.
Yeah, so we see Trent is actually wrapped up, so we might be seeing that wrap backside 1080 from him. He's going to have plenty of time in the air because of how big the wake is off that Super Air Nautique G23. But coming in on his heel side approach, wrapped up, there is a KGB 540 landing on top of the wake, but still landing it away, riding it away. So what a solid run from Trent Stuckey there.
Man, Trent Stuckey out there going for the gusto, getting the KGB 540. You can see probably not exactly what he was looking for, but at one time that would have been the heaviest trick in the game, and that time would have only been about 7 years ago. What an amazing effort and a feat in its own to make it this far. Will it be enough? Time will tell. Masters Callaway Gardens, do your thing and give it up for the second rider of the Pro Men's Finals. Make some noise for Trent Stuckey! He
is so good at manipulating his body to save stuff.
Dude, watching these instant replays, Trent is so good at manipulating his body to save those tricks. The way he was able to land where he landed and ride it away. The guy's air awareness, man, you gotta hand it to him. You know, You look at the likes of guys, you mentioned Rafter Rome, the crossover cable and boat riders, Gunther Oka, another one, a multi-time world champion. And the difference is, though, Trent did not grow up with a boat. He grew up on the cable and only transitioned to boat maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago. Absolutely incredible. What a feat, that's for sure. For those of you guys watching live on webcast, a beautiful view down in the PCM GM booth. Tony, what are we looking at right there?
That looks like the GM Marine ZZ6 or ZZ8S there that goes into these Nautique boats and powers these boats to create the biggest and best wakes there are on the water. So as you can see there, beautiful engine, plenty of power, plenty of torque. It's awesome to be pulled behind one of those PCM engines in that G23 boat.
Absolutely. I know I love my PCM in both my boats. I'm super stoked. Can't wait to get on the water. The power behind our passion, that's for sure. Hey, down in Surfside, giving a big shout out to Angie and Eddie Roberts hanging out down there. So stoked to have friends from around the nation and all around the world tuning in, watching us. You got any shout outs right now, Tony? Who's watching?
I'm sure a lot of people are watching from Australia because, as we said, this is the most prestigious event of the year. So there's a ton of people that want to come out and just tune into the live stream and watch all this action go down because it is some of the best riding in the world at any event, especially pulled behind the G23, which is the biggest wake in the world. So these guys are out there to go even bigger, do even more tricks, grab for even longer, add another flip. So, yeah, you see some of the craziest riding go down today.
All right, well, we are down to the third of 4 riders in this Pro Men Wakeboard Final. Ladies and gentlemen, 26 years young, originally from Bend, Oregon, then out of Discovery Bay, California, through Orlando, Florida, and now out of Winter Haven. He is a past Rider of the Year, Trick of the Year award winner. He is a past multi-time Pro Tour Stop and overall Pro Wakeboard Tour champion for La Familia. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing that West Coast style to the East Coast tech, this is Tyler Hyam. Tyler Hyam on the water, Sammy Brown on the screen. La Familia is in the house. All right, well, let's see if we can get some scores posted back up on the board. I think I just missed that right there. I know I saw a score posting. If we can get a score posted, see where we are at. So it looks like Max Rue setting the bar with a 71.67 and waiting on a score from Trent Stuckey, taking the lead with an 84.67. So even with a couple of bobbles and a fall, Trent Stuckey in the lead, my friend. What a day. The pressure's on, but 2 of the best in the game today and bona fide future Hall of Famers still to go. This, though, is Tyler Hyam, and now over to you, T.I.
Tyler coming back in. There he is with that first trick. Unfortunately, just bouncing on, landing past the wake and bouncing onto his toe edge there. He went huge, but maybe got a little bit more pop than he was expecting behind that G23 there. But Tyler's going to get picked back up. Not the best place you want to be falling first trick of your first pass, but it almost gives you a little bit more fire under the belt to go out there and just lay it all on the line because there's no second chances after this. There's no more pickups, so we'll see what Tyler comes out swinging after this first fall.
Well, how about this? Robin Lake Beach, why don't you guys do what this dude loves and fire him up? If you guys want to see Tyler take it to all new levels, get behind him, show the love. Robin Lake Beach, make some noise for Tyler Hyam! Oh, T.I., you can hear them roaring down on the beach line area. Tie high, getting ready to fly high here in a moment. Once again, you know, you go through the years and years of wakeboard action, and there's one guy who we've seen in this situation multiple times throughout the years, and it only fired him up. This looks like a Danny Harf syndrome, as I like to call it. You go down early, and you get back up, and you come through swinging.
Yeah, for sure, Dano. Like, as I said, your back's kind of up against the wall right now, knowing that you don't have a fall up your sleeve. So you got to go out there and just give it everything you got. There's a fine line between playing it safe and riding for second or just going out there and giving it all you've got. But we've got Tyler back up on the water, switching himself around to that switch edge. Are we going to see that double calf cab roll? Get redemption there. There it is. There is that double half cab roll, showing that was an unmistakable fall from Tyler. Coming back in on his heel side edge, wrapped up, and there is the wrapped KGB 540. Clean as you like. Even though he had that fall, he's landed 2 solid stand-up tricks right there for his first pass.
All right, well, he's going to need to keep that momentum going into pass number 2. And, man, what a punctuation on both of those tricks. Those things were absolutely textbook, no doubt. I do want to send a big shout-out to new 19 1979 Ski Nautique owners, Chris and Amanda Dowd, watching up in North Florida. Big shout out to y'all. Appreciate you for checking out the live stream and looking forward to seeing you guys at some awesome surf events in the future. Let's check it out. Pass number 2. He's wrapped up for the assist. Over to you, Tony.
There is that nose grab, hillside 900 in the regular position. Tyler is very good at spinning from both directions, so maybe we'll see a cab 9 out of him on this hit. And there it is, Dano. Smooth mute cab 9 there, showing that he can spin both ways, showing he can do both. Now coming back in on his third trick of the second pass. There is that nose grab, backside 720, landing it clean, getting a grab on there, coming in for one more. And there is that Stalefish mute mobe, or Stalefish mobe, which is, as we said, maybe he wanted the Mobe 5 there, but also knowing he's got that double up coming up, he didn't want to take a chance and go down. So Tyler has been really, really working on his double ups lately. He's got that KGB 720 or double KGB we've seen out of him before, so maybe we'll see it out here today.
Absolutely, guys. Excellent execution out of pass number 2. Taking a look back into pass number 1, got back up, got that incredible double half cab roll into the KGB 5. The landings were absolutely bolts because he stuck it so clean. Frontside 900, another textbook landing on that one. Absolute incredible showing from Tyler Hyam. You can just see the focus and the poise in his eyes. The man is here to do something big, something special, and to continue trying to change the game as we know it. If you guys want to see him go big and go for the gusto here, he's getting ready to come through for his final trick of this 65th Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, down at the beachside and inside here, the pavilion. Just know it's up to you, because the louder you get, the bigger they go, the better they shred. And that's for sure. If you want to see him demonstrate greatness one more time, then get on your feet and make some noise for Tyler Hyam.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Barton Ramsey and Noah Ramsey tuning in on the live stream all the way from Tupelo, Mississippi. Maybe we'll see Noah Ramsey out here in a few years competing here at that Masters.
Oh, I'm sure of it, my friend. If they're under your tutelage, TI, I'm guessing that probably in about 4 years from now, it's going to be a full TI Junior Masters heat. That's my guess.
I would love to see that. That'd be awesome.
All right, Tony. Water conditions are settling down. You can feel it in the air. He's back on his feet with the waters of Robin Lake underneath him, heading towards the beach. He wants the love, the energy. Give it to him now, my friends. As I mentioned, the louder you get, the bigger he goes, the more tech he gets. This is Tyler Hyam. And the crowd goes wild.
You can see it in his eyes there, Dano. He is ready to put something down. He's got his serious face on. He's stoked. He's ready to go huge. Put it all on the line and try and get that double up to make up for that fall that he had in the first pass. Because as of right now, we've only got 6 tricks on the board from Tyler. So if he can land this double up and go huge, that puts 7. And having the double up just makes you get that extra intensity, overall impressions for the judges. And we know Tyler goes huge.
All right, first double up in this direction. Tyler, also known for holding some NBDs, unique to himself, never been done, but only by him. We'll see here and now if he digs into that bag of tricks or what he throws down. Handed it to you. Call it out.
There it is, the double unfortunately just going down. There is that double KGB I was talking about there, Dano. He was so close to having that.
Ladies and gentlemen, giving it the effort, leaving it all on the waters of Robin Lake, a future Hall of Famer, no doubt, but give it up for La Familia's Ronix team athlete, Tyler Hyam. Back to this instant replay. Nose grab, holding it all the way around and just like a millimeter too heavy on his heels there with that line load. Just couldn't hold on, Tony. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I seen his board come around, but maybe his body wasn't all the way around a 360, which kind of put him on that heels, having that line a bit tight and trying to compensate. And, unfortunately, just falling on his heels. He tried to hang on for it, but there's just so much pull and so much tension that it's very, very hard to hang on. So, unfortunately, just going down there.
All right, well, T.I., we are getting down to the final rider of this final round of action in this pro men's wakeboard final here at the 65th Nautique Masters of Water Skiing and Wakeboarding, presented by GM Marine. Down in the PCM booth, we've been hooking it up with swag all day long. Down on Vendors Row, the crew from O'Brien, along with our friends at Michael Hayes Jewelry, the crew at Eagle and Masterline, HO and Hyperlight, Seipel Marine and Fatsack, and so many more. They've got some great deals for you guys to check out, along with our other awesome sponsors out here. Amsoil, Acme, Propellers, Zero Off. The folks over there, my friends, who help make these awesome events happen year after year. Without them, they just won't. So truly appreciate that, no doubt. But here we are, and here we go. He's the final rider of the Pro Men Wakeboard Final, and he comes to us from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a many-time Pro Tour stop and a multi-time overall Pro Wakeboard Tour champion. He is an Australian and U.S. national wakeboard champion, a world wakeboard champion. He is the man, the machine. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Down on the dockside area, your final wakeboard rider of the day. He's the NIC RAPA. Make some noise for Nick Rappa. Getting set to tighten that line. Nick Rappa, a hybrid, no doubt. Getting ready to throw it down. He's on the water, guys. Keep your eyes out there. Tony, I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll bring it up again. When you watch a guy like Nick Rappa, you are looking at the evolution of sport, of competition. I know you're a competitive guy, and I know you and Nick have had your battles over the years. But when you watch Nick out on the water riding, it's almost a mix of the days of Phil Sovin, along with Rusty Malinowski, a mix of Darren Shapiro and Dean Smith. I'm talking amplitude, I'm talking tech, I'm talking style, and I am talking determination. We're going to see what he can put down in a moment, but we got some results on the board. It looks like we have a new leader, Tony.
An 89.33 from Tyler Hyam, so currently sitting in first place, and then Trent Stuckey in second. And, but Nick is coming in on his first pass. You know, we seen a solid ride from Nick yesterday. He's got even more tricks up his sleeve, so I'll be interested to see what he can do here in the finals. But coming in on his heel side approach, there is the Mute Mode 540, landing past the wake, solid, nice and clean, getting a good grab on there. Now coming back in on his heel side edge, and it's going to be the nose grab, heel side 900, just landing a little on that wake, but nonetheless, Nick's a super strong dude, so can get out of a lot of different landings. But coming back in on his toe side edge, here is the third trick. There is the double toe side back roll, the first double toe back roll we've seen today. And last trick, there is that Indy Moby Dick. So finishing out a very, very solid first pass with some double flips, some spins, some tech. So he's going to come back in on his second pass with even more to come back and try and get that top spot from Tyler Hyam.
Well, you know, as the top seed and the last rider off the deck, you get the opportunity to watch the rest of the field go, and you know what you need to do. He knows there's been a couple of falls with the guys in front of him, and, he could go out there and play it safe, but watching that first pass, nothing safe about that run. This dude is leaving it all on the water. He's getting tech, and he is going big.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's what's good about going last off the dock. You can see what you need, but Nick does not hold back. As you can see with that toe side nose grab 900 for his first trick trick of the second pass. Now coming back in on his heels. Are we going to see the double tantrum? There it is, Dano, the double tantrum. Clean as you like, smooth as you like. Now coming back in, switching it around on his heel side edge. Coming in, and there is the mute heel side 720. Clean as you like. One more hit from his left side. Coming back in on his heels. What are we going to see here, Dano, for the last trick of the second pass?
Oh, yeah, going off axis, backside 720 right there, corking it out and taking it to the flats. He's going to be amped on that one, no doubt. And while he stood up 2 full passes right there, you really never know what's going through the judges' minds, and honestly, it still could come down to this double-up. With that being said, Tony, what do you think we can expect to see out of Nick Rappa?
Well, Nick has had 2 solid stand-up passes, the only guy out here today with no fall, so he's knowing he's got 8 tricks up his sleeve. He's either going to go out there and play it safe and land that double-up to make sure he claims that victory, or he's going to go out there with Tyler having an 89.33, that is a pretty high score, so he knows he's got to go out there and he can't really play it safe. So we'll be seeing something big off the double up from Nick out there for sure.
Man, watching this instant replay, you'd almost think he was out there taking it easy in the run. But honestly, it's just a testament of how good this guy is, making the hardest tricks in the world look that simple and that smooth.
Yeah, that's the thing with Nick. Everything looked just so smooth, and then it looks like, oh, that was quite an easy run, but then you go back and look at the tricks he's done, and he just makes them look so smooth, and you forget how hard these tricks are. Like the double tantrum there made it look like it was just one tantrum, but he just does it so smooth. That is probably one of the hardest doubles there is out there to do on the wake, as everything is going away from your natural force that your body wants to spin. So yeah, really, really cool to see how easy Nick does all these harder tricks.
Well, Nick Rappa doing what he can do to solidify why he believes and why he has been proving year after year that he will go down as one of the all-time contest rider greats in the world of towed water sports action overall. Tony, we are just seconds away, moments from watching the final double up, that natural kicker converge on the water, and the last wakeboard rider of the day get set to go big and leave it all here on Robin Lake. No matter what, when it's all said and done, we can say that we had the opportunity to watch one of the greatest women's finals of all time. We will get to say that we got to watch one of the most epic pro men's finals of all time. Right now, you guys are looking at that triple axle boatmate trailer with the beautiful Super Aeronautique up there on site, that Paragon. Go to have a look at it. Check it out. Nick Rappa coming down the shoreline. Robin Lake Beach. You guys want to see him land this? You want to see him go big? Then it's your turn to get loud for Nick Rappa.
Nick is stoked out there. He's pumping up the crowd. He's ready to get you guys to get loud so he can go as big as he can off that double up. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Lane Hewerkamp, all the way from Macon, Mississippi. Her dad loves watching her compete from the tractor seat, planting the farm out there in Macon, Mississippi.
Yeah, so cool to have them watching, and so many others around the world, the wake sports enthusiasts. We appreciate you all. It's been so fun calling out the tricks here for my 19th year at the Masters. Guys, what an honor. A prestige, that's for sure. Let's keep it going, guys. Big shout out to Noah Flegel watching us live on the webcast as well right now. Tony, the final double up, take it away.
We've got Nick coming in, and there is that double half cab roll. Oh, unfortunately, just getting pulled out the front. Now, this makes it interesting, Dano. We've got solid 8 tricks landed, off the wake, but just missing out on that double up. What are you thinking we're going to see from the judges scoring here?
Well, I want to say that if Nick was able to ride that one away, we would probably be heading down towards the Nautique tent a lot sooner. But right now, I think the judges really have their work cut out for him. He made that flip. He got connected completely with that double up. The full rotation here, Tony, but somewhere on that landing, so much tension pulling him right back behind the boat, and that nose getting buried of his board. What do you think happened?
Yeah, maybe he got a little bit more kick off that Nautique G23 and opened up early, but still was able to over-rotate it. But as you could see with that fall, he did not want to let go of that trick right there.
All right, Tony, as we set right now, it's Tyler Hyam in the lead. We're going to see what happens here and now as we await a score. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, your new Masters champion, the NICRAPE. Give it up for Nick Rappa. Nick Rappa, Tyler Hyam, and Trent Stuckey. That is your pro men's wakeboard podium. Congratulations to them, and congratulations to you out there watching live through the webcast and this stream. We've had an amazing time this afternoon calling it out for you. Some closing thoughts, Tony?
Man, what an awesome final it is to watch these guys just go down and lay it all on the line. We've got a big score there from Nick Rappa. Even without that double up, his tricks throughout his run were hard enough just to take down the win with that alone. So really awesome to see all these guys go out there, throw it down on Lake Robin behind that Super Air Nautique G23, and I can't wait to see what the riding level is going to be next year.
Well, Tony, I got to say thank you very much, my friend. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to call it out with you. It's been an honor for me to be back up here for my 19th year on behalf of Nautique Boats, our friends at GM Marine, PCM, and all the sponsors out here. Guys, the action is not done. So much more. I'm looking forward to watching and hearing Tyler and Jared, two of the best at what they do today. My friends, I'm Dan Lamano. He's Tony Iacone for the world of wakeboard action. We're going to keep rocking and rolling, my friends. We love you all. Enjoy the rest of the day. That's going to do it for us. You guys, I'm going to go hang out with Greg Maloon over at the Nautique booth. You guys have a good one. Over to the commercial break and then back to Tyler and Jared. Peace, y'all.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome to the intersection of freedom and fun, where everyone gathers to live ambitiously and embrace adventure. It's time to carve out memories and transform your weekends. It's time for moments to be shared and retold as the epic stories that spark contagious laughter and inspire lifelong friendships. It's time now to soak in the sun, challenge the norms, learn a new skill, and spend time with your favorite people. O'Brien Water Sports, creating the best experiences on the water.
Hey, thanks a bunch, Tyler. Everybody, I'm hanging up on the hill right now with the president of the Nautique Boat Company, Greg Maloon, and we are standing right here with quite the classic. This is the boat that started it all. First off, Greg, thanks for being here with us once again here at the 65th Masters. What an amazing weekend it has been so far. Before we get to the boats, what are your thoughts?
Wow, what an amazing weekend on the water. It looks absolutely beautiful out there right now. I've never seen Robin Lake so quiet, and the performances have been outstanding so far today. Looking for some big things to come here in these final events with Jump.
No doubt about that. Well, Greg, like I said, we've got the classic right here, the one that started it all. Talk a little bit about the original Ski Nautique.
So this here is the 1961 Ski Nautique. This boat was what brought our namesake of Nautique Boat Company here. Ski Nautique, of course, is French for water ski, and it is the brand to own. It is the brand to know in water skiing. It's defined water ski boats for so many years, and now here in the 65th year, the 2026 Ski Nautique, we launched this all new boat that's just incredible.
Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited now. Obviously, I had an opportunity to get a sneak peek of the boat a little bit earlier in the year, but we just debuted it here at the Masters this weekend. There's a whole lot of buzz. I want you to give me a little bit of a tour of this boat, point out some of your favorite features, and then I want to show you maybe some of my favorite features. So first off, what should we take notice on this boat, number one?
Well, Dano, we start on the outside here. We've got the Ski Nautique badging, the heritage of Ski Nautique carried on right into 2026, into the 65th year, as we talked before. But this boat was all about that performance. Performance for the skier behind the boat in all three events, the performance for the driver so that they can provide the best tow for that skier. And then it was about tuning this boat from beginning to end to make sure that from the wake performance in the back to the way the engine worked, the way the zero off works, it's going to be the perfect ride, the perfect opportunity to set new records.
Absolutely. Okay, so now by taking a look at this boat from the outside, I'm noticing compared to the last edition of the Ski Nautique, it looks to have a little bit of a narrower body. But from looking inside of the boat, this thing seems to have all of the room of last year's Ski Nautique.
Well, this boat was all about from performance from the beginning. It was all about how can it optimally perform. And so first thing we wanted to do was take some weight out of the boat. And so it's a couple 100 pounds lighter when you see versus sitting in the old Ski Nautique. It is narrower, but yes, it is wider on the inside as well. We kind of tightened everything up, made the optimal use of ski storage. In the boat, it's quick and easy to snap your ski into place. You see that on the video. This boat is all about ski performance, and that narrower platform helped us get weight out of the boat and make a better performing ski boat.
Well, I know a lot of the magic actually happens underneath the boat, and what I was hoping you could do is give us a little showing of some of this underwater gear and let us know what we're looking at down here.
Yeah, so much. What happens is how that water comes across the boat itself. We have patented technology with the Hydrogate here in the center of the boat and the microtuners on the outside and how those operate to make the best ski wake possible. That Hydrogate got a lot wider in this new generation. It allows us to make it a little shallower in the water, smoothing out that ski wake and just being able to make the perfect ski wake. Of course, in trick mode, that's going to be up to allow the back end of the boat to sit down deeper in the water and see those performances like we saw earlier this morning on the water.
Okay, I got to ask you, here's the question I've been getting all weekend long. How about that 22 off bump?
It's almost gone. I mean, it's incredible how much we've taken the edges out of the wake itself. And the big part of this boat is not to just benefit the best skiers on the water out here on Robin Lake at the Masters, but also to benefit every skier at every line length, at every speed. We tested this boat at all different ski speeds, line lengths, different competitors that are going to go to nationals and worlds. This is going to be the optimal performing boat no matter what speed you ski at.
All right, so I told you I was going to give you my favorite features of the boat. Starting on the back right here, I love the steps into the boat. So easy to get into, a nice little spot to sit when you're putting your skis on. I love the camera right there on the back as well. The ski cradles are amazing. The windshield looks incredible, and the new 360 mirrors are absolutely awesome as well. If somebody wants to design their own Nautique or get a demo ride in one of these things, what do they have to do, Greg?
Well, the demo ride's an interesting question because all this next week, our ski school partners that we have all over the state of Florida, they're going to have one of these brand new boats there. You can go online on our website right now and you can sign up to ski behind one of these boats. We're covering the cost of doing that. You can go get your set behind the new Ski Nautique. We want everybody to experience this brand new boat. Of course, Nautique.com is where you're at. Click on that new Ski Nautique button. See how that get in there. You can get the video of all the different details that we couldn't cover so many details here, in this short time. But go to the website, check that out, and design your own while you're out there on that website as well. We got this amazing builder. You can put all those colors together and build your perfect Ski Nautique.
Well, absolutely. There's some great videos online already. Matt Reaney doing an awesome walkthrough. You guys should check that out on Nautique's YouTube channel. Greg Maloon, appreciate you. Another amazing 65th Masters of Water Ski and Wakeboard. We're hanging on the hill. Come visit us right now. Otherwise, back to you, Tyler.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey. A journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
It's all about business.
World record ropes Masterline. At SeaDek, we don't just focus on the comfort and quality of our products, or on the cutting-edge technology and innovative processes, or the years and years of technical experience behind the scenes. We focus on your experience, those special moments. We're with you every step of the way.
Whatever you drive, however you drive, Amsoil specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in everything you ride and drive. Shop at amsoil.com.
Water, Stroma's in my mind. Take me to the water. Stroma's in my mind. Stroma's in my mind. Take me to the water.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for that jump event. You can see the technical controllers and his assistants are hard at work turning that jump ramp around. We will get to that event in just a few moments. I want to thank all of the officials here this afternoon and throughout the weekend. Also on Vendors Row, it is 2:48. That means that C-Deck tent is going to have a drawing at 3 o'clock. You must be present to win, so make sure to get those last entries in for that drawing over at the C-Deck tent. That is going to happen in about 12 minutes. Also, it is Sunday, and that means all of the vendors down Vendors Row, I'm sure they don't want to go back with that inventory over there. Go over there, check them out, see if there is a deal to be made down on Vendors Row. Want to thank everybody for joining us here. What a beautiful day. All of those who have tuned in on the webcast, welcome. A lot of Masters champions have been crowned here today, and we are going to crown 2 more before we call it here a final on this 65th Masters. I am Tyler Boyd. I will be joined in the booth with Jared Faro, and we will have an interview with the folks from GM Marine very, very shortly. You're not going to want to go anywhere. 2 events left at the Masters. We'll be right back. Yo, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for that jump final. That ramp has been turned around, placed at 5.5 feet. Got a simulation pass going on right now. My name is Tyler Boyd, about to be joined in the booth with Jared Faro for this pro women's jump event. Much anticipated event. Some big distances yesterday from the women. Obviously, probably one of those running orders where we can see anything from 170 feet to 180 feet plus. Only time will tell. I think the real storyline going into this event was Brittany Wharton yesterday, Jared, with that jump of 175 feet.
Yeah, she looked so good yesterday, Brittany Wharton. That's why she will be our final competitor off. But nipping at her heels are going to be, of course, Lauren Morgan, who was only 1 foot behind. You have the defending Masters champion, Hannah Streltsova, who is going to want to get back on top of the podium. And, of course, don't count out our first skier on the water, which is going to be Sasha Danishevskaya of the USA.
That's right. We will be bringing you the action. If you're out on the webcast, thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. Drop that link. We're only moments away from crowning another Masters champion. Just a quick recap of the day. What a day it has been. A lot of surprises all the way around. But I really think, zeroing in from whether it was Jake Abelson to Erica Lang on the trick ski slalom, incredibly exciting. Allie Nicholson really had one of those weekends on Robin Lake where she just looked unstoppable, able to get that Masters win. And then the return of Freddie Winter, how strong was that, and how strong was he out on the water today?
Yeah, I know that social media and forums around the water ski world are going absolutely berserk at the moment because Freddie, of course, is a fan favorite, and he did take the Masters earlier today. And you know what? Just to be able to get from where he was to where he is now, and it's such a great lead up. Of course, we've got the Under-21 World Championships coming up, but also Freddie's main now focus goes towards those World Championships over in Italy. And I tell you what, that winning a Masters, coming to Moomba, not performing as well as what he would have liked coming back from that injury, now getting prepared, winning Masters, gives him all that confidence going into the Worlds. But then you even look at women's slalom. Great for Allie Nicholson to kickstart her campaign for 2025 as she moves into that European Pro Tour of events.
And should be noted there, Vanessa Veek, a strong showing with the silver. Very, very close from battling for that top spot. What a season this is going to be this year. You're starting to see some things. You never know what you're going to get at the Masters. And we started to say this many years ago, I think in the last couple of years, of saying kind of the changing of the guard, so to speak. You look at least for men's trick is concerned, Jake Abelson, and not really a surprise to see him at the top of the podium, being the world record holder, but he still is only 17 years of age. And then you take a look at the likes of Allie Nicholson, not only top seed, but takes that Masters title. Obviously, the return of Freddie Winter. Going into this jump event, Brittany Wharton finding herself now as the top seed. And we will build into the men's jump event where Ryan Dodd is the top seed. But I think the big storyline yesterday with that was Igor Morozov really jumping well. We'll see what happens this afternoon.
Yeah, and he can throw some big jumps out there. But we look down to the start dock. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are ready to kick things off with his women's jump semifinal. All the way from the USA, it is Sasha Danishevskaya.
Always fun to see Sasha leave the pavilion area with a big wave to all of the crowd. And, we turned that jump around, and it almost went completely still.
Whoa.
It is a hot afternoon here in Pine Mountain, Georgia.
Yeah, it definitely is. The heat is up. It's very humid as well. And I'll tell you what, when the jump was being swung around, Tyler, I was down on Vendors Road checking out a few of our sponsors and getting a bit of a look up at that brand new 2026 Ski Nautique. And you know what? The wind started to swing around. I thought, have they made the right choice to swing that ramp around? But you know what? Conditions look good. The wind will be, I don't think it'll even be a factor here this afternoon. Conditions will be good, and we'll see some really long jumps. Do we want to see some long jumps here? Of course we all do.
Well, if this is your first time watching the jump event, the rules are really simple. You get 3 jumps. We take the longest jump as the furthest jump. It only takes 1 to win, but you must ride it out with the handle and ski back behind the boat. With that, that is pretty much the rules of the event. With that said, there's a lot of technical elements in preparation to try to go that far, and one of those technical elements is right where Sasha is right now. That red buoy is about 600 feet away from the ramp. That is her guide to negotiate herself up by the driver's side as they swing wide. She's going to take a whip into the base of the ramp on jump number 1, and that is what we call a pass. Skiing around the ramp, that will be counted as jump number 1, but really there as a safety feature for these athletes.
Oh, it looks like she might have broken something there, maybe a sling or maybe a glove. May have broken. She will get, once we work out what the issue is, she will get 3 minutes for broken equipment. What looks like maybe one of the sling. If anyone has, I'm sure there'll be plenty of slings down there on the dock. We'll get her on the back of the boat, and we'll go and see if we can get that sling fixed. Of course, that sling is a critical element in the jump event, Tyler, because it does keep your right arm locked in position. If that right arm wasn't locked in and you were separated, if your arms were separated from your body, it changes that center of gravity, which would mean some pretty gnarly things happening out there on that jump ramp.
No doubt about it. It's going to be interesting. Anytime there's a broken sling, that is one of those features and pieces of equipment that these jumpers use that is really, really personal, because in the sense that some like the sling arm a little closer to the body, others will take it maybe an inch or 2 away from the body. It looks like it is the belt of the sling. We'll see what decision she makes, if she can repair that one or she's going to have to utilize one of her fellow competitors' slings from the dock.
Going back to the Moomba Masters back in March, I don't know if you recall, if you were watching, Tyler, but her husband, Taylor Garcia, actually broke a sling into the base of the ramp and took quite a gnarly crash. And we know that Taylor is okay now, but at that time, you don't realize how much load is on that sling when these athletes are attacking that jump ramp. And it just shows, breaking a sling into the bottom of the ramp is certainly not what you want to be thinking about.
Well, and it's, like I said, it's a critical piece of equipment in the jump event. It's almost like your best T-shirt or your pair of shoes you don't want to get rid of. You know you need to, but you're so comfortable because you've taken so many jump sets in that particular sling. Sometimes it's hard because, speaking of shoes, we'll just go with that analogy. It's like getting new cowboy boots. You got to break it in, right? Like these slings, they're made, they're very well made, but it does take some time to actually break in the equipment. So we'll see if she can find a good piece of equipment. Look at down there, Wake for Warriors, showing the love. What's up, guys? Great to see you down there. I was just over in that area. Matt, what's going on, brother? Awesome to see the Wake for Warriors. How cool was it this morning with Kyle Carpenter for the presentation of that diamond-backed gun? That was something special, and I will always remember that here when I walk away from the 65th Masters. So we're going to go with another simulation pass as Sasha changes her equipment out. Had a little bit of everything in this jump event this weekend. We've had 2 beach balls float in the jump.
True.
We've had the changing of the battery because the water turned off, and now a broken sling.
And we flipped the ramp twice.
We flipped the ramp twice.
Always something happening here in Callaway Gardens.
There's a good...
Yeah, look at them, all of them trying to get Sasha ready to go. You see Cole Grant there, John Travers.
Have you ever seen an athlete have an equipment issue and John Travers not Johnny on the spot down there?
Always.
I mean,
that's just what he does. He's always there to help out.
You know, it was just a couple weeks ago. I think it was Dane Meckler at a pro slalom event broke the lace on his binding. JT actually took the lace out of his shoe, laced up Dane's binding so Dane could get out there and score, and now he's over here helping out with the sling. Just John Travers, man, just pleasure to get to talk to him the other day when we were up at the Lodge and Spa at the pool. Does so much for the sport, obviously. Travers Water Ski School, world-renowned right there in Central Florida. And then take a look at that shot. That is the Masterline booth. How cool is that? And we actually got to see those ropes being made in their commercial. And that's another company based right there in Central Florida. You want to go over there and grab some ropes, grab some handles. I'm sure they want to cut you a deal. That man right there giving you a wave. My wife got a brand new Eagle vest this weekend.
Yeah, go out and do your final purchases up there on Vendors Row because they have got some specials for you, I'm sure. If not, ask them for the announcer's discount. You might get a few dollars off, or they might even add a bit more onto your bill while you're at it.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure they tack some more on for that. Don't say that. There we go. Okay, so Sasha's ready to go. You see Cole Grant down there. I also see Corey Picos on a jump dock. How did Corey get down there on the jump dock? I don't know. Great to see Corey, as always. Saw him in the trick boat throughout the weekend. And Sasha is good to go. So this is going to be jump number 2, pass on jump number 1. And we're going to see how this sling feels and see what approach she takes.
And most of the slings, she would have used a similar sort of sling as what she has used in the past and what she just broke. So she'll know what it feels like. But again, if you don't quite have the right, it's called a molded to your arm, isn't it? So when you put your sling in, you know that it's the right size. But let's try this again, folks. Jump number 2 coming up from the USA, Sasha Danishevskaya. Maybe that's what she wanted. Maybe she just wanted to have another chance to go wave at the crowd.
Love to see the interaction with the crowd as she gets ready for jump number 2. And you take a look at Sasha's sling, and it does. There is quite a bit of fabric that hangs away from her sling. That looks like the original, fabric hanging down. Usually you don't see that, but each and every jumper, I'm saying that piece of equipment, I mean, if you're going to be technical about things, I know there's jump skis, I know there's bindings, but a sling is a very personal piece of equipment. So we'll see how that impacts jump number 2. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We're going to move from Sasha to Hannah Strautsova, Lauren Morgan, and then top seed Brittany Wharton.
This is getting Sasha down the far end of the lake, sitting in the water, getting a bit of a thought process, a thought pattern about what she needs to do here. To go, she's going to need a score, Tyler. To get on the top of the podium, I think you're going to need at least high 170s, if not even a 180 to take the win. Here she comes. Jump number 2, Sasha. Going to go around that 600-foot buoy now into that glide. Getting out wide. Pushing her way down the lake. This looks like a nice approach a little bit later than jump number 1. She's edging in and a pass on jump 2. The pressure building now, Tyler. A pass on the first, a pass on the second. All comes down to this third and final approach.
Well, that's right. And I would have to say an aggressive approach for coming out of the gate, potentially with a new sling. However, that got sorted out on the dock. Looked like a good cut, maybe a bit stretched out at the wakes. If she can collect herself into the first wake, I think that is definitely a cut that would put one out there if she's able to connect. Interested to see where this cutoff is going to be for the top of the podium here today. You got to think it's 170, maybe even close to 180 plus. Of course, Jacinta Carroll with that course record of 188.
Could that be in jeopardy to start? I think yesterday was the day if you were going to go 188. I think yesterday was the day with that headwind. Almost perfect jump conditions. But here, little to no wind. Still beautiful, though, isn't it, out there on Robin Lake?
Such a great weekend. And, Jared, we had this type of weather last year. So good to come in to this year and see the conditions for these athletes. The skiing has been phenomenal. And what I love about the Masters is the competitive nature of the tournament. You can just have this feel, even from the announcer's booth, of the intensity, the almost The stress on these skiers is different. The atmosphere, there's something in the air about the Masters. Every one of these athletes want to be crowned a Masters champion.
And why wouldn't you be? It's what you're here for. You come all the way from wherever you have come around the world. You want to take home that Masters title. 6 new Masters champions being crowned already. 2 left here in 2025. And you haven't already done so. If you haven't ever been to the Masters, I should say, put this on your bucket list because it is a phenomenal event. The crowd, the people, the atmosphere, the pavilion, it all boils down to being an amazing tournament. Here we go, Sasha Tyler, jump number 3. She's backed it off a fraction, going to get a few of those rollers before she turns maybe a little bit of an earlier approach here. No, she's going to chill. Almost goes up the corner, but unfortunately a 0 score for Sasha. Definitely not what we were expecting there on this first skier.
Wow, right on the corner of the ramp when she let go, and unfortunately is not going to score a jump. But ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sasha Dinlinskaya, and I'll tell you, you don't see that very often. You knew she wanted to take it. She let go at the very last moment, skiing up a couple of feet on that jump ramp, able to have a nice, safe landing to ride that away, but certainly made things exciting there at the very end. This athlete that's next, Jared, she's rocking the red bib, indicating that she is the defending Masters champ representing the USA. And if there is a person that would challenge that course record, this is definitely one that could do it. Ladies and gentlemen, skiing down at Bennett Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana, give it up for your defending champ, Hannah Stralsova.
And Tyler, you talk about how you prepare for Masters, knowing you're the defending champion. Your personal best is in excess of all of the other athletes in this field. You come out here in the first round, and you've now positioned yourself third or second off the dock. It's not what Hannah envisioned her Masters to be here in 2025, being the defending champion. But you've got to sort of give what you get sometimes. You've got to work now. It all resets with what she needs to do. Does she go out there, take an easy jump, get a feel, as I said, change her conditions from yesterday? Or does she go where she has been and knows that she's done it before in this same exact situation of a final and just go out there and go big?
Yeah, I think you got to go for it at this point. And, Jared, because there's little to no wind, I think we're at 0 wind, at least in front of the jump ramp. The benefit of that is really the consistency you can have in your cut through all 3 jumps, because sometimes when it's windy, it's not really a constant speed. It can fluctuate, be a little bit more, a little bit less. Here, since it is dead calm, she's going to get zeroed in, hopefully, on jump number 1 and then be able to build from each and every jump. But I really think coming out of the preliminary round for Hannah to be in this position, there is so much more that she has to offer off that jump ramp. And I have a feeling after being able to break things down with her coach, Jay Bennett, yesterday, she is going to come back today with a game plan on jump number 1. And here we go. This is Hannah Stralsova, your defending champ, into the base of the ramp. Good kick, good lift. And that is a good opening jump. So, again, the great thing about being in this position is there's no wind. It makes it a lot easier to adjust your cut and bring it down maybe 5-10 more feet.
Yeah, very true. We saw that some of them struggle yesterday with that strong headwind. Great when you're over the ramp, but I said, yeah, it does. It really, you have to make those adjustments because that wind, as soon as you get out onto that glide, and even as you come off the 6, the wind's going to want to stop you. That's a nice opening jump there for Hannah, or will jump herself into the lead, being our first score. It's going to be somewhere around about the 160, some high 160s. You getting a score through, Tyler? What did you?
It may be a bit further. We're going to wait and see as that officially is going to hit the board. Great shot from underneath the ramp right there. 174. done very nicely and easily. I'm going to tell you right now, Jared, if she can find a later cut and hang on to the tension, not only is 180 in jeopardy, but Jacinta Carroll's record might be as well.
Okay. She looked like she had a lot of speed, and I don't reckon she actually got a lot of her kick.
It was one of those. It was like I think Ryan had a jump like that yesterday, deceptively far because of all of the speed. Did not get all of the lift.
And there is that jump course record all the way back from 2016. 188 feet, 57.4 meters. As that 6.2 litre PCM comes roaring down Robin Lake. Here she comes. Hannah Streltsova for jump number 2. Sprays that 600-foot buoy now into that glide. Getting out as wide as she can, trying to keep that width to generate the angle towards Big Red. Here she comes, angling through the wakes. Off, nice kick and float off the top. Hannah Streltsova just jumped herself even further there on jump 2.
All right, Jared. First jump was 174. What are you thinking here?
179.
Got to be close to that 180 mark, you would think. Now, certainly got pulled over the tips of the skis, assuming she had the same amount of speed, a 176. So you can see the float much better and getting pulled over the tops of the skis. I would say still a bit early into the ramp. I mean, there's plenty of more space, I think, and speed she could generate through the turn.
But she had a good connection with the
She
ramp,
did.
didn't she? The way that she sort of was still cutting up the ramp, you saw her just bring her hips up over her, as she pushed through the ramp, which means that extension, as soon as she came off the top, she was into full flight. And then it's just take and hold on to that ride for Hannah Streltsova. One jump to come, and then we'll go to the USA, and it'll have Lauren Morgan and Brittany Wharton, your top seed in this final round. And then, of course, don't go anywhere. We'll have the pro men's jump final as well.
And before that jump final, our friends at GM Marine are going to join you for an interview in the booth. Always good to hear. I know that you made the trip up to Detroit before traveling down to Florida and journeying up to Pine Mountain. Hannah Streltsova, ladies and gentlemen, a 176. You got to believe there's a lot more there. Let's see if she makes some adjustments on the 600-foot buoy. Right in front of that 600-foot buoy. Now she's hanging out in that glide, waiting. Oh, yeah, a little bit later here. Can she connect off the top? Pretty good float. I think it's going to be in that same ballpark, though. We might be all stacked up now in that 174, 175, 176. I think it's going to be somewhere in there. And these next two competitors, that's where the competition was yesterday.
Yeah, we were 173 and a 174 yesterday from Lauren and from Brittany. Now, Hannah's just out-jumped him here in the final to a 176. We'll see if she makes her way back to the pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for your leader in the women's jump final round with a 176, Hannah Streltsova. Can the defending champion do it again? Now she has the nervous. But that's the problem, isn't it? When you go and set the score, you've now got the nervous wait to see where you will end up. We go down to our Ski Nautique start dock, and we look to the next competitor. Started competing at 11 years of age, skiing out at Jack Travers. She won the Masters in 2022, placed third at the World Championships post a ACL injury. From the USA, make her welcome. It is Lauren Morgan.
Lauren Morgan with a host of credentials here and accomplishments. taking second last year at the California Pro-Am back in 2022. Took that title in a first and jump. Has a personal best of a 183, 55.7 meters. Wouldn't that be nice right now?
Certainly wouldn't want anything else, would you? PB at the Masters. And as we've said all weekend, it's all about those off-water activities, Tyler. And, of course, with Lauren after her injuries, doing a lot of Pilates work, CrossFit, and even some snow skiing as well. Really to get herself prepared for the water ski season.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with Lauren Morgan. If you're tuning in on the webcast, we have jumped from this position of the lake all weekend long, but the wind, unlike yesterday, is absolutely flat. So there is nothing off the top of the jump. It's all going to have to be about speed, not so much about lift in a way for some of these competitors. Lauren pulling out for the 600-foot buoy. Going a little early at the 600-foot buoy, but that's not necessarily the only ingredient because she's staying out really wide. Late cut here into the base, hangs on. Upper body crush at the very top. Man, you could almost see that right leg moving a little bit.
Yeah, she was late into the bottom corner of that ramp. And you know what? That's what we want. Aggressive approach. As you said, Tyler, maybe could back it off a little bit at the 6. She kind of just... She had the right cut, and if she had been in a better position, she probably wouldn't have rushed that turn as much and got her skis all the way around to start to build that angle. But it's a jump. She's going to guarantee herself a spot on the podium. Now it's all about feel that ride, put your hands together. Callaway Gardens for Lauren Morgan of the USA.
Wait for that score to come through on Nautique replay. You can see just a little bit separated into the base of the ramp. Didn't get quite the connection off the second wake we typically see from Lauren, and that's why she was a bit stretched out at the very top. They'll set her down into the water, and we will get a final distance there for you. 176 right now, the current lead from Hannah Straltsova.
I'm just hearing some noise in the background here of our main judges tower that I think they may be taking Lauren's skis off. They may not have been able to record that jump. So the bindings that our skiers use are super tight. They can cut off the blood flow and the blood circulation to the skiers' feet. So I think we may have a 2 or 3 minute delay until we can either get that score, go back through the video footage and try and be able to calculate that score, or we will give her a re-ride. So,
and I'll tell you, that's one of those things when it comes to scoring, and rules have changed throughout the years, but the athlete knowing what their jump is being scored before they go to the next jump, very important, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Very important for them to know for that calculation of where they need to cut in their head when they pull out for the 600-foot buoy. So we will see if we get a score. If we don't get a score, we'll jump number 1.
Yeah, and we've got to make sure that each of the skiers have the same conditions. So no matter what, we'll have to do a simulation pass. It's whether she'll get ready down at the far end or bring her back to the main start dock. We'll get her to go again. I think I'm hearing some murmurs of some distances. So this will just be a simulation pass for Lauren. Oh, no, maybe not. We are going to bring her back to the dock. No, it's probably a good time. Well, there you go. There's the distance, a 166 on jump number 1. So we'll get her back at the start dock. Boat will go off and do a simulation pass, and we'll continue things on with this women's jump final. Might be a good time, Tyler, even to throw to maybe a commercial break.
Yes, we can do that. We'll throw to a quick commercial break, and then we will be back with some announcements from our sponsors.
too. Plenty, thank you. All right, so as we're just going to do that simulation pass, we will have a look up there, Tyler. It's not even Vendors Row. If you want to go grab yourself something to eat, go and see some of our food vendors up the back of the public area.
Good Southern hospitality with that food. Look at that. Yeah, head on
loaded
over
hot
there.
dog there.
Got a corn dog, got some cheeseburger. Head on over there. And also, Jared, we couldn't do it without all of our sponsors. Special shout out to GM Marine, PCM, AMSOL, Roswell, Zero Off Speed Control, Garmin, C-Deck, Hyperlight Wake, HO Syndicate, Fatsack, Seipel Marine, Acme Marine, Universal Products, Diamondback Marine, Boatmate, Michael Hayes Jeweler, D3 Skis, Allied Phone, Ramblin', O'Brien, Syntech, Masterline, Eagle Sports, Wake for Warriors, and In His Wakes. With that said, Lauren Morgan is back onto the water, and I believe this is going to be jump number 2.
Yeah, we finally got that calculation of that 166 just before she made it back here to the dock. And we will continue through 2 jumps to come for Lauren Morgan before we move on to our top seed, Brittany Wharton.
Wow, look at the conditions, just so calm out there, and kind of a benefit here for Lauren. She had the opportunity to go back to the dock, maybe think a little bit more about your jump. Now, you and I've said this before, but they're only out there for about 4.5 minutes when there's no delay. So it happens very, very quickly, and might be a benefit to come back into the pavilion, take some intake on that first 166, and make those adjustments. Again, a little bit stretched out into the base of the ramp on jump number 1. Going to be making those adjustments on jump number 2. Lauren Morgan, again, with a personal best with 183. Wouldn't she like to have that here today in the finals? Lauren Morgan, jump number 2. Now, she took her approach probably at 6'10", meaning about 10 feet before that red buoy. Looks about to be in the same spot as she pulls up by the driver's side, and now she is going to whip herself across the wake into the ramp. Lauren Morgan digging, sitting down just a little bit, and you can see those skis split. Anytime the edge kind of flares up midway through, you know she didn't get all of her lift.
It was a better cut, though. I think the spot where she turned was much better, had a lot more control prior to the first wake. And he said then just got that little bit of disconnection between her skis, pushing her skis away, rocks her back onto her heels. And that's where you see them come right up in front of her face. 164 on jump 2. I'm not going to rule her out here. I think she has that 176 at least in the bag with that cut. If she can get all of her legs and get right up over those skis, I'm sure Lauren can jump herself into the lead, and we could see ourselves with a new Masters champion.
Well, still about 10 feet behind our current leader, and Hannah Straltsova with the 176. Some work to be done, but Lauren's certainly capable of putting a jump out there. Again, you get 3 jumps, but we take the furthest jump, so you really only need to connect with 1. So there it is on the scoreboard, 166, 164. Great shot down the lake at that Nautique boat and that PCM decal. Vendors Row, right there in the final moments. If there's a deal to be had, Jared, you would think the deal would be now.
Yeah, definitely see some of the Masterline ropes there. Go grab yourself a Masterline rope. Grab a towel, a new wetsuit, life jackets, anything you can grab, take home, put in your luggage. If you're flying back to Australia, you're definitely not going to be able to fit too much in there. I'm sure we could find some space from some of our vendors. But here we go. Lauren Morgan, jump number 3. Has a bit of work to do if she wants to get up into the gold medal position. Working her way now, looking to turn, backed it off a fraction. Going to need to get the power into the base. Good extension again, though. The ski's coming up and back on her heels, Tyler. It's not going to be the 176 that she needs.
And it might just be that the 166 is the best of the round. We'll have to see. Good to see Lauren waving, though, as she makes her way into the pavilion from the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, get up for Lauren Morgan. A 156, that's right. So she will slide right there with the 166, meaning Hannah Straltsova will move up to that next spot with one skier to go. It's either going to be Brittany Warden overtaking Hannah Straltsova, or Straltsova will go back-to-back here.
Yeah, what? The dominance that she's had so far in here at the Masters is something. Can she do it? One young lady is standing in her way. She was only a few months ago crowned a Moomba Masters jump champion. She is now out here to perform for us again from the USA. Give it up for Brittany Warden.
Well, Brittany taken to the water, and she looked explosive off the top of the ramp yesterday and very consistent. That was one key that I touched on yesterday. Watching her last year and the consistency she had in the prelim and the final was amazing considering the conditions out there on Robin Lake last year. She did much of the same yesterday in the preliminary round. A consistent round of jumping on 1, 2, and 3. Comes down to the final, though. Very, very capable. Had the longest jump of the round yesterday. Needs a 177 to take the win to here today.
Yeah, and the confidence she had yesterday, she should take that into this final. Know that she has a good feeling of the ramp. Is liking what's happening out there on Robin Lake. And use that to her advantage here in this final. She knows that she needs more than a 176 to take the win. If I go back to Moomba, I know that Sasha Danishevskaya had the lead going into Brittany, who was the last jumper on the water. And it took her, I think on jump number 2 is when, no, it was jump number 3 when she took the win. So see if those same things are going to happen right now here for Brittany Warden. Jump number 1, Tyler. Bring us through.
All right. Let's see if Brittany can maintain that consistency we've seen from last year to this year's preliminary. It comes down to this final. She's the top seed, trying to capture the victory. And here we go on jump number 1. Brittany into the base of the ramp. Good kick, good extension. Very, very close right there. I'm eyeing in on that yellow buoy about midway through the jump course. I don't know if it's going to be the 176, but once again, she just seems so confident coming into the base of the ramp.
And you know what? Right from the start, as soon as she turned, she was confident, got a little bit of that disconnection as she came. She tried to jump the ramp, jump the wakes, but there you go, a 166 on jump 1. But she lands on that right ski and then starts to power through. I think if she can bring it down the lake a little bit more, get that little bit of extra speed, Tyler, that's what's going to get her into that 170 range.
What I really like from this point of view in the Robin's Nest, when I take a look at Brittany's jumping, she has a zone of acceleration, right? And that zone is right through that first wake. Off the second wake, she's continuing to accelerate through the ramp. She's not waiting on the ramp. She's accelerating through the ramp. And consistently, she's getting her legs at the top of the ramp for the lift. So I think you're right, Jared. If she can maintain that zone of acceleration into the base of the ramp, carve out that turn with just a little bit more speed down the course, I think she can get dialed in on jump number 2.
And she definitely will. She would have got some coaching on the way back down the lake. If you're just joining us, welcome into the Robin's Nest. Of course, my name is Jared Farrow. Tyler Boyd here. Almost finished 2025 here at the Masters. And we certainly thank you all for joining us. And all of you on the banks here of Robin Lake, it's been a pleasure bringing you this 2025 event. But who is going to win this Masters crown? Brittany Wharton wants it. She pulls out on that Ski Nautica here, that 6.2 litre PCM engine roaring down the lake. Here she comes, pulling out. Got a nice speed in this glider. She's brought it down the lake here a fraction. Nice turn. Jumps those wakes, lands, and passes on jump number 2.
I thought that was the spot in the turn. And you can see where she settles in the water on that pass, just how far away she is on that yellow buoy. Gives you an indication that, yes, she was going to bring it down another 10 to 15 feet right there. A lot of speed out of the turn. The hardest part about that, though, is staying put together, all collected, got a bit stretched out, and elected to pass.
Yeah, maybe the safe thing to do, as we saw that on the replay, but we'll see. One jump to come. Let's give it up for her. Callaway Gardens, Brittany Wharton, one jump to come. She still wants you to get fired up. That's what we like. She wants that adrenaline to be pumping through her veins. And Brittany Wharton comes down to this final approach, Tyler. Will it be Hannah Streltsova to win it again here at the Masters? Or will it be in the same fashion we saw back in Melbourne at Moomba to take it?
And how special would that be to go back-to-back with that Moomba Masters into the U.S. Masters? So no matter what happens here, somebody will go back-to-back. Is it going to be the defending champ, or is it going to be the Moomba Masters champ of 2025? Only time will tell. Brittany Wharton with a strong cut on jump number 2, elected to pass. Currently sitting there with, I believe, a 166, so she's right there. There it is, the 166. Not sure in meters where that 166 is compared to Lauren Morgan at the moment, but we will definitely dig into that if we have to. Maybe we won't, because she will overtake the leader. Hannah Streltsova, the defending champ, with a 176. Your top seed in the open women's jump. Brittany Wharton on the water right now. Needs a jump of 177 to take the win. Let's see if she can do it. Coming into the ramp, edging. She's going to take it and sit down. Good round of jumping, push the limit, but that means your 2025 Masters Jump champion going back-to-back is Hannah Streltsova with that 176.
Yeah, great work from Hannah. Did enough. I know that she was disappointed with the way she jumped yesterday, but stamping her authority on this competition again. Put your hands here as she makes her way back to the dock. She was your top seed, ending up, I believe, in second place. It will be Brittany Wharton of the USA. So Hannah Streltsova, will pop it up on the big screen for you, but we'll check out this replay. Just didn't quite have the angle. Was a little bit back on those heels, and those skis come flying up in front of her face there, Tyler. Not the jump set that she would have envisioned to go out there here at the Masters.
That's right. So that will conclude women jump. We are going to get ready for men's jump. That means we are going to push that ramp up to 6 feet. As the final results come in, Hannah Streltsova, and look at that, Lauren Morgan edging out Brittany Wharton for that second place spot. So it's going to go Streltsova, Morgan, Wharton for the top 3. You're not going to want to go anywhere. And Jared, I know you're about to be joined up here in the booth from the folks at GM Marine. Ladies and gentlemen, men's jump just around the corner.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome to the intersection of freedom and fun, where everyone gathers to live ambitiously and embrace adventure. It's time to carve out memories and transform your weekends. It's time for moments to be shared and retold as the epic stories that spark contagious laughter and inspire lifelong friendships. It's time now to soak in the sun, challenge the norms, learn a new skill, and spend time with your favorite people. O'Brien Water Sports, creating the best experiences on the water.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion. Performance that moves you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2025 Nautique Masters Water Skiing Wakeboard Tournament presented by GM Marine. I have up here in the Robins, there's Tony Brower from GM. Tony, it is a pleasure to have you back up here in the commentary booth. It's something special, isn't it? Masters Finals Day. How good is it to be a part of something special for so long here at the Masters?
I tell you what, Jared, absolutely beautiful day here today. What a way to finish the weekend. Just truly an outstanding weekend at the juniors. It was just an amazing run, and here we are in the finals. The weather's held out with a little bit of rain this morning. Didn't know how it was going to go, but an absolutely beautiful day here at Robbins Lake.
And you're here partnered, of course, with PCM. I got a chance to get up to the factory there in Detroit, and you took me around, and it was certainly a pleasure to be up there with you. But tell the folks here, may not have heard it over the weekend, how a GM engine becomes part of that Nautique and all those engines in those Nautique boats.
Well, I tell you, it's a long story there, right? But, when you look at the heart of every GM product, whether that's the GM great cars and trucks, you've got an engine at the heart of that, right? And, of course, we start with, validation, testing, doing all the work that we need to do to make sure that it's right for the GM product. And what we do is we've got a group, a division called GM Marine, and what we do is we take that a step further, right? We look at the application, we look into the marine segment. We've been doing it for over 125 years in the marine space, and basically put together the best product that we can. But it certainly doesn't end then. We go through our validation and our testing, and then, of course, we partner with the PCM. PCM takes that engine and takes it even further, right? Additional validation, additional testing. Probably another 150 to 160 parts they add to it. They do their own integration, their own validation, their own testing, and only at that point is it ready for these Nautique boats.
And so you always talk about that same engine. It is exactly the same engine or the base configuration of that engine that is in, whether it's a truck, whether it's industrial, whether it's marine. It goes through all that same validation and testing, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's more thorough, actually, though. So when we do our tilt test or we do the thermal cycles, run it from cold to hot, it certainly does from the GM side, but Marine's a little bit more of a unique environment. Again, those unique parts that PCM puts on it makes it special. We're working different oil pans. We look at every system to it and make sure that it's optimized for the marine market. So yes, the base is there, but there's certainly enhancements when we're talking about engine exchangers, and you're seeing it on the screen. screen here now. You know, the exchangers to it, how we're watching for water to get into the fuel, how we're managing the controls of the engine. So it is the same at the heart, but the enhancements are just amazing, which takes it to the level that these athletes need.
And one of the things we've spoken about all weekend, it's the partnerships that build the best quality products. So not only do you build the engines, then you work with the engineering teams to be able to change or modify engines to make them the best possible product for each individual application.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, we enhance it too. So for example, you know, you might look at, you know, our package, a simple one would be an oil pan, right? Well, what might be best for our cars and truck might not be best for the Marine. So then we go through a design and a development phase to get the best pan optimized for the G's that we pull on the water, and the oil flow in the bottom of the pan to be able to make sure that, you know, we're not starving it, that it's absolutely ready to go when the athletes are ready.
We're talking about partnerships, of course, Callaway Gardens, the partnership with the Masters, Nautique going into their 100 years. The GM partnership with Nautique is now hitting...
The GM partnership with Nautique in the PCM. So it's the legacy is, right, we're celebrating 100th year here with Nautique and Correct Craft, right? You've got the relationship with PCM to Correct Craft and Nautique is at 50
years.
Our relationship with PCM is at a 25-year mark. So, you know, we had a chance as a big family last night at a picnic to kind of celebrate that. So it's a long legacy, but partnership is absolutely so critical, right? And it's what makes this event happen, but it brings us all together, and that's how we continue to be able to move the bar forward.
Now, I know we spoke, I was actually on Friday trying to work out how many years GM have been partnered with the Masters. Did you work that out?
I got it between 17 and 20. So we're dialing down the exact number. We're going to have to go to some of the retirees to get the number. But I was told I could be safe saying 15 to 20, but 17 seemed to be the number.
There you go. You know what? It's all about relationships, isn't it? Whether that's on the water, off the water. I know you come all the way to Australia each and every year to support the Moomba Masters, and it's just great to have GM backing. You put so much validation and testing and do so much for that engine, and then to then put your money where your mouth is and support those events. These events can't be possible without GM and all of our sponsors.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for the sport and the commitment that basically that these boat companies have is just, Nautique is amazing on what they're committing to. PCM is, you know, really a strong supporter. These engines are amazing. And from a GM perspective, we're here to enable that. That's what it is. But when you talk about, and I'm glad you had a chance to come up to Detroit. You know, we had a chance to go through the Performance and Racing Center. You had a chance to be able to see the generations, Gen 1 down to Gen 5 engines, which is what we currently have today. It's that legacy that we drive. It's the same legacy that PCM puts in these boats today. So it's amazing on having that behind the efforts to make things possible. It's how it works. Partnerships are how it works.
Yeah, and that Performance Racing Center is something different, isn't it? You can see how those engines go into all different types of racing, whether it's NASCAR, Indy 500, and of course now Formula One as of 2026, which is going to be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, GM, and when you look at racing, you know, you got that heritage, right? But where we really learn from a GM perspective is what happens on the race circuit and being able to transfer the knowledge there of racing into these engines. And frankly, we leverage that. We leverage that knowledge. So it's we, you know, obviously our great cars and trucks from an engine perspective, but when you talk about really putting an engine to the test, really running it hard, that's what we're seeing when we're talking about racing. And again, GM Marine, we leverage all of that knowledge, whether it's on the track or in the booths, to be able to again provide the best engine we can to our customers. So,
I tell you what, when you're buying the best boats on the market in those Nautiques, you're getting the best engine, you're getting the best value and the best and from a perspective, you know that boat has not only gone through the engineering and testing from a Nautique design point of view, but also that validation and testing from an engine point of view. And it certainly is a pleasure to have you not only here at the Masters, but also at the Moomba Masters. And everyone here is very thankful, and all the athletes are, for helping support such an amazing event here like the Masters is.
Yeah, GM Marine, we're committed to the sport. We're committed to growing it, and we just happen to have the best partners in the world to work with. So thank you very much.
Well, mate, it's been a pleasure here. Thank you very much.
My friend. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tony Brower of GM Marine. We are going to continue things on, Tony, with this jump event. What do you think's going to happen? Do you have a bit of any insider knowledge? What are your sort of thoughts?
I tell you what, I don't, but I tell you what, this is the best part of the day right here. Men's jump is absolutely amazing. So sit down, relax, get ready, and enjoy it.
Well, Tony, thank you very much, mate. We will go. I think we need a beer tonight, mate. That's
Very
definitely
good.
something we need to do. But yeah, no, big thank you there to GM Marine. Going to be joined back in a second with Tyler, and we're going to bring to you this men's jump final on the water. Is Great Britain, and it is, of course, the super talent Joel Poland.
Thank you, brother. Good job. All right. Thank you, man. Here you go.
Well, the super talent of Joel Poland on the water. We saw him in the trick event. He's back in the jump event. Joel Poland, one of my sons, Asher Boyd, came up to me today right before this jump event and said, "Can I get my picture with Joel Poland?" Of course, Joel's so gracious on and off the water, right? Got to snap his picture with one of the most talked about athletes in the sport of water skiing, Jared. This is also one of the favorites here in the jump event that's going to be starting off the pack. He is in that red bib. He is the defending Masters champion. Let's see what Joel Poland can do on jump number one. A late approach here for Joel. Can he hang on to it? And a lot of speed down the lake. Man, he was aggressive on jump one.
Yeah, jump one really had the turn, had the load. I think he may have just been a fraction too late. Really had to sort of get himself onto the ramp, but we'll see if he makes any adjustments there, Tyler. You know what? I know Joel is a competitor. He was not happy with how tricks went this morning. He is going to want to put everything he can out there on Robin Lake. Let's get behind him, see if we can get him up over. I reckon you're going to need, Tyler, to be on the top of the podium here. You're going to need at least a 225.
I would say 225, maybe even a 230 today.
Ooh.
That was so much speed on the 216 and slips out. He gets his legs there. That would be the 225 mark, no doubt about it. Joel Poland bringing the heat on jump number one. You know why I say he's one of the most talked about athletes in the sport of water skiing. Joel absolutely loves to be out on the water, interacting with the fans. You know, I know he's doing some coaching sometimes. He's traveling throughout the world just having fun. But some of the videos he posts, just to look at his talent of how easy he can do things, it's really incredible.
Yeah, and that's why his social media blew up. He's probably one of, out of the male athletes, he would definitely be the highest followed athlete within our sport. And you see why, because some of the things that he does, just mucking around, you see him going out there jumping on his trick ski, doing dock starts and just doing flips that other people just wouldn't have even think were possible. He is pushing that limits, and that's exactly what we want to see from our athletes. But here we go, Joel Poland jump to 216 on the first. He's just cool, calm, and collected. So relaxed, Joel. Easy through the wakes now. Going to get wide. I know he usually goes past the boat driver. This looks like a nicer approach. Slow turn, powering into the base. Good lift and extension. Great float. Even the fist bump. The iron fist in the air, Tyler, for Joel Poland on jump number two.
Well, in all of my time being up in the Robin's Nest, I have never seen anyone throw the fist mid-flight. Joel Poland is 230! 230 feet for Joel Poland! Ladies and gentlemen, get up! He is pumped up! 230!
We knew that if he got his legs, Tyler, that he was going to go big. I didn't think it was going to be 230 big.
Oh.
Wow!
Has anybody ever done a 230 with a fist pump? That's got to be a first, too.
Watch it on the replay here as he cuts in, gets perfect extension, banks back short. Oh, look at that. There's the fist pump through the air. What a jump there from Joel Poland. Great angle there as he came into the ramp. Again, probably lost a bit on that direction. But what a jump there, Tyler. Joel Poland, 230 feet on jump number 2.
Well, we were talking 225. We're already at 230 with the second jump of the day. That course record by Ryan Dodd set in 2017 at 243 feet. That's 74.1 meters. Jared, you called it right. I mean, he was in the turn. He was locked and loaded into the base. And we are going to get an official ruling on that jump. Jared, you can hear better than I can from the officials.
Well,
can you bring me up to speed here?
One of the things we got told in the skiers meeting that if the skier gets a cross from the boat judge, it's meaning that there's something wrong with the time. And unfortunately, there was a fast time in the third segment. So which means this will be a re-ride. It will not be his longest jump because it is a fast time. So this will be a re-ride, Tyler.
Well, we got the official ruling. That cannot be the longest jump. If he can exceed this jump, then he won't need to get a re-ride. Let's get behind him. Let's see if we can see some more 230 with Joel and it. Big boost!
Yeah!
Let's go!
There's going to be no need for a re-ride
Let's go!
here. Yeah, that's going to be further. That's going to be pushing 232, Tyler.
Yes.
He
is slapping the water. Ladies and gentlemen, get up. He's going to ski around the buoy. He is into shore with the fans. Let's wait here, Jared. Let's see. Another 230.
Yeah.
A pair of 230s.
Wow. Oh, phenomenal stuff here. Joel Poland ends up in the crowd. Go around. Get around him, folks. Go and shake hands with him. Go give him a cuddle. But that is absolutely off the charts on our first athlete on the water. Goes out there, jumps at 216, comes back, jumps at 230, gets a fast time. He says, you know what? I don't need to worry about that. I'll just go and do it again. The only problem was, Tyler, we didn't see the fist pump in the air on the third one.
No, we didn't. And just so you know, the official ruling was going to be it was a fast third segment on jump number 2, and so he needed to exceed that jump on jump number 3. I'm assuming that 230 was longer than the first 230. Regardless, unbelievable.
Yeah, wow. Now we got to move into our next competitor. He is ready to go as well. He is a super young talent out of Austria. It is, of course, Luca Rauchenwald.
Wow, the energy has really picked up here, Jared. You can feel it in the pavilion. Absolutely electric. And that is why Joel Poland is Joel Poland. You just never know.
Look at that. He's down there taking selfies with people on the beach as he's coming out of the water. Absolutely lapping it up. That's why he's your defending Masters champion. But you know what, Ty? Let's get back. Let's ground ourselves a little bit because there's still 3 more athletes still that could take that 230. You go out there and you see Joel go and do that. The guys standing on the dock know that some big jumps can happen out there. And I'm sure Luca, as I got a chance to ski with Joel and Luca during the week, there wasn't a lot of difference between the two of them when push come to shove.
Well, we'll get ready for Luca. And just to better clarify what a fast third segment is, so the boat is dialed in at 35 miles an hour. When you resist the pull of the boat, when the jumper's coming into the base of the ramp, the boat has to adjust for that pull and that load. And the boat actually outran what is the allocated time you can be in to be within tolerance in that third segment. So a fast third segment, that's what that would mean. Luca Rauchenwald, jump number 1. Let's see. He's got to be pumped up. Conditions are great. Look at the speed into the turn at jump number 1 for Luca into the base of the ramp. And he slides out towards the pavilion on number 1.
Spot looked okay. Didn't quite get his left ski out the way. Kind of almost nearly got crossed up as he made the turn. But Luca, still a solid effort. See that replay from underneath the jump ramp there. Banks back towards the boat. It's not going to be the score he wants. 184, I'm hearing, as a score. 184. Of course, that 230 from Joel Poland is the current lead. Luca's got 2 more attempts. Of course, then we will have Tyler, Igor Morozov, and then, of course, your world record holder and world champion, Ryan Dodd.
Wow, what a script here to finish out this 2025 Masters. Thought Luca picked a pretty good spot on the lake there, but slipping out, so difficult to keep the body collected at the base of the ramp. Like you say, he's kind of one of the youngsters rising up the ranks here, Jared. And wouldn't he like to put together a jump to challenge Joel Poland here in the finals at the Masters? Well, here we go with Luca. Jump number 2. They're going to pull him up out of the water, and he's going to pull directly out towards that 600-foot buoy, indicating that reddish-pink buoy at the far end of the lake where you see the skiers turn is 600 feet away from the ramp. It helps give the skier some indication on where they are on the lake and how far they need to cut to set themselves up by the driver for that final approach into the ramp. Luca Rockefall, jump number 2.
As he's moving his way down now, this looks like the spot to take. Look at the load he gets pushing on that right ski. Oh, no, a little bit. Oh, he's still got his skis on, which is a good thing, but the spot was there, Tyler. I thought that was where he needed to be, just kind of lost his direction slightly, and that's what happens when you're trying to force yourself and pull against that Ski Nautique, that 6.2 litre PCM GM Marine engine. It's going to win every single time, and if you're in the wrong position, it's going to pull you back on your heels, and that's exactly what we saw there from Luca.
That's right, Luca. Very fortunate too that he's still got his skis on, and looks like he's okay. You know, you try to transition back down to the water. It happens so fast that they're going to check his fin, I think.
Yeah, maybe
he was really late. Yeah, he barely made it up the middle of the ramp at the very top, indicating he barely got onto the ramp. Spins out and check the fin. That looks to be okay, and he will come back for jump number 3.
Hate to say it, Tyler, but that's sometimes what I look when I go over a jump ramp. Tends to be mine, but I don't hit the bottom corner. That's just how I go over.
And I don't know if I could pull myself back like Luca did. That's a 6-foot ramp, man. That's going completely vertical one way and then having to push those big, long 90-inch jump skis back down towards the water.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's on the back of that PCM Ski Nautique. Let's put our hands together for Luca Rockenwald of Austria. Getting it out there. Get him to go again. Oh, it sounds like there's a binding broken. So maybe if there's a drill, someone can get a drill ready.
Well, he's got, I think he's trying to get his binding off with some soap right now. Yeah, it must have broken in such a way he cannot get the binding off very easily.
Well, if we go back to, if we get our webcast guys to go back to the replay, that's usually a spot where you see a lot of really bad injuries happen when their skis don't release and you actually don't come out of those bindings and those big, you think these are 90-inch pieces of ski that are going all over the place while your little foot is only taking up a small portion of that ski. They can go in all different directions. That's where you see twisted knees, twisted ankles. But thankfully, Luca's come out of it without any injury.
And wouldn't you know it, if a skier is having an equipment issue, who's going to be dockside? None other than John Travers, back down on the spot, going to try to see if he can help Luca get this binding fixed as quickly as possible. Again, big shout out to John Travers. He's done it all. He's done a jump sling today. A couple of weeks ago, it was Dane Meckler's binding with his own shoelace. Now it looks like it's going to be Luca's binding here in the jump event.
But you know the good thing about this is what our sport is about. It's such a small sport that it's about helping each of our athletes get back out there on the water. And you saw there, they kind of said, Luca, go. Just go and get yourself ready. We'll get the binding sorted. Just go get yourself prepped. We see here, had that load on that right ski. You can sort of see there that the fit, yeah. But you see there, as those skis are twisting over and getting discombobulated through the water.
I don't know if you're going to see it right here, but that right heel actually slipped out of the binding midway through the flight and somehow stayed on. And that's probably when that heel re-engaged with the water. Take one more look at it right here. Up, over, watch the right heel. I think you get a peek of it, and then it comes back down. So that being said, we will get that binding fixed and ready. Joel Poland still with that 230, Jared. You got the who's who of water skiing on the pavilion right now. They're going to get that sorted out for Luca.
Of course, there is a time limit for our athletes to fix broken equipment. It usually is a 3-minute timer by the time they get back to the dock. That's why there is a bit of a race to try and get a binding off, get Luca's binding off, get a new binding off a ski, and then put it back onto Luca's ski as well. So I think by the time the boat gets back, the time would almost be run out. So they're really racing the clock here, aren't they, Tyler, to get him back out on the water?
Yeah, it's almost to like watching a NASCAR type of race. And like you said, it's really about the community jumping in to make sure that equipment can get changed in a fashion to keep the tournament going. Racing against the clock, getting that binding all sorted out. It looks like Luca's ready to go. So once we get this simulation pass completed and back into the pavilion, he's going to have one more jump. Now Luca Rockavall, cat-like reflexes to get through that jump. You see Matt Reaney down there giving some last-minute coaching tips before Luca hits the water. Going to grab that handle, and, yeah, he's going to go again, ladies and gentlemen.
It is so good to see everyone putting in an effort to get Luca back out there on the water. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we need to put our hands together for all of the crew down there getting him ready. Let's see him go out there and jump. Luca Rockavall, still one jump to come. We certainly have had everything, haven't we, Tyler?
Everything you could possibly think of.
I think we're almost done now.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going back out for his third jump. Give it up for Luca Rockavall. Great to see him back out there. Looking good, filling out the water, filling out that binding. It's obviously going to have a little bit different of a feel, and he's not going to have that much time to get used to it. So trying to stomp on those skis and just get the balance point. It's one thing we don't talk about much with rubber bindings, but the balance point sometimes when they get swapped out is just a little bit different. Hopefully it's something that Luke is going to be able to manage for jump number 3.
I think from a point of view of the equipment that we use for 3-event skiing in particular, the most critical point, a lot of people go either skis, sometimes the most critical point, but when you travel around the world, I think most of our athletes who get on any sort of ski, I think the bindings are one of the things that are probably the most underrated piece of equipment, because if you're comfortable in the bindings that you wear, whether it's on your slalom ski or trick ski or even your jump skis, it certainly can help you keep that same mindset that your feet feel the same in all conditions, or no matter what's underneath that binding.
That's right. Well, if you're joining us on the webcast, my name's Tyler Boyd, Jared Faro. We are in the final closing moments. leading up to this pro men jump final. Joel Poland with a 2:30. Your current leader, Luka Rakoval, had a binding swapped out, and he's back and ready to take on jump number 3. Following him is Igor Morozov and then top seed Ryan Dodd. Here we go. Luka, jump number 3, turning right before the 600-foot buoy. He just had his equipment changed out. Let's see if he can take this jump number 3 and challenge the 2:30. He's into the base of the ramp and slips out just a little bit, but it's good to see him get up and over, and that means Joel Poland will slide up one more spot with Morozov and Dodd yet to go.
You know, just being able to come back and go and jump out there. It was an early approach, definitely nowhere near as late. You see him load that right ski right into the base, isn't he? He's really pushing hard on that right ski as he comes into the ramp. And he knows that it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be the fairy tale finish for Luka Rakoval. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, make him welcome back to the dock. Had a 184 on the first, a fall on the second, and then, of course, that 190 on jump number 3. Tyler, 2 skiers left.
Well, there he is, right there. Igor Morozov, the first skier out in the preliminary round yesterday with a big boost down Robin Lake, finding himself right next to the top-seeded contender and Ryan Dodd here today. Igor, a veteran of the pack here. And you know he is going to be fighting his way to get close to Joel Poland, knows exactly what he needs to do as he hops into Robin Lake. The weather is hot. The competition is hot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into our finals top 2 skiers of the day. As he gets up out of the water, show him some love. This is Igor Morozov.
A nickname in the Indu, the International Man of Mystery. You look at his profile, Tyler. He doesn't give anything away, does Igor. I know I had a bit of a good joke with him. I don't know if you watched Night Jump this year, but we kind of had a bit of fun with the athletes down there in Melbourne. And yeah, he was, I kind of said to him, he doesn't speak a word of any. He doesn't speak. He's just a silent man, and he certainly does. He does talk. But, of course, Igor Morozov travels a lot with Ryan Dodd, of course, our next skier and the top seed, all trying to knock off Joel Poland with that 230 feet. Can Joel Poland hold on like Lando Norris, the Brit, did in the Formula One today in Monaco? Anyone was watching? Can the Brit hold on?
And I think that would be, if he could, I think that would be his 3rd jump title here at the Masters. And so, you know, I know Joel Poland wanted that trick title. He has been right there on the cups of it in the finals. So I was a little disappointed, I'm sure, from the trick. But Joel Poland responding in the way he does to 230s, unreal.
And that will mean if he does hold on, it will be back-to-back. Moomba Masters back-to-back. Moomba and the Masters. The International Man of Mystery, Igor Morozov, now on jump number 1. Conditions almost perfect. A nice little headwind would be good. But other than that, this is what we want to be jumping in. Lots of speed here into the turn. Igor loads of power. Good kick and lift off the top. Big jump here from Igor Morozov. Yeah.
Let's go, Igor. Jump number 1. You know, he had similar extension off the top that we saw yesterday. Wherever he is on the jump course, he seems to be very comfortable with that 211 right there. Big extension. Now he's going to need more speed. But the lift is dialed in. What a pretty float down Robin Lake for Igor Morozov.
He's a big boy, too. He's well up over 6 foot. Big difference between Joel Poland. So he needs that speed to get that entire body up over those skis and floating through the air. If you don't have that speed, Tyler, you'll just drop out of the air with someone so big. But Igor Morozov, 2 jumps. What a start. 211. chasing that 230 foot. For those in the metric system, that is 70.1 meters. Of course, tonight, Tyler, things don't stop after this.
Oh, no.
We got the banquet dinner tonight.
Just keep the good times rolling. And then after the banquet dinner, more fireworks.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, public holiday tomorrow. No work tomorrow.
No work. And it is so cool to be out here at Callaway Gardens as we kick off the 100 days of summer here. I'm looking over there at Aqua Island. It's tempting.
Do you want to
I
go
have to
again?
say, I'm pretty sore after yesterday.
I think we might just stick to putt-putt golf, I think.
All right, Igor Morozov, 211. Joel Poland still in front by 19 feet. You can kind of start to calculate how far he's going to have to bring it down the lake to make up that type of ground, but has had a tremendous kick off the top. Igor digging in hard and takes a pass on jump number 2.
Oh, yeah. Just really pressed his ski out. Was in a bit of a rush turn. A good choice to pass there for Igor Morozov. Loads of speed in that turn still. But you've got to be able to slow the skis down and turn and get that angle across course. But one jump to come for Igor Morozov. And then we'll bring on our top seed, of course, Ryan Dodd, Team Nautique athlete. And we'll finish things off here at the 2025 Nautique Masters presented by GM Marine. So one jump to come, folks. Let's get behind him, Igor Morozov.
All right, so Igor, 211, pass on jump 2. You think about 211 feet. That is way down the lake. But then you think about the ground you've got to make up to chase down Poland. Near 20 feet you have to add to that. And that is a tall task. But Igor, I would say we have seen Igor a lot over the years. He really seems to be bringing the heat, though, this year.
Yeah, it looks like he's been doing a bit of jumping, bit of training. Wherever he does around the world, you don't see too much of him on social media. As I said, he's a bit of that international man of mystery. You don't quite know what you're going to get with Igor. I remember this year at Moomba, he came out there and jumped a huge semi-final score. I think it was pushing up around around about the 220 mark.
There's the leaderboard so far. Joel Poland, 230. Igor Morozov, 211. Luka Rocketval, 190, of course. Top-seeded skier Ryan Dodd yet to come. And, they still got the Aussie flag on the Luka. They'll get that changed, though. They can't. They can't keep making Jared up here chuckle over that. Great shot of the Nautique tent down there. Here we go, Jared. Igor Morozov, jump number 3.
Yeah, let's bring him home, Callaway Gardens. You see him there on the 600-foot buoy. He really has the power as he cruises out there on that Ski Nautique. Now looking, eyeing off that jump ramp, starting to load up and power off. Good lift, good extension, good float through the air. Is it going to be enough? It's not the 230. But it may be a slight improvement there, Tyler. Maybe around about the 214, 215 there on jump number 3.
Still a good round of jumping for Igor Morozov. We'll wait for the final tally. It's not going to be the 230. It's going to come down to Poland and Dodd for the championship. As he comes into the pavilion, give it up for Igor Morozov. Great to see him. A 214, consistent weekend. You take a look at that replay, and, man, of all of our competitors, he had hit the float time better than anybody. I mean, each and every jump, he seemed to find his legs.
Yeah, nice airform through on that third and final jump. All right, folks, we are down to the final competitor of the 2025 Masters. He is out of Canada. He's an athlete. He's a real estate investor and an entrepreneur. He is, of course, a name synonymous with jump skiing and is not only a dad, but he is the defending Masters champion. He holds the world record of 254 feet. He's a 5-time consecutive world jump champion. Here he is from Canada, Ryan Dodd. So, Tyler, it comes down to this. Before we get Ryan underway, do you think he has enough in the tank to knock off Joel Poland here?
110%. Ryan Dodd at the top seeded position. He's done it time after time after time. You don't become the 5-time consecutive world jump champion or hold the world record at 254 feet to not think you can't go over 230 at Robin Lake. Not only that, Ryan is the course record holder on this lake, what I believe is 243 feet. So a lot of room here, but Ryan's going to have to work for it. He had the highest qualifying score of a 223 yesterday. No one was even close. Joel Poland has made some big adjustments with a pair of 230s. You got to know with a guy like Ryan, he does that information intake, and he knows it could be a big day out here, and he is going to go for it on jump number 1. He is going to waste no time. Ryan is going to attack. That's the way he has always approached the jump course, and that's what we're going to see in the final.
And that's what we want to see. We want to see each and every one of our jump attempts out here to be the best you can possibly put out there. There are some of our water ski fans. Thank you for joining us on the banks here today and throughout the Memorial Day weekend. But we are down to the final competitor. Ryan Dodd, 57 kilometers, 35 miles per hour is that ski nautique. Can Ryan Dodd do it and snatch victory from Joel Poland? Here he comes on jump number 1. Team Nautique athlete getting it out there. Leaning against that boat, getting those skis, turning, loading, and a pass on jump number 1. Just got pulled forward into the first wake there, and a good choice to pass on that first jump.
Yeah, it was a good choice to pass around the ramp and get collected for jump number 2. Ryan pushing the envelope, knows he needs a 231 for the win, and took a pretty good look at the ramp that time. Waited until the last possible moment to let go of that handle. You can see that decision point has to come almost at the first wake because there's just very little time between the second wake and the base of the ramp. They're going to pull Ryan back up and bring him back down the lake for jump number 2. And I really think for Ryan, he did not end up in his glide and turn where he wanted that time. He really had to drive through with more power that he had to generate rather than his ski speed, and he looked a little off balance coming into the wakes.
Yeah, and Ryan knows that. Ryan knows the position he needs to be. Ryan's very meticulous with the way he jumps. I know I got a chance to speak to him, not this year at Moomba because he didn't make the trip out to Moomba Masters, but the year before we were talking about it. He's kind of has that reputation of a bit of a one and done if he's done. And Ryan explained to it very clearly about why. Would you rather see big jumps or a lot of average size jumps? Because of how much this event puts on your body, and especially, not to say Ryan's old, but he's getting towards the later stages of his career, it does affect your body. And if you're not at the top of your game, then you can't go and punch those big jumps out. So mentally, it's all about, for Ryan, go and do little, bigger jumps than going out there and just jumping for the sake of it.
Joel Poland Leader, 230. Ryan Dodd, top seed. Pass on jump number 1. Getting set and ready for jump number 2. Can he put it together here in the finals on Sunday? We are moments away from knowing. He is up and out of the water behind that Nautique team athlete, Ryan Dodd, pulling out for the 600-foot buoy. Sets his ski down. Decides to go probably 610 feet before the ramp, and now he's going to make his approach in for jump number 2. Let's see what Ryan can do on jump number 2. He's hard into the base of the ramp. Good lift for Ryan. Way down the lake. I don't think it's going to be 230, but let's wait and see. What do you think? Maybe 220?
I'm going to say it's about a 223, 224, Tyler, for Ryan Dodd. Had the speed. Oh, the numbers coming through there, Tyler, behind us. It seems to be a 218-foot jump. Not enough on to jump 2. Come on, let's get behind him, Callaway Gardens. Our final jumper coming up. He's the world record holder chasing down that 230. Can Ryan Dodd do it? We'll have to wait and see, Tyler.
Well, I think what happened there, had a lot of speed, had a lot of load at the base of the ramp, but seems to not be exactly where he wants to be in his turn. Maybe even drifted back a little bit, started to aim for the ramp. So the adjustments, from what at least I can see, and maybe I have no idea, but it looks like it's going to have to be an adjustment in the turn.
Yeah, and I think even maybe adjusting a little bit off the 600-foot buoy, bringing it down slightly. He looks to be a little bit earlier than where we saw Joel Poland turn from. But we'll see if Ryan can make those adjustments. This is the final jump. Will the Brit go back-to-back here at the Masters? Will he do the Moomba Masters double? Or can Ryan Dodd snatch victory? We'll know in about 40 seconds. 40 seconds.
It is amazing. You can cut the tension with a knife up here in the Robin's Nest. It has been an incredible tournament, Jared, calling this tournament from the nest. And would you rather have it any other way than have a 230 on the board for Joel Poland? Ryan Dodd on the water with a jump number 3. It really doesn't get any better than this, as Ryan is going to get pulled up for one more jump. You know the fans want to see it. They want to see a big boost. He's going to need a big cut. He needs a lot of lift. You know Ryan's going to bring the heat off the second wake, because that's what Ryan Dodd does. You talk about slicing. He slices through wake 1, wake 2, and then builds and drives all the way into that red beast and then gets explosion off the top. All of those elements need to come together. He's capable of doing it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, your last competitor of the day, your top seed, Ryan Dodd. He is out wide on the boat. He has one more chance. Current lead, 230 feet. Dodd needs to go big here if he wants the title in 2025. Can he do it? 1, 2, 3, no! And he's going to pass on jump number 3, and that means Joel Poland takes the victory here in 2025.
You don't see Ryan pass too much, and I think, again, Tyler, he was that little bit too early. Looked like he may have even backed the turn off a little bit and jumps the bottom left-hand corner of the jump ramp. So, disappointing stuff there for Ryan. He will end up in second place, but it means that Joel Poland will go back-to-back. He will be a Masters and a Moomba Masters champion in 2025, and that has got to give him some confidence going into the World Championships only in a couple of months.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend. It's incredible storylines and narratives to go into this season. Congratulations to Joel Poland. He's fought hard all weekend, has all of the athletes, all of the vendors. Jared, I'm about ready to go into an interview with Greg Malone here, but I could not do this weekend without you. I want to thank you. I want to thank your lovely wife and your kids for letting us borrow you here this weekend. You've made the trip all the way from Australia, so thank you.
You know what? It's been a pleasure, mate. It's been a pleasure to bring not only you guys on the webcast, but all of you water ski fans here from Callaway Gardens. Mate, we've seen some things over the years, but I don't think anything of what we would have expected this year. It's been fantastic. There's your winner there, Joel Poland. And you know what, mate? I'm happy to come back to watch the best athletes in the world battle it out here on Robin Lake at the most prestigious water ski tournament in the world here at the Masters, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be joined right now in the booth with Greg Maloon. Greg, an exciting jump event there. I mean, it seems like the weekend starts and we're already here at Sunday in the afternoon as we finish another one at the 65th Masters.
What an amazing day out here, Tyler. I mean, it was incredible performances on the water. Look, the water's like perfectly flat out here. It started the day this way. It ended the day this way. What an amazing 65th Masters.
And we've talked about the history of the Masters all week long. Obviously, the 65th Master, but the centennial at Nautique, 100 years. Hard to believe, 1925. You're the president of the Nautique Boat Company, with that news being released globally Thursday night about the new 2026 Nautique. Tell us a little bit more about that boat.
You know, it's there's one thing our team's going to continue to do is push the limits, and we get to do it on the wake boat sides. We saw that beautiful G23 out here as well this weekend, and the wakes are amazing on that boat. The boat itself is amazing. It's such an incredible boat to be in. But, you know, our heart and soul, the namesake of our brand is from Ski Nautique. So we're super excited in the 65th year of the Ski Nautique to come in with a brand new boat and push the sport. We're looking for performances. They're amazing today, but we're looking for that next generation of performances that's going to go beyond here.
Well, and that 2026 Nautique completely redefined, and there's so many features on this boat. That video got released of Matt Reaney on the interior, the exterior. There was drone shots of how the water's displaced. I got to walk around the boat, notice that the fuel tank is in the center of the boat. Talk to us a little bit about what you've done with this boat, because it looks like every detail has been accounted for.
Yeah, you know, it's 64 years of learning in the making from as the Ski Nautique continues to progress onward. And, you know, the engineering team, the design team, the athletes, everybody sat down and said, you know, where does this boat need to go from here? What can make it a better boat, not only for every skier out here at the Masters, but every skier that's going to get behind it at their local tournament or just for their own gratification of a personal best on the lake behind their house. And so, you know, we really dove into the details and said, you know, we want to get more weight out of the boat. The carbon ski was a big step toward lightening the boat up. The generation we just saw finish on the water here, you know, and this next one takes that a step further. But beyond that, you know, just saying, hey, what's the absolute things you need in the boat if it's going to be the best ski boat in the world, and what do I not need? Whether I'm the driver, whether the passenger, or the person on the end of the rope. And so we wanted to put the exact details that they needed. So from the driving performance, the accessibility to your phone and the display, the ability to work through the course systems and the zero off. It's all been rethought, all re-engineered and redesigned to be this amazing platform that's coming out for the 2026 Ski Nautique.
And talk to us a little bit about the partnership with GM Marine and PCM, because it takes a lot for everything to come together at the factory. I know Jared said he took the factory tour this week. I'm going to definitely get down there one of these years. And he says, you know, they are pumping out boats left and right. Of course, Nautique being a global brand, so those boats going all around the world. But those partnerships, so important to the brand.
Yeah, it's you know, it's great to have great partners, and the power in these boats today is amazing. That 6.2 liter ZZ6 that we have in these boats just performs exceptionally well. You know, 450 horsepower. It's what was dreamed of years ago out here, right? And you see that power being able to pull jump right here or give a consistent pull in slalom. we did a lot of work on that new boat as well to dial in the gains, to dial in how do we get into the right RPM band. There's so many things beyond just the running surface and the details of the inside of the boat that are yet to be explored from the efforts from the engineering team. It's iteration after iteration of finding every little detail that's going to maximize the performance from that boat. So, when you see it online and you design yours online there, that base motor is the 6.2. If you're not going to be jumping and you're mostly going to trick and slalom ski, there's a 5.3 option to go back down to, but we wanted to dial it in for the optimum in weight, the optimum performance, and we're sensitive to what the cost needs to be as well. And so this boat is a step in the right direction in all three of those.
Well, it's an incredible boat, a beautiful boat. Had the opportunity, from what I understand, production number 1 and number 2 were on site. I was over there looking through one earlier today, and it's going to be amazing because next year at the 66th Masters, we're going to see that boat on the water.
Yes, and actually this coming week, if you're near one of our partner ski schools, you're going to be able to get on behind that boat. It's going to be on the water at each of our ski schools this coming week. We're sponsoring that to happen so that you can get out and take a ski behind this new boat. So go online, go to nautique.com, look up your local Nautique ski school and book some time behind that boat because we want everyone to experience how great it is.
Well, Greg, this has been an incredible event, obviously an incredible conclusion right there with the jump event. We are absolutely thrilled for the Nautique brand. We're just thrilled that Nautique and Callaway and everything that it makes to come together. Obviously, our friends at Callaway, I know that relationship with Nautique goes all the way back to 1959. Can you briefly just touch on that a little bit?
This is a special place. It may not be the best water in the world. It was pretty close to it today, it seemed like, out there. But, Robin Lake, there's nothing like this pavilion out here for putting on a display, for putting the best athletes on the water in front of it. And Callaway Gardens is such a beautiful place here to come out here in the nature that God created, to experience water skiing and wakeboarding right in front of the pavilion, right off the beach. And, we couldn't ask for better partners from those of us like GM and PCM helping us put on this event to our host here at Callaway Gardens. And, big props to them for 65 years of putting on this amazing tournament.
Such an amazing tournament, such an amazing weekend. And one of the things I've always admired about the Nautique brand, and it was labeled on our commemorative coin as an official, is building boats for the glory of God. And I remember spending some time with Mr. Ralph, and he told me how important that was to him, how important that was to the history of Nautique. And I know that there was a chapel service this morning, but Greg, it's just amazing the presence of Nautique in our sport.
Yeah, we got to hear from some amazing athletes that have an amazing life story as well this morning. So, if you missed that, join us next year at 7:45 on Sunday to kick the day off right. But it's part of our mission to build boats for the glory of God, and we try to live up to that every day. It's always a journey, so we're constantly going to be working to make that better. But we got in the Nautique factory 600 fantastic employees that really have a passion for building great boats and delivering them to all over the world.
Well, Greg, it's been a privilege. It's been an honor. And ladies and gentlemen, President of Nautique Boats, Greg Maloon, we can't wait to be back here next year.
Thank you, Tyler. It's been an amazing time. Thanks for all the time on the mic up here. And all our other announcers have done such an amazing job. It's great to see these athletes on the water, and let's do it again for the 66th.
Sounds good. Well, Greg, it's been a pleasure. Everybody there on the webcast and around the world, we thank you. We are actually going to continue with the webcast with the trick finals from this morning. I know we had a technical difficulty with that, so it's going to continue to play. Make sure to hang around for that. But until the 66th in 2026, I'm Tyler Boyd for Greg Maloon. We're signing off.
Or 6 hours of water ski action here on Robin Lake.
No doubt about it. And as we get ready for this women's trick final, keep in mind the course record here was in 2023 by Erica Lang with a score of 11,030 points. Now, Erica right on a pending record right now in the last couple of weeks of 11,450, so roughly 400 points higher than the course record with her pending world record. Going to be interested to see where that is going to fall this morning as far as the podium spots for 1, 2, and 3. Got the camera down dockside. Neely Ross, a veteran here in this group, is going to take to the water first. Great skiing yesterday from Neely. We saw her on the trick course. We also saw her on the slalom course. She's going to get things started off. And just a little brief recap of the rules. 2 20-second passes in the trick event. The skier can elect what speed they're going to go in at each of those passes. Traditionally, we see a toe-in rope or putting the toe into the trick harness where they do one leg in and out of the rope, utilizing their knee to navigate their way through toe tricks. As you see Neely put on that toe harness and grab onto the rope, it looks like she's going to open up with rope on toe for pass number 1, and then coming back with the flips on pass number 2. With that said, representing Canada, let's get loud for your first competitor of the day, Neely Ross.
Tyler, of course, she is the current holder of the world record of 11,430 points. She's so relaxed with that toe hold, like she was born with that toe hold on her foot when she came out. But Neely Ross, she will want to post a big score here and set a challenge for the other 3 ladies to chase. And she is so relaxed, isn't she, when she gets up? I know that inside the heart rate would be up knowing this is the Masters final. Dad Drew in the boat as that release person. And this crowd is going to get behind Neely Ross. Of course, with all of our athletes, we'll then have Erica Lang from the USA, Janina Meckler of Germany, and then, of course, your defending Masters champion, Anna Hunter. But here we go, folks. Our first competitor here in finals day in this women's trick final. And it is, of course, Neely Ross. Tyler, bring us through.
All right, so you got 20 seconds. Neely just warming up here. You briefly touched on this. Jared, she is very relaxed going into the trick course. She'll probably, there you go, shake out the arms. Does Pilates in the off-season to be ready for this. Here we go, toe 7 front to front. Spins out, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. Now into the reverse, spins out, surface back to back, set of toe 5 front, toe wake go. Skiing back into the wake, toe step line over maneuver, now into toe step back, turns front, goes back, toe step back to back. Can she get the last couple tricks in? Toe step 5 back for Neely Ross.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great start here. Neely Ross stands up, Those goosebumps are back when that crowd starts to cheer, and I tell you what, that is how we want to open up the campaign here in 2025 on finals day. Going back to replay, looked composed the whole way through. I wouldn't even say that she made any sort of movement that she wouldn't have felt, looking like she was cruising through this pass. Towake go on the way out. See with Towake Lino back into the middle perfectly over there, not giving any doubt in the mind of the judges. The quick back and front. And then, of course, here Tyler gets those toe slides in. So that adds an extra 260 points right there into that Towake line 5 to the back and stamps that there. We change over the gear and we'll bring her back for the hand pass.
Really interested to see where pass number 1 falls. Anything touching that 4,500 is a big toe pass, and I believe right there with that toe 5 and those toe step series, Jared, you're exactly right. The judges zeroing in at the top of the wake, making sure that the ski gets enough clearance to be counted as a wake trick rather than a surface trick. Right there, pass number 1 done to absolute perfection. Now she will change out of her equipment and put the hand handle on along with her ski, as Drew, her dad, gets her settled in for pass number 2. How cool has it been to see Drew and Neely out there? I mean, ever since Junior Masters, he's been in the boat watching Neely ski.
Love to know how many times Drew's actually gotten in the boat here at the Masters too, as much as what Neely. And, of course, we've got Charlie there as well, not tricking, but slaloming. But Neely Ross. Now, there's one more set of 20 seconds to post her score and see where she's going to end up here in 2025. As we look down to the beach end here at Callaway Gardens, we see the Nautique heading in 18 to 19 miles an hour. And on this hand pass, getting a chance to jump those wakes. One of those ski schools will be first in line to get one of those brand new 2026 Ski Nautiques. Of course, Team Nautique athlete. Here she comes, Neely Ross. Gets back into that back position in the nice full twisting back-to-back. Into the reverse, lands perfectly down the wake again. Goes back to front flip. Gets into the back position. Nice wake 5 front, wake 5 to the back. Ski line back. Looks good. It's going back-to-back in the back. Now goes the front flip. Now goes transition into the back. Landing just cases the top of the wake, and it's a slap of the water for Neely Ross. Because that was right on the end there, Tyler, of that 20 seconds.
Oh, I know she's going to be disappointed with that because so smooth up to that point, and that was the area yesterday in the exact same spot. Like I said, pass number 1, 2, 4,870 points. But ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together for Neely Ross, an incredible trick run. Wow, I know she wanted that last trick. This was absolutely flawless in pass number 1 and number 2 all the way to the point at the end. And what's so difficult about that flip to half twist is you're landing in a reverse half wrap and gets caught up in the top of the wake. We'll take a look at it here. Beautiful over the line with the ski line back-to-back to ski line back. How do you go from ski line back into front flip? Right here, catches the edge on the top and just goes down. Wow.
It's a matter of millimeters, isn't it, here in the trick event? That slight under pressure, the ski as she came up the wake just didn't quite get her the height she needed to get on that landing. But you know what? It leaves the door open now for our next 3 skiers. Stillwater, you saw that first pass score, of 40, just over 4,800 points.
Unreal.
So that would have been pushing if she had have got that last trick over that 11,000 point run, if everything was in time and everything was, of course, credit.
You know, you take a look at the men yesterday on their first pass or their second pass whenever they did their toes, and they were right around the same mark. I mean, pushing up to that 5,000 point mark, so important. And someone like Neely Ross, who actually broke the world record last year, that's the reason why to trick over 11, you need that type of point total. Well, with that said, she had a pending record not too long ago in the last couple of weeks. We just saw her in the boat parade, and now she's in the water representing the USA and your world trick record holder. Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for Erica Lang.
course, that pending world record of 11,450 points, 20 points surpassing the current world record. And Erica will definitely want to be taking that record even further. Maybe one of the first female trickers to trick over 12,000 points. Again, being a gymnast, spending a lot of time working in the off-season. The way that she flips is something special. Score through there for Neely Ross of Canada. A little bit lower than we probably expected there. A score of 8,600 points. So good work from our judges pushing those scores out very quickly, Tyler.
Very nice, very nice. And Jared, you can feel the energy in the pavilion here this morning. I mean, there is a buzz here at Robin Lake on Sunday, but this morning, everyone in the pavilion on shore is bringing it for these trickers, trying to make it to the top of the podium. Here we go with Erica Lang from the USA. Has won here multiple times, has the course record, the world record holder, going to open things off with handle tricks. Starting outside the wake, let's see if we can give it a call. Reverse, out of course, goes Mo back-to-back. Now goes reverse, spins out of that, goes back to front flip, over the top, goes another front flip, goes a third front flip, brings it in with half twist to half wrap. Now ski line O. There goes wake by front, wake by back, wake back to back, reverse, wake front. Woo! That is a lot in 20 seconds.
That is a lot in 20 seconds. She was a little bit slow towards the front part of this trick pass. You saw she had to be a little bit patient as she landed on that second flip. And kind of lost a little bit of time, but she made it up as she went through. I'm not quite sure if those wake back-to-backs or even that last few tricks will be within the time frame. But, of course, we've got the computer system that does measure the exact time that the tricker does finish.
Well, and we'll go back to replay right here. What you're talking about, Jared, is the height in which she gets on these flips. Watch right here. Comes down a little bit strong, has a bit of slack rope, has to wait on the rope, but stomps these front flips and continued to cruise through. Look how fast. That's 3 front flips in a row. Now a reverse half wrap. Kind of skied out a little far from the wake, but able to control the line for ski line. Oh, that's 360 degrees over the top of the line. There's some 540s. Those are 310 apiece. And some wake back-to-backs. That time so crucial, like you say, measured down to synchronized computer time right there.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? There's no pulling any wool over our judges' eyes. They know exactly what is happening. They get that straight video feed up here into the judges' tower and critique every single piece of that trick run. You see there on our webcast, Janina Bonneman or Janina Meckler. Give us a wave. Great to have her here in the final. And then we'll have, of course, Anna Hunter from the USA. Just getting there back in the boat behind that record-setting Ski Nautique. We'll bring her back for the toe pass to see if she can surpass the current lead score for our first competitor, Neely Ross, of 8,600 points.
Well, in Neely's toe pass, we saw the toe step 5, which is a 540 from outside going in. I wonder if Erica is going to do something different in this, knowing that she had a couple of delays in that first pass, Jared. Going to be very interested to see how pass number 2 goes.
So here she comes with the rope on toe pass. Going to get that foot in, going to move her way down the lake and get herself set. Can Erica Lang stand up this next 20 seconds? Time will tell. She's waits. Nice. Toe wake 5, back, slide. Toe wake back to back. And the reverse now. Surface back to backs. 5 all the way to the front. 360 out. 360 back in. Grabs the line. Wake 360. They're going to go to line 360. Going to go toe wake line to the back. Going to go toe wake line back to back. And toe wake line back to back. Reverse back to the front. Put your hands together. Callaway Gardens. Erica Lang stomping that toe pass and giving herself a nice little fist pump as she finished that pass.
Well, clearly that is going to be your new leader. Look at Erica Lang on pass number 1, 6,180 points. So you start to do the math. If she can get up there around 4,500 points on pass number 2, it is going to be a strong, strong score to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, your world record holder, your course record holder, as she comes into the pavilion, give it up for Erica Lang.
She looked a lot cleaner on that toe pass than the hands, and you saw her she gets so far away from the boat with her chest on those toe line back to backs. And you know what? As I think I said yesterday, her toe leg must be at least 2 or 3 inches longer than her ski leg.
Definitely can hang on to some strong pulls. Well, you mentioned it. Janina Meckler is next. Dane Meckler, husband, going to jump in the boat as the pin person.
I'm sure Luca will be somewhere as well, hoping Mom can make it onto the podium. So we're just doing the changeover now. We'll get that score of Erica Lang to you very shortly here. Janina Meckler. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. Competitor number 3, all the way from Germany, looking to stamp her authority on this competition. Make her welcome here, please. All of you at Callaway Gardens, make her welcome. It is Janina Meckler.
What a score from Janina in the preliminary round. Going to be interested to see what this score comes through for Erica Lang. But Janina, it's great to have her back at the Masters and in a really good spot here in the final, second from the top seed as she gets ready on the toe pass. Erica Lang, 10,530 points. And I really think the difference there was maybe missed out on a few tricks at the very end of that first pass, but that is a very solid score. Really going to challenge now Janina and Anna to go out there and probably have a close to an 11,000-point trick run. You know, we start talking about 500 points here or there, that really becomes a big toe step maneuver or a flip.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw that. We'll see that with Janina starting to get herself prepped up for this toe pass. So we'll look down. Here she goes. Janina Meckler starts with toe 7, front to front, into that toe 5, to the back. Now toe 8 back to back. Reverse looks good. Staying up nicely over the ski, keeping that line tension. 5 to the front, 360. Reverse 360 now. Wake 360. Lands nicely. Goes with the toe 8 line O. Now go toe 8 line back. Back to front. Looking good here, Janina Meckler. Couple of side slides on the way 8. Stands up the first pass. Looked very similar, Tyler, to what we saw yesterday from Janina Bonneman. Janina Meckler.
She had a couple of rerides yesterday. I think we saw that multiple times yesterday. Dialed in for sure. Janina on pass number 1 in the toe hold. We go back to replay. That's the toe 7 front to front. So 720 degrees going in the front direction. Now spinning out and in of the rope right there. There's a 540. And then you see that sequence a lot where it goes 540 to double 360s over the line right there in a 360. That's what we call the toe step, as you see her ski leg travel over the line. Toe step back to back. So fast, so smooth. It's really been interesting to watch the progression of these runs, Jared, as for a long period of time, I think the side slide in the toe was underutilized. You almost see it in every run. I mean, Erica Lang had it at the beginning of her run as her second or third trick, and then Janina able to get it on the end of the run where, I mean, she's on the side of the wake, basically in the trough area, and still throws it.
And it's one of those tricks, too, that's it's quite a high trick value for a really fast trick. And we always say that it's all about being efficient throughout your trick run, that if you can throw those side slides, I know that you see someone like Pato Fono and Matias Gonzalez throw it halfway through their trick run. That's going to add a good 130 points for each of those toe slides. And that can certainly add, and that's how we're going to be able to crack that 13,000-point trick run in the men's. But Janina Bonneman now back with the hand pass. Conditions absolutely perfect here, Tyler. She is going to need a stand-up pass. We haven't got a first pass score yet. Let's see if we get it through this one here. Tyler, bring us through. Janina Meckler. Hand pass.
Here we go. Hand pass. You just get the feeling you're going to see some front flips here. Let's see what we're going to get from Janina Meckler. Finals day at the Masters. Pass number 2 goes in the back position. There's a 540. Now in the reverse direction. Ski line back. It's going to ski out now for the flips. There's one front flip. Coming back with the second front flip. Casing the wake. Still trying to cruise and keep her momentum. She is fighting this to the very end. Turns back. Goes Mo back to back. Holding that line. And gets the last one. Wow. That was tenacity and hard skiing there in that 20 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. She did lose a bit of time, though. It's a couple of transitions there weren't as fast as what she would like. But you know what? She's going to lap this up. She's done 2 stand-up passes. We'll wait and see if it's going to get her onto the podium. I don't think it's going to be the 10.5. The plus 10.5 that she needs to get on top of the podium. But how good is it? You know what? Hats off to her. She's now a mum, a full-time mum. She's been able to get her body back here to be competing against the best competitors in the world. Put your hands together, please, for Janina Meckler as she makes her way back to the pavilion. She is happy. The good thing with Janina, no matter what happens, she will always have a smile on her face. And we certainly will wait to see where she's going to end up here in this final.
Well, it was really cool to watch Janina on that run because she had to make a decision at the middle of the run. She got a little off balance and was coming up short on the flips. She just threw that edge back into the wake, kind of threw the dice at it and says, I'm just going to rotate as hard as I can to keep myself in this pass, and it all worked out. Pass number 1, 4,540 points. We'll see if that is enough for the lead. But as you can see, we are going dockside right now to pick up our top seed in this event with that red bib on, indicating your defending Masters champ, none other than Anna Hunter, will be taking to the water next.
Yeah, getting prepped up and ready, and there's no stopping. We'll move straight into the men's. After the women's, we'll see Dorian Llewellyn down there getting himself set. We'll see Matias Gonzalez, Jake Abelson, and, of course, your top seed, Joel Poland. But here she is. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending Masters champion, your top seed going into this final. She is representing the USA. Please make her welcome. It is Anna Hunter.
All right, it looks like pass number 2 is being calculated to the total for Janina Bonneman or Janina Meckler. It's going to be hard to, as these names change, you know what I mean? It's like
it really is.
So many years. Janina Meckler, of course, husband Dane, we are going to see him in the slalom event. And how about that seating there for Dane Meckler at number 2? 10,020 points there for Janina. So it looks like hanging on to that lead is going to be Erica Lang. Janina is going to be in the second spot, and then Neely Ross rounds things out in the third spot. But Anna Hunter, USA, let's go. She is the defending Masters champ, sporting that red bib out there. She is wrapped up in the toe hold. And we mentioned this. She is skiing with great efficiency. Yesterday in the preliminary round, this is really, really impressive, ladies and gentlemen, in the toe harness. Watch how quickly she's able to move through these surface tricks at the beginning of the run. Anna Hunter, toe 7 front to front, spins out, toe 5 back. 360s from the back-to-back position, now goes into the surface. Toe 5 front, spins out of that. That's 360s. Now a 360 over the wake. Now a 360 over the line with a toe step series. Goes toe step back, turns back, goes toe step back to back, toe wake front, toe slide. And that is the toe slide, ladies and gentlemen, that we're talking 130 points. So quick and efficient for Anna Hunter.
Yeah, nice start from Anna. Of course, she is a 2-time world record holder. She's a 3-time world champion and a 3 times trying to make it a 4-time Masters champion. Skiing out of Lake Roper down there in Florida. Looking so efficient on that toe pass, Tyler, as we go back to that replay. You just see her landing, transitioning straight back, fluently working her way down that pass. As you said, backs and fronts. Toe line, back to back, that slide to get in 130 points right on the end. And she would know to the millisecond that toe slide can be in time if she has progressed down that pass exactly the way she should have. So, and of course, Dad Russell there, getting those ropes changed over. And hopefully setting Anna up for this hand pass that's going to cement her spot at the top of the podium.
It's going to be really, really close on the calculation, of course, because, you have Erica Lang up there with 10.5. Anna Hunter definitely capable on pass number 2 of grabbing the top of the podium. We'll have to wait and see. Great shot from inside the boat. You can see the handle gets changed out. Ski gets changed out back in the water. There are some speed adjustments that happen at the very end, Jared. Usually going a little bit faster on the hand pass because of the ski line and the flips.
Yeah, and you see, you can actually change your speed during the pass too. See, there's a number of competitors once they go into a flip sequence, especially maybe if their flips are later on, they might bump the boat speed up a little bit more for those flips. So Anna Hunter, our final competitor here in this final. Eyes down onto the water. She is on to the hand pass. A full stand up here will mean it is going to be very, very close to who is going to win the title. Getting yourself wrapped up. Going to start with a wake 5 to the back now. Nice trekking to start things off here. Line tricks into that Mo back to back, goes to the reverse now, transitions to the front to back landing now, and to the reverse, stamps that one, front flip, now going to transition in, oh no! She just caught the edge and the fin just kept her moving back towards the wake, so Anna Hunter will not be a back-to-back winner. We'll wait for the official score to come through, but Ty, looks like up here that your 2025 Women's Trick Champion will go to the USA, and it will be Erica Lang.
Oh, man, Anna Hunter had this pass going. I mean, in the 540, the ski line 5 at the beginning of the run. Front flip right here, edge catches and drives into the bottom of the wake and just lost control. That edge was set so deep, she just could not pull out of that lean into the wake. Wow. Surprising there as we will wait for the final tally, but it does indeed look like Erica Lang will grab another title here at the Masters. We have our start list for the most anticipated event of 2025, I think. Dorian Llewellyn, Matthias Gonzalez, Jake Abelson, and Joel Poland. Jared, you briefly touched on it. For the spectators that may not know about the conversation going into 2025 of why we continue to keep the hype on this event, talk to us about the state of trick skiing here in the men's division.
Well, of course, Matthias Gonzalez, Jake Abelson, both junior skiers. They've elected to ski up in the opens. The junior skiers and what they're able to do at such a young age now, and the development in particularly with the South American skiers has just been phenomenal, and that is what's starting to grow the sport. We've also got a lot of the U.S. athletes that get the best coaching down in Florida and around the country that are really starting to, as we go back to the previous world record of Alexei Janicek's we never ever thought that 13,000 point barrier was ever going to be even close to achievable. But now, as we said, is being efficient, being able to add those tricks into that run and being more fluid as you trick is making that 13,000 point trick run achievable.
Truly amazing. And that semifinal round, just to get through to this round, very competitive yesterday. We're expecting much of that today. Joel Poland, of course, the top seed in this event, the only competitor to trick over the 12,000 point mark. The interesting thing, though, I mean, all of those trick runs are slotted to be over 12,000 points, challenging the 13,000 point barrier. Anna Hunter's score hits the board at 9,450 points. As we tally that up, we will have your podium finishes there in the women's trick event. And there it is. Erica Lang, your 2025 champion, followed by Janina Meckler. How about that? She punched her ticket in as the first competitor off the dock yesterday in the preliminary, finds herself with the silver, and Anna Hunter with the bronze. Or it looks like, Anna Hunter with the bronze, and then Neely Ross. And so, wow, incredible. A bit of a surprise there at the very end, but there has been surprises all weekend long.
And there always will be surprises with the trick event because it is so cutthroat. You can make one small mistake and all of a sudden you go from top of the podium down to the bottom, and it is heart-wrenching. I know talking to some people over the weekend, they're like, how come they don't get a second round in tricks? You get, like wakeboard, they get an extra fall, and unfortunately for tricks, it's that cutthroat that as soon as you fall, other than the first pass, of course, it's basically game over.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jared, because we look at the traditional events between slalom, trick, and jump, and it used to be said, well, you get a second pass, but the reality of it is you're not going to make the top of the podium if you don't have two 20-second passes. Slalom, you only get one chance, and really the only event you somewhat get a second chance or a third chance is jump. We talked about jump, though. I mean, you're really only out there for about 4.5, 5 minutes. It's so quick on the water to make those adjustments. I am super excited about this particular event. If you're joining us on the webcast, I'm Tyler Boyd. He's Jared Faro. If you're on the beach or in the pavilion, thank you for spending your Memorial Day weekend here at the 65th Masters Water Ski and Wakeboard Tournament. This tournament has been going on since 1959. Just an incredible atmosphere here already. The energy has been electric here in the pavilion and on the shore. Look at that. Right down dockside. Dorian Llewellyn, great to see him back, and what a ride he had yesterday.
Yeah, he did, and he is already prepped to go. Going all the way back to 2021, he took the World Trick title. He has been a Moomba Masters Trick champion. He's been a King of Darkness Trick champion. Let's make him welcome here, Callaway Gardens. It is from Canada, Dorian Llewellyn.
Dorian Llewellyn representing Canada, getting set and ready for pass number one. Another one of those competitors that was able to battle through into this final round. Of course, his dad, Jarrett Llewellyn, you can see him in the boat right there as the pin person. Really cool. We've seen Neely and Drew Ross, Russell and Anna, now Jarrett and Dorian out there. It's a family sport, and it is alive and well here at the Masters as the tradition continues to grow through generation to generation. Dorian Llewellyn, he has won the Worlds, ladies and gentlemen, in the trick event. Let's see what he can put together now in the final round here on Sunday. It looks like it's going to be a toe 5. We will wait and see. There it is, toe 5 back, toe wake back-to-back series, spins out of that, surface back-to-back, set a toe 5 front, toe O, goes reverse, goes toe wake O, now goes toe step line O, skis back over the wake for toe step back back-to-back, holds that edge, reverse toe step back, slides out and slips out at the very end, but able to hang on to that last trick. So important, and Jarrett, was probably zeroed in on that toe ski to make sure that he was going to give him every chance to ride it out, and he did.
Yeah, I think that those last few seconds, there might have been a couple extra tricks in there, but Dorian was able to get through the pass. It was a clean run, though, Tyler. That's one thing we've got to mention. It is a clean run. There was not really any doubt in the judges' minds, I don't think, for any of those tricks there. It looked fairly clean as we go back to the replay. We have a good detailed look. He said toe 5 to the back. Back-to-back was a little bit off axis, threw his body a little bit more than he needed to. Said 5 front 360, getting that reverse 360. Now the wake 360 on the way out. They're going away the toe wake line 360 back into the middle of the wake. Toe wake line back. Going to go toe wake line back-to-back. And toe wake line back-to-back reverse. Did he get the ski over the line there? That's a tough call. We just couldn't quite see here on that replay, but may have left a few points right towards the end of that trick run there, Tyler.
Well, going to switch out his equipment and get ready for pass number 2. You take a look at this lineup. Matias Gonzalez grabbing that first professional win very, very recently. And then, of course, world record holder Jake Abelson. And then, Joel Poland. He has been fighting for the top of the podium in this trick event for many of years. Could today be the day? And I'm sure he would like to see himself at the top of the podium. Dorian Llewellyn, though, has something to say about that, and he is going to be coming in on pass number 2, the handle run. Expect big 540s, Anna Hunter had that ski line 5 front. We're going to see some ski line 5 fronts in this final round. We're also going to see some ski line backs, I'm sure, or ski line 5 backs, I'm sure. Maybe a ski line 720. And then getting really technical with the flips. Jared, take us through Dorian's second pass.
Jumping the wakes, getting himself prepped. Boat speed set. Daddy's set, ready. Dorian Llewellyn making his way down, right in front of us here in the pavilion now. Nice full twisting, back-to-back case to the top of the wake, into the reverse, lands, goes now. Back to front flip, into the back landing, half twist. Goes the reverse now, transitions, looks to the big front flip. Going to look now. Ski line 5 to the back. Going to go ski line back to back now. Going to go ski line looks to be the 5 to the front. And going down, Dorian Llewellyn right on the end there. Put your hands as you are. Put your hands together for Dorian Llewellyn.
Well, there was the 2 ski line 5s.
Yeah.
He had it in the ski line back position and then just couldn't hang on to the last one. Motoring through this pass right there, the Mo back-to-backs. There is the back-to-front flip. So starting in the back position and then throwing his whole body over the top. Right at the very end of this is what's so difficult. Watch front flip. His edge stays next to the wake. There's the ski line 540 into the back position. Goes ski line back-to-back. But this last one where he's just trying to knock this down, such a big value. Oh, it just gets hung up on the bottom of the wake, Dorian Llewellyn. But great to see him in a Masters final.
You know what, Tyler? It's great to see not only Dorian battling through the injuries that he's been through, but to be back here in full competition. I know that he has big plans for future World Championships and being back up at the A game that he has always been at. We certainly wish him well. Big thank you, Dorian Llewellyn from Canada, being out there for this Masters final. It is going to set a benchmark, though, Tyler, in this event. But we've got 2 young junior athletes, which would you still consider junior athletes, about to take to the water, of course. We're going to have Matias Gonzalez. He's still got those headphones on right till the very end. He'll take those off, and he will get ready to go. He's been a 2-time junior world champion. He won his first Pro Tour victory in 2024. Second at the Masters in 2024. It is, of course, the super talent out of Chile, Matias Gonzalez.
Matias Gonzalez taking to the water. And what a phenomenal athlete he is, and really has, I think, has opened the eyes of a lot of competitors in this event. And they know Matias is definitely coming from. He's a youngster out there. Again, he could be skiing junior masters, but he's right here with the pros. And like you said, has a professional title under his belt. Certainly capable of grabbing the top of that podium.
And how good would it be to have a junior, like one of our junior skiers like Matias Gonzalez in this such a tough competition that the men's tricks is now. And the score coming through, Dorian Llewellyn, has just been announced by our judges. It's 10,680 points. So that's the benchmark score. But here we go, Tyler. Matias Gonzalez on that rope on toe pass. Oh my gosh. Such high hopes for Matias Gonzalez.
Well, there's only I don't know what to say at this point. We're going to have to go back to instant replay. Wrapped in the line, and for whatever reason, it looked like maybe his body started before the rope, and then that was it. He just went down. So another big surprise here in the final.
And Corey Picos there in the boat. The release person. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Matias Gonzalez. Not what we wanted to see there. Trick one, pass one to go down, but devastating stuff there for the young Chilean. And he knows it too. The emotion just out there in the back of that ski nautique, and wow. You would never have picked that one. Looks so cool, calm, and collected when he's out there on that trick ski. But you know what? Tricks is one of those things. It's a harsh sport. The moment that you have that slight lapse in concentration, you'll end up straight in the lake.
Oh, man, that's just heartbreaking there for Matias Gonzalez. And now it really just going to pass number 2, going to go for broke on probably his hardest run just to put a score up on the board. And there it is. You know, pass number 1 not going to be scored for that. So pass number 2. We'll see what he can do, you know, for the fans here at Callaway. And, you know, obviously heartbroken for him. With 2 competitors remaining in Jake Abelson and Joel Poland, it looks like Dorian Llewellyn is going to continue to be your leader going there. But the future is very bright for Matias Gonzalez. We've talked about him yesterday, and we've talked about him today. He has really pushed the envelope, not only of the sport of trick skiing, but all the competitors in this division.
And you know what? He's got a number of events coming up. Of course, he'll have the Under-21 World Championships. He'll have the Open World Championships as well down there in Italy. And you know what? When you have these challenges in water skiing, in your water skiing career, it's how you bounce back. It's how you make it so that it does not affect you moving forward. Matias, at such a young age and only 16 years of age, he still has a very mature head on him when it comes to his skiing. And you know what? We'll see that here now, Tyler.
All right, let's see what he can do for you guys. Here goes Matias Gonzalez, pass number 2. My guess is he is just going to go for it. There goes Mo back-to-back into reverse, spins out. There's the back-to-front flip, lands that one, skis in for half twist. Now goes reverse, turns front flip. Spins out, 540 over the line, goes 5 front over the line, ski line O, and he is just motoring and cruises, misses the ski line back-to-back at the end, and very uncharacteristic of Matias Gonzalez. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Still a spectacular showing here at the Masters. I know he will be back next year, and he will bounce back as we bring him into the pavilion. Great shot dockside there of Jake Abelson getting set and ready. Ladies and gentlemen, you know he wanted more out there, but he's doing it for you. As he comes into the pavilion, put your hands together for Matias Gonzalez.
He'll have a lot of people who'll get around him now and support him. Yeah, definitely not what we expected in this men's trick final. Well, look at that list. We've seen Dorian Llewellyn. He's currently in the lead. Matias Gonzalez will wait for his score to come through. Still 2 skiers left, though. Representing the USA will be next Jake Abelson, and, of course, Joel Poland, the super talent out of Great Britain, trying to win himself a Masters Trick Championship.
Well, Jake Abelson, we saw him in the junior competition, competed in slalom there and also in the jump event. Last year, decided to ski the whole junior competition so he could ski the overall. This year, electing to ski on Friday in 2 events in the junior and then be in this event here this morning for the trick. Of course, he is the world trick record holder, and you take a look at those credentials right there, Jared.
Yeah, that's it. He has been the Junior Masters champion last year with a score of 11,790 points. He was the Moomba Masters trick champion here in 2025. But Tyler, as you said, he is the world record holder with 12,970 points. From the USA, it is Jake Abelson.
The crowd enthusiastic as Jake takes to the water here on Robin Lake. Great shot from that boat. Back at Jake into the pavilion. Only one more competitor remains, and then we'll move right into the O'Brien head-to-head where the top 2 junior slalom skiers will battle it out, and then women's slalom, men's slalom, pro men, women and men wakeboard, and then we'll finish the day with jump. Matias Gonzalez, second pass score, 6,610 points. That means Dorian Llewellyn still your leader in this trick final.
How long will that last? Jake Abelson will want to take the top of the podium here. Getting a feel, jumping around, gets to ski behind one of those ski nautiques. Has a house not only in Arizona but down in the Isles of Lake Hancock now. Jake Abelson, beautiful height off those wakes as he motoring through this pass. 5 to the front, 360 back in. Wake 360, going to go line 360. Going to go towing line back to the front. Going to go now towing line 5 to the back. Towing line back to back. And the reverse, and that is going to be it. Jake Abelson, stand up, first pass, looking crisp and clean out there on that trick ski.
Very impressed with Jake there on pass number 1. So smooth, calm, and collected. I tell you what, as we walk through the Nautique instant replay, I'll point out just his body language and his expression with his upper body is just so relaxed as he cuts in and out of these tricks, completely in control. Look at his shoulders. Just so loose and relaxed at the top of his body and making his lower body do all of the work. Such a strong toe leg. And as he gets ready for this toe step series, right after this one, just look at this toe slide. I'll throw that one in right there. And then straight into toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and now the reverse. He couldn't ask for more from pass number 1.
No, you think he squeezed everything out of that 20 seconds from Jake Abelson. You mentioned something there, Tyler, how relaxed he is. You know what? We see these young kids. You saw Matias Gonzalez and Jake Abelson being the youngsters of this pack. For such young athletes, they still have such mature minds, don't they? It's all about when they get out, they might be a little bit immature when they're off the water and they do some silly things as kids do. But when it's game time, the switch comes on. And I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago about how water skiing in general matures you quite quickly. You can't be silly around water, and it's probably one of the aspects of skiing that makes you mature a little bit quickly, because you really can't be, when you it's such an extreme sport, you can't be immature when you're out there on the water.
No doubt about it. I mean, it is something where you definitely respect the water, and you grew up with a relationship with the water that lasts a lifetime. And here we go, pass number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Abelson from the USA. I know the pavilion wants to see a stand-up pass here today. Can Jake Abelson deliver one here in the finals to take the lead and put pressure on the top seed? Here we go in the back half wrap position. Goes Mo back-to-backs. Lands those. Goes over the top with a front flip. Goes to the second front flip. Now goes half twist. Skis back in. There's the back to front flip. Ski line 540 into the back. Ski line 540 to the front. Ski line turns back. Ski line back to the front. Wake 5 back to backs. Jake Abelson. Let him hear it. Absolutely stoked on pass number 2.
He is fired up, Jake Abelson. We will wait with bated breath to see what that score is. Is that going to be a new Masters course record. What is that course record again, Tyler?
The
12,000 something?
Yeah, the course record looking at tricks is 12,470 points set by Pato Font on 2023. We will wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jake Abelson. Huge front flip.
Wow, just enjoying himself out there, Jake. You go back to this replay, though, Tyler. Got the height he needed. There was that 540 to the back to back, right to finish off. And look at how excited he was, punching that iron fist. Fired up, Jake Abelson out there. Has he done it? Has he done enough? A 4,440 point toe pass. Is it enough to knock off Dorian Llewellyn? We will find out in about, I reckon, about a minute's time, about 60 seconds' time.
All right, Joel Poland is pumped. And I have to say, Jake Abelson just set the bar way up there. But if there's one guy that can go for that score, it's that man right there that stands on the dock. Your top seed. One of the most talked about figures in all of water skiing globally. He can do it in all three events, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to do a dock start in the toe hole, Joel Poland.
I mentioned yesterday, nothing seems to faze Joel when he goes out there. He will just lap this up as he heads on down before we spin him and bring him back into the course. Still waving, he's 3/4 of the way down the lake. We just love having Joel. As you said, he's done something that no one else in the world has been able to do. Of course, trick over 12,000 points, jump over 70 meters, and also slalom and complete 41 off the 10.25 meter line.
Oh, getting some word on Jake's pass, too. It's going to be north of that 7,000-point barrier, so we're going to have to see how that total comes together. Your top seed right now, Joel Poland in the trick event. Toe wake 5 back, toe wake front, toe slide into the back position, spins out into some back-to-back series. Spinning in and out of the rope right now, Joel Poland goes toe wake goes, toe step lino, skis back for toe step back. Toe step 5 back into toe step back to back. Does he do the reverse? He does. Right where he needs to be, Joel Poland. And this event, I can tell you, this is the one he really, really wants. He's won the jump event here, but he has not won the trick event.
Yeah, we saw him trick 12,200 points in the semi-final. The score through for Jake Abelson, 11,710. So if Joel can do what he did yesterday, he could add the Masters trick title to his name, getting on the back of that ski nautique with 20 seconds left. But look at this replay, Tyler. It looked, I think, a little bit uneasy at the start of this run. You saw him nearly trip up on the wake there, but gets into that 5 front. They're going on the way out. Ski line, look nice. Ski line back to the front, look good. Ski line, toe wake line 5 back, look nice. Back to back reverse. Stamps it as well.
Yeah, you know, it's finals day at the Masters on Sunday. Maybe a little bit of nerves, but a great pass, number one. That's what Joel Poland needs. Now, he is playing into his strength right here, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to have a couple of tricks that no other competitor has, including that ski line 540 flip as he gets down. I think that's probably his 5th flip in the series. Make sure to pay attention to that one because that's the one that's going to bring him to the top of the podium. But he's going to need all the tricks right here, Jared. As he comes in for pass number 2, give it a call.
So Joel Poland is 20 seconds away from potentially taking the title, or will it go to Jake Abelson? Pressure is on as he starts. As you said, Mo back-to-back. Into that reverse. Huge air. Back to front flip. Going now. Standard front flip. Going into the back landing. And watch it here. Goes back over the line to the front. The 540 to the front. Ski line 5 to the back. Ski line 5 to the front. Ski line O back. Joel Poland with a wake O on the way out. He has done it. A stand-up pass, Tyler. But is it enough?
Wow. Going to be very close. Joel is pumped up about this. I know he wants this trick title. The question is, from the judge's perspective on time, about that 540. But would the 540 really make the difference? He may not need it. As he comes into the pavilion, he's a showman. That's right. It is Joel Poland into the pavilion. Get loud for him. He's coming in the back position. Crowd pleaser, fan teaser.
Well, Joel Poland, the showman that he is, will wait nervously to see who is going to be the winner. 11-7-20 is the score from Jake Abelson. We'll wait to hear from our judges what it is going to be. 4,570 in pass one. What's your thoughts here, Tyler? Do you think he's done enough?
Going to be close. And if it is, I think it's only going to be a couple hundred points that separates it. It's going to be extremely close. You know, his score yesterday, just over 12,000 points. I don't think he necessarily needs the 540 to win, but it is going to be a game of inches, literally, as they calculate this score.
Yeah, we're just waiting here in the tower to find out who is going to be the Masters champion. We've already crowned Erica Lang from the USA, our women's trick champion. Will it be the USA taking 1 and 2 in the trick event? Or will Joel Poland do enough? You can cut the tension with a knife up here in the Robin's Nest and here in the pavilion.
Yeah, nobody is leaving the pavilion. I mean, all eyes are on the screen, waiting for Joel Poland's score to come through. Is it Jake Abelson? Is it Joel Poland? Only time will tell, and it's going to be a very slight differential as the judges calculate, and they have zeroed in on those wake tricks, those surface tricks, making sure there's the clearance, making sure there's the rotation, and all of those tricks. Now, Joel Poland has really separated himself away from the pack with that flip 540, right? That trick right there makes up the difference. But also Jake Abelson skied with great efficiency today. Too close to call.
And I remember if you go back to yesterday too, the judges had to go back and review Joel's runs. They may not have been exactly right on where he may have performed those tricks, but they will make sure that each of those tricks was performed correctly, and we'll give him a corresponding score. Once we know it up here, we will announce it. It is only moments away here from the 65th Nautique Masters Water Ski and Wakeboard Tournament, presented by GM Marine. Don't go anywhere, though, because we are going to move straight into slalom. We've got the O'Brien Junior Men's head-to-head. Can Tim Wild of Germany take another title here at the Masters? But I tell you what, Damien Eade wants to have a bit of redemption going into that Junior Men's head-to-head.
Very excited to see that. We're doing a course change right now, of course, waiting the final scoring of this final in the men trick event. And I will be joined here in the booth with Pete Surrett for the O'Brien head-to-head, and then we'll move right into women's slalom and men's slalom. If you're tuning in on the webcast, perfect conditions all weekend long, and here on Sunday, much of the same, Jared.
Good thing about this morning, Tyler, we had a bit of overcast cloud. We didn't get that blaring sun in our eyes early this morning, but yeah, look, the winds died off. Hearing some chatter behind.
Ooh.
This is going to be the closest score.
10-6-70. So let's see this. We're going to put it up on the leaderboard right now, 10-6-70, as they finalize the top three. Oh, my goodness. It's still pending. It is pending, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, this is going to be razor thin.
We flashed that score up pretty quickly, but yeah, it is still going to go back. It is still under review.
No margin at all here, Jared. And I think we're going to take the conservative stance right now. We are waiting on this pending score, but as you can see on the standings, 11,710 points for Jake Abelson, still at the top. But again, this is a preliminary score, and we're going to take the conservative stance of just waiting to see what the finals. Jared, I mean, it's been a minute since I've been part of a finals that's this close.
You can cut, as I said before, you can cut the tension with a knife. I think there was some people down in the pavilion that saw a score online. It is still pending.
A lot of chatter up here in the pavilion. And I think they're even taking a look at Jake Abelson's score. A lot of calculations and looking at it.
I'm hearing some scores.
Wow, I'm hearing a recalculation going on for potentially Jake Abelson. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It is,
and you wonder as these scores start to roll in. Unofficially right now, Jake Abelson's score has been recalculated to 12,090 points. But we are still confirming preliminary score for Joel Pollin. You know, he's sitting there right now at a 10,670 that they're seeing on the board. And I am getting word that it is a official score. Jake Abelson with 12,190 points. Dorian Llewellyn, 10,680 points. And Joel Pollin, 10,670. So there must have been something in that trick run that was a big point value that Joel...
He's missed out on.
He missed out on it.
And even to know the difference between Dorian Llewellyn there with the 10.680 and then the 10.670, 10 points separating second and third position. Yeah, wow, it's not what we expected there. But Jake Abelson, congratulations, the 12.190, your Masters champion here in the men's trick
With
final.
that, we are going to replay Jake Abelson's winning run and then go to commercial break.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the 2025 Nautique Masters Water Skiing Wakeboard Tournament presented by GM Marine. We have a special guest up here in the Robin's Nest, of course, Gracie Thompson, the programming manager of